Sweet Bitter Cousin, Ronald Ssemyalo. Chapter 1, Naivety Breakdown. The unhealthy giggles that emanated from the other corner of the last room that twilight clearly revealed the couple enjoyed every transpiring moment. How come she was screaming on top of her pitchy voice, gasping for help. Julio's jest, as everyone thought, reached peak when Flo ultimately beat his hand. He had torn her skirt within a shake of a Lambo's tail. It was not astonishing, for this was the order of the evening when their grandfather was in Kampala. He was so sickly that his sojourns for medication became as solemn as COVID-19 pandemic. Like they say that when the cat is away, the mouse becomes king, Julio and the other two lads could spend the whole day at home flirting with girls. It was a typical devastated extended family with one old saint taking care of countless grandchildren. He welcomed everyone, emphasizing that there was no way through the house, thus whoever came was a visitor. Many neighbors' children could feast from there and vanish without washing dishes. This could exasperate residents, though their grandfather could pour cold water on this issue. To be sincere, none of them wanted these children. Non-residents ate from here, yet they had also cooked in their respective homes. Grandpa could only guide that all of them were his grandchildren. Besides, no one went to the grave with food. He was such a loving widower, having lost the wife in the early 60s. Half of the village was occupied by relatives who gathered at the Cardinal clan home every evening for a talk, while the young ones could play hide and seek from the banana plantation. It was so large with gigantic mango trees that if not cautious, one could get lost from there. The lads and lasses were ever in the old-fashioned bungalow that had many dark rooms reading books. At times they could cross the road to the pitch for soccer. The countryside was so fascinating that many age-mate relatives from the city yearned to spend their holidays from there. This was how many came to see the special one. A lot had been said about her. Many could whisper that she was the most gorgeous in the whole family, most loving and innocent. She was so tender. Indeed, she was on the straight and narrow. Everyone wished to see Sanyu Zenak. Many could gather around her at least to hear her say a word as if she was an angel. She could only be compared to Heaven Mirror's grandpa's favorite. He was a typical naive, conservative, loyal village boy, knowing one thing, following rules. It was very rare to hear a word from him. Many had acclimatized to his hot temper and kept a distance, for his tears were as near as nose breath and would flood his gabs whenever angered. Sanyu, stealing his attention, deposited envy to the last chamber of his heart that throughout the holiday they never talked. She was his auntie's eldest daughter, who had got married to a very wealthy young man having a mansion in the middle of the city. Auntie Fina was a sister to his late father, who left this sweet world when he was only 5 years old. The two siblings had been inseparable till death still one. Auntie Fina liked Heaven so much that always cried to take him to the city, barred by her father, their grandpa. He could espy his son in him and never let anyone touch him. The old man had hit his mother a pot of coffee when she attempted to take Heaven with her 2 months after the death of his father. At the end of the holiday, the city-born could go back with grandpa for medication. Heaven's silence bought the trust of almost everyone that at his age, grandpa could put him in charge of the home, yet he was the youngest. At 2 p.m., Heaven could come back from school and prepare supper for his elders, cater for the flock, and the rest of the housework. He was a bright spark, especially in a class that he skipped 2 classes. Above all, he admired Julio's ways. Julio was ever happy, making fun of everything, liked by almost everyone, especially the girls. Julio was around 10 years older than Heaven. He could disturb all the girls at home in front of Heaven. He was not simple with his skirts that if their last room was not dismal, walls could tell what transpired. Topping the district primary leaving examinations, Heaven got a chance to school from the capital, Kampala. He had performed better than Sanyu, which antagonized the two. They went to different boarding schools only to meet during holidays. Aunt Fina's home welcomed many occasional relatives from both sides. It was such a well-organized fenced mansion where all boys resided in the biggest room, Africa, while girls cribbed on the left wing of the first floor. Visitors' rooms were on the right wing of the ground floor opposite the living room. The last floor was for parents with their distinguished guests. They had their sitting room, dining room, and offices. Indeed, it was a mansion. Parents were so protective that moving out to load data bundles was bound to uncountable queries. Many paternal relatives would wiseacre and break house laws. They would directly confront Aunt Fina wanting her to divorce the husband. They would leave all the housework to the maids, which Aunt Fina never bought. This lured her to dismiss all of them at once so that these permissive in-laws could learn a lesson. It was rumored that she used this as a scapegoat to get rid of the maids since she suspected their affair with the husband. Fina knew that the husband could sneak into the maid's room on several occasions, claiming to be inspecting the house for safety reasons. She had one day gone for a week delegates assembly to South Sudan to negotiate peace. However, it never succeeded when Riak, the chief rebel, never turned up. This compelled her to come early and switch the room with the maid. Late in the night, this villain tiptoed to the maid's bed while whispering her name. He slowly covered himself into the bedsheets. It was such a testing moment as he promised to replace the wife with her as a tip for better performance. Fina could not hold her anger as she burst out into tears, at once boxing him as if he was a punching bag. This greedy man managed to escape for a full moon till she called him home. Those were ages back. This time he had resumed his nasty games with the new maids. He could take them to expensive hotels in the city from where all the fights took place. Aunt Fina had one day tricked one who denied that she never slept with him. She added that the man was not her match since he could not run beyond 30 minutes. Fina was left with no choice but to fire them. This was the turning point of all the hardships. The husband got 2 concubines as compensation for the lost maids. Quarrels intensified between the couple, engineered by the man's relatives. They could mock her with hurting songs that became unbearable. The conflicts with her in-laws escorted lunch and supper. The mansion became a battlefield as Fina kept exchanging words with her in-laws, pinning her for nepotism, planning to steal the man's wealth. This forced her to chase her relatives, leaving in-laws around. She chose to mute up and mind her business. With time, everything became so tedious that the in-laws also vacated. She remained with her 6-year-old daughter, June, in primary 1. Zake Hassan was completing primary 7 from a boys' boarding school in Mukono, and Sanyu was in senior 4. During holidays, Heaven could spend only a fortnight at home and go back to school for soccer. He was the captain of their school team, admired by most girls there. He had changed a lot. He had grown stubborn, always flirting with the girls, dodging classes, and at times escaping. He had grown into a muscular, handsome lad with romantic looks. While at home, Heaven could pretend to be as innocent as a baby, so silent, down to earth, and as hardworking as a donkey. He could wake up at daybreak and do all the housework, which made him the most liked. His cousins liked him when it came to holiday package, for he could accomplish it in days, then kicked off watching movies. Heaven and Sanyu could rarely talk, given her continuous stealing of his thunder. Sincerely, Sanyu never liked Heaven for his conservative nature. She needed someone to bend low for her, treat her like a queen, which Heaven never did. He was so proud, stuck up, and could not even look into her eyes. The two could bypass like adversaries in the same house. They would only rendezvous in the TV room to watch movies, practice no dance strokes, and mime once in a while. This often created room for interaction, especially arguing about the best actors and musicians. Heaven rarely urged to control his temper, and when the worst came to the worst, he could rush to the dark room, Africa, and nap. The other intersection was about who had rights over the remote control. Being age mates brought Sanyu and Heaven's interests together, and one often backed the other on television channel decision to be watched. One holiday, Judas, Aunt Fina's husband, brought Ella to assist her with housework during her pregnancy. Ella was such a magnetic young girl from Mokono. She was Judas's niece. At 18, Ella had not completed primary 7 due to lack of school fees. She had served in numerous homes as a housemaid, thus experienced sufficient harassment. Reaching home, there was Sanyu, who became a fantabulous counterpart. She progressively lectured her about traditional sexual rights. The duo would lock themselves in the girls' room and perform their functions. They seemed so painful that Sanyu failed to halt screaming. Ella one morning tied her limbs at the corners of the bed and used Vaseline with wild leaves in her private parts. It became so unbearable that her echoes dragged her mother down for rescue. Her eyes were burning with tears, the whole body soaked with sweat, panting like a trapped mouse. The mother was extremely excited to see a caring cousin to Sanyu, however warned her about these actions, for she never wanted her daughter to be hurt. Ella continued to narrate Sanyu about her private life. She introduced her to the wild men kingdom, queer to bashful Sanyu. Ella had met countless men before coming here, which made her stories sweet in the ears of innocent young Sanyu. She also taught her how to do housework. At 17, Sanyu never knew how to prepare local meals, neither did she know how to mop. By the end of the holiday, she was a complete girl. Ella's interaction with Heaven was so minimal, as he seemed unmoved by her piercing looks, regardless of being age mates. When schools opened, learners went back, leaving her home. She looked after Aunt Fina with her newly born twins, which gave her the title Nalongo and Judas Salongo. Salongo was so pleased and decided to renovate the whole mansion. That same month, Heaven was infected with a severe skin disease, which needed special medical treatment. Reaching home, most of the rooms were unfinished. He had to share a room with Ella. It was difficult to explain that night when the two were under the same bed sheets. She warned him never to dare her. She expounded that heaven was too young for her and added that she had fought many wars against nobles, thus was not ready to combat a corporal. Like they say that curiosity killed a cat, heaven clawed his fingers to discover Ella was in Adam's suit. Chapter 2. Salivation. As soon as she felt his touch, she warned him to cease. His breath was uncontrollable at the moment. She immediately pretended to be asleep, leaving the boy explore her entire body. His body temperature too high to acclimatize to bedsheet warmth. He threw them away. It was indeed astonishing to turn her to face the ceiling, spreading her limbs in ultimate mutiness. He slowly stole a peek from her. He descended slowly, but Ella never responded. Heaven threw away his pants in microseconds. No sooner had he touched her waist than he shook as if an earthquake was passing through him. He fell at once and slept till morning. He had never feared like this. He washed his hands every chance he got. He never looked at her again, for the burden of guilt could overwhelm him all the time. She usually watched him shy away and boldly told him not to worry, then added that she was available every time he wanted. She promised not to tell anyone about it. This instead made Heaven fear her more and never shared a bed with her again. 2 days later, Ella was found with the neighbor's husband. It was a real boomerang battle as she stripped the man's wife naked amidst an exchange of vulgar words. Ella was a total disgrace to the family, for this had never occurred in the entire corporate estate. People could have misunderstandings, but never reached this far. The following holiday, Ella had been evicted. What a cousin. Her departure deprived Sanyu of a best friend, leaving her lonely and helpless. She had got a firm shoulder to lean on. She looked with despondency as tears rolled her eyes. She spent most of her time in stratum, out of the room for meals. On Saturday, there was a comedy show where curtain raisers danced as if there was no tomorrow. The MC shouted, "Dance, life is short. Please dance, for if you fail to dance, you will be danced, and instead of becoming the dancer, you will become the dancee." It was quite a fascinating evening that everyone laughed their heads off. Sanyu laughed while falling on Heaven. There was total silence between the two that what they felt age alone could reveal. Heaven promptly changed the seat and Sanyu moved to the kitchen. She was a tall, tiny, dark, skinny girl with shiny, round eyes complementing her figure one. She was never attractive to Heaven. To Sanyu, Heaven was so fake and barbaric who did not match her fantasies. One morning, he was sweeping the courtyard and accidentally splashed dog's urine onto her feet. She made a loud alarm as if the dog had bitten her. Instead of saying sorry, Heaven just laughed, wondering why Sanyu had to behave like that. She was highly exasperated, asking him to apologize, which he refused and continued laughing. She lost her temper and slapped him. He also seized her hand with anger, considering what to do till Narango intervened. The two continued exchanging bitter words while in the TV room. When an ugly man was on the TV, Heaven could call him Sanyu's boyfriend, and an ugly girl would be called Heaven's girlfriend. Every time Heaven tried to dance, Sanyu would discourage him, calling his strokes outdated. Their battles worsened when a thief broke into the house and went away with a brand new 2 days old laptop. She pinned Heaven for leaving the window open in front of Bita Salongo. He tried to excuse himself, saying when they had movements outside, they all dispersed to their beds at once, forgetting to close the window and releasing the dogs. This fell on Salongo's deaf ears, who rudely barked at him to halt his senseless lamentations till Heaven apologized. He ran into their room and burst in tears, hitting the mattress, asking himself why Sanyu behaved that way. The valley between the two widened, and he hid her holiday package. They searched the whole house, but it was nowhere to be found until he directed her to the toilet shed. With her pride, she refused to touch it and reported him. This cost Salongo time, since he had to drive to school, passing through traffic jam for another. His image before the family members darkened as the intended vengeance backfired. Heaven always wanted to blend in, but was so speedy that he realized he had left them behind. His jokes were not as liked and could not match theirs, and every time he tried out one, he would anger them, yet they never halted making fun of him. He started to feel out of place and resorted to reading his books. Zake and John could find him rarely. They could play hide and seek all the time, making Africa lively, leaving Sanyu in her isolation. She could stand in front of the doorway and watch them play. John always called her in to join them. However, whenever her eyes landed on Heaven, she would vanish in thin air. Juni became a close friend to Heaven that she endlessly talked about him before Sanyu and Nalongo. She called him elder brother, her guardian angel. This would attract envy from Sanyu, wondering what made Heaven so special to attract the attention of her siblings. One morning, he was scrubbing the fence walls when Sanyu passed by him. She stood staring at him for a while, then threw a stone at his back. He thought it was Johnny playing behind him, thus sprinkled dirty water to soak her gabs. He expected John to jump onto his back, only to be flooded with stinking dirty residues from the twins' basin. He stood up and gave her a £1,000,000 slap that rolled her to hit her round head on the wall. It was such a thunderous slap that everyone in the house moved out to witness. Narongo was at crossroads about deciding who the wrong one was. Sanyu ordered the mother to chase Heaven out of home, for he was more of hell. To neutralize the state of affairs, Nalongo double-slapped guilty Heaven, leaving sketch maps of Asia and Africa on his right and left cheeks respectively. No explanation could content her from anyone. He was forced to apologize while kneeling, but Sanyu refused to come. That evening, he went back to school. He did not come back the following holiday. After all, it was nearing the third term, thus required to stay at school for revision. He enjoyed staying at school, where he was treated like a king. There were many pretty girls there ready to serve him wholeheartedly. They could compete to wash, iron his clothes, and shine his shoes pretty well. Sanyu never remained the same after the departure of Heaven. Everyone was blaming her when he stayed at school. John and Zake cursed her for they were missing Heaven like a breath. She was as well bored. She missed the other guy who could make food choke her at mere sight. She was not quarreling with anyone anymore. She would sit in the corner of her bedroom and cry out his name. The poor girl was indeed missing annoying someone. She had private stories she wanted to share with someone trustworthy. Regardless of their misunderstandings, she knew his confidentiality. She had got a boyfriend from school whom she treasured a lot. The boy had been checking on her since senior two. He would greet her every day and spend a lot of money on her, send her presents weekly. While in senior 4, Bavik asked to be the party date of Zenak. This drove her crazy because no one had made such a request before. The ambiguity on which answer to give him made her mute. That day, after church service, a dozen of cute guys queued behind her, one in front directing her. The whole school was paralyzed on seeing elegant lads in black suits escorting one girl being treated like a first lady. It was difficult to predict the next step following the drama acted. Some boys clowned up one after the other, praised her beauty, worshipped her name, and later disappeared. Immediately, a red carpet was fixed for her to descend. Out of the blue, a bevy led Bavik carrying a bouquet which was presented to her with a peck. What an astonishment! It was until this juncture she learned she was the party queen amidst jubilation. Out of words, they sloped to the reception from where they perched. Little Sanyu was driven like an empty vessel that day, singing one song inside her, I surrender everything mine. Bavik was such a gentleman with a soft emotion-stimulating dexterous touch that made Sanyu fumble, wanting to perfect every stroke of thinking out loud song. One of her heels broke down to find herself resting in his arms. What a scene! A majority thought it was part of the plan as the duo moved out. Her overpriced garbs were blown to touch her hair in the middle of everyone, leaving her spotless thighs visible. Chapter 3 Temptation. As speculated, Heaven's party was not as sweet as sugar, since he had over dozens of girlfriends, each expecting him to offer a hand as a date. He dodged the reception and only showed up at nightfall for a dance. He ganged up with fellow footballers in a circle, proving to be the king of b-boy. What beat his understanding most was, at school, he was held like a demigod, while at home, even the youngest child of 3 trod on him. Senior 4 was coming to an end. He had a best friend whom he was fond of. Many students thought the couple had a special relationship beyond friendship, but were wrong. Heaven and Maria had been companions since senior 1. Their friendship kicked off when Heaven wrote a cheat with words, I like you, and sent through an emissary. The cheat was going to another Maria, though landed in her hands. She pungently squeezed his lips and fixed the crumpled paper into his mouth. In the middle of the yelling mob mocking his cowardice act of letting a mere girl confront him, Heaven resorted to humiliating her through jest. He said he wrote the cheat to Maria, the English teacher, not a fake short classmate, for his level only deserved a teacher. He added that he was aware the girl admired him from day one of his birth, but she had to first write an application requesting for a place in his heart and wait for a reply. As the whole senior 1 block was on fire, Teacher Maria was witnessing everything through the window. When asked for a number of strokes, Maria, the student, raised 2 fingers. Teacher Maria interpreted 20, which she administered with extreme rage on 1 buttock. Heaven shouted, cried, wailed, and started to breathe like a tied swine, feeling the bums as hot as hell, while one eye released sweet liquid endlessly. The whole class was in total silence when Maria herself burst out into tears. She never wished this to happen to him. After the lesson, she apologized and their friendship picked a license to commence. During vacation, she seconded him to assist her father in the supermarket in the city. He was cautioned to act incognito since the father never wanted the daughter to have boyfriends. Well, he did perfectly as cautioned, and Maria's father entrusted him with the keys. He never accorded attention and made sure he was tough when addressing her in the presence of his boss. To make matters worse, he freely confabulated with other girls and at times tickled them. When Maria tried to join, he mercilessly moved away. She slowly started to feel strange towards him, stared at him for quite long during work. He later realized he as well started to steal peeps at her without saying a word. It was such a beautiful adventure, especially at the counter table. There was some coincidence. Each had a customer who needed change. Both put their hands in the safe at once, and she stubbornly seized his. As he elevated his eyes to signal her to let go, he remembered that he did not have to stare at her. He also stepped on her toy with his wooden shoe sole. This took considerable seconds that fellows witnessed, broken by the customer's complaint, who advised them to take their fragments of affection to bed. The boss did not understand, since Heaven hurriedly hoodwinked that such a movie was not available. The first month's payment was so prompt that he promised to work for another one. If all wishes were horses, shrines would be churches. The lad did not know that the nearer the bone, the sweeter the meat. He slowly got closer to Maria, forgetting his job was at stake. One morning before the boss's arrival, the two were scrubbing the floor when they landed on a romantic high school novel called Secrets of an African Teenager. They started reading together. With time, they found themselves seated, leaning on each other. The book was so interesting that they threw it away and practiced what they read. His fingers pretended to be counting something and skipped to her hand. Their eyes went cozy, looking in angles, heavier than lead. Heaven swallowed saliva over and again. He did not know why, but he found himself hijacked by a series of hiccups. She offered him a handkerchief to cover his mouth while blushing. Footsteps from the doorway dispersed the two. It was her father. Work moved on smoothly till nightfall, when he went and sat in the extreme corner of the supermarket where few reached. On realizing he was missing, Maria searched everywhere to find him napping. She covered his eyes from behind and hissed in his ears to mute. She dragged him to the store and hugged him tightly as he also clasped his arms around her. She whispered to him to touch her like Leo touched Momo in Secrets of an African Teenager. She wanted that romance from him. He roughly pushed her to the wall and fixed his knee between her thighs for stability, then he swiftly spread her arms around the body. His body on hers, feeling her pulse, imploring eyes directing what to do. A loud voice emanated from the other corner. Her father had noticed her absence, and when he interrogated the attendants, he found them. He gave Heaven bombastic slaps and paid off the 10 days he had served. He was much disappointed in him, since he was the most trusted worker and was to be promoted to the rank of a manager. He had treated the boy like his son, forgetting he would stab him at the back by playing with his daughter. Heaven painfully found himself back to the mansion. A mere thought of seeing Sanyu was a nightmare in absence of Zake, who had gone to Entebbe, and June was now playing with the twins. The two could cook in shifts. Then the rest divided, where mopping and scrubbing the compound were done by Sanyu, while Heaven washed utensils, fed the dogs, and did the shopping. He had a lovely appetite given his age. Hunger was ever at its peak for all the time he was eating, which made him prepare meals every early morning before lunch and in the evening during his turn. He was typically the opposite of Sanyu. She spent most of her time in the dressing mirror and never cared about preparing meals, which lured Heaven to intervene and become the cook. He often accomplished all the housework before Sanyu moved out of her bedroom. She had grown taller than before. Her thighs were no longer shaming due to protruding hips, though stretch marks made her uncomfortable. She had grown into an attractive young lady that boys and men yearned for her attention. Sanyu always put on brief clothes covering a few parts of her body. Indeed, she was such a seductive girl that even the blind could not spare her. Heaven's isolationist policy perfectly worked, since he only greeted her and left. It all started when she received a cell phone she failed to operate. Heaven had to teach her its functions, and the two kept on talking. As they communicated, her attitude towards him changed. She discovered that he was highly informed beyond expectation. He was so simple, caring, and funny. Heaven was so religious, praying early morning and late in the night. Whatever happened to him was because of God's will. The two watched movies till they got tired. She finally told him about Bavik. She added the duo had met the previous weekend at Garden City for a simple date. She was so happy, for that was the day she first kissed. This was quite interesting to hear, for he never knew the Holy One had started such things. They continued flirting since they had a lot of time together and only pretended to be enemies in front of their parents. Soon, Zake came back, and after a week, Kelly, their stepbrother, was introduced to the family. However much it reduced the weight of housework, it also slowed down the two's friendship. One Tuesday, Kelly was playing the same game Heaven used to play, the snake case, using Heaven's cell phone, and hit the best scores. All of them converged to witness this, including Sanyu. Kelly sat in the middle, Zake on his left, Heaven on the right-hand side, while Sanyu perched on top of the leaning bar next to Heaven. They were packed together with their hands focused on the cell phone. The heads were ready there. Each was feeling the warmth of the other. It was so strange that Heaven's legs were quaking. They watched the boy accumulate more scores, minus losing, for a couple of minutes, forgetting it would culminate into wild thoughts. Sanyu slowly pulled out her hand and passed it behind to rest her two fingers at Heaven's back. They moved systematically as if she was drumming a soundless drum. It was obvious that Heaven had sensed all these movements already, but maintained a deaf ear. She started passing them around his lower back and finally tickled him at once. He jiggled a little as Sanyu rested her hand behind. He started to feel uneasy and intentionally knocked Kelly, who pressed a wrong key, then lost the game. He immediately moved out and washed his face while praying in low tones, repenting as if he had decapitated someone. Sanyu also ran to her room and faced her mirror while biting her fingernails, asking herself what, why, when, where, how, whom it happened. For a full week, the two never dared to look at each other, hoping this would solve the problem. Wrong. This just worsened it as they kept thinking about one another. While at the dining table, the two accidentally faced each other. The moment Heaven picked up a slice of bread, his hand accidentally knocked Sanyu's hand, who reacted by shouting at him to control his appetite. He also reacted by advising her to learn table manners. Salong warned them not to quarrel if they wanted peace with him. She later stretched her leg to softly meet his below the table. If chairs could talk, someone whose head could be off that night. Heaven never removed his legs and felt the movement of her toes as he kept his head down while swallowing centiliters of saliva boundlessly. Surely it was such a good time to ponder on in the middle of the night. Sleepless nights followed this incident, characterized by ambiguous imaginations in the middle of his small pumpkin head. Regardless of the fear that he was committing a transgression, Heaven was enjoying every bit of it. His mind would stop him, but the body was ready to continue. Sanyu knew they were cousins and not supposed to feel this way for each other. They had never felt what she was feeling. None of them felt this. She had never felt what she was feeling for Heaven. They were aware of the consequences if caught, for Salong was a hard nut to crack. The mansion became a theater of pretense. Drama appeared in the TV room where each sat in the extreme corner opposite to each other. She threw pips at him slowly, and if unnoticed, she made a few coughs till he elevated his eyes to discern her blinking one eye with a piercing smile that vibrated Heaven's heart fly to the 9 planets in seconds without crashing and come back with diamonds that shone in his blue eyes. Immediately, he rolled his eyes round to inspect whether no one was seeing them, then directly stared at her to drive her insane. He noticed the movement of her chest in and out till he became uncomfortable. She was also uncomfortable. She then stood up and catwalked around to ask Kelly and Zake how she looked, who gave disappointing answers. She moved around and intentionally trod on Heaven, then to the bedroom to change clothes. There, she emerged out in hot garments with shiny lips which matched with her silver lining earrings that made her more enticing and as new as a new day. Little Heaven would gaze at her trotting and film 1,000 pictures in 1 minute. She had grown prettier. Her darker skin color had slowly turned chocolate, which made her so attractive. Her perfume had the other unique fragrance of the historical Egyptian pharaohs. If he had a chance to describe her looks, he would compare her to heavenly angels who only beat her at holiness but matched in beauty. Her only fault was putting on skimpy clothes that one day Salong asked her where she had put the other part of her skirt. Her excuse was she had grown fatter and needed no garments. Salongo simplified it when she gave her money to fill the closet. To everyone's surprise, she shopped shorter clothes than the old ones at high prices and ended up spending the money meant for Heaven's shopping. Sanyo. That evening, they were plucking feathers from the land's delicacy grasshoppers. They are the most delicious insects known in the central region, appearing seasonally. This venture is believed to have been popularized by the people from Masaka who could trap and sell to the other parts of the country, especially Kampala. These could make incredible sum of money, thus other regions chose to invest in the business. No one could tell the origin of grasshoppers, however they are insects worth a taste at least once in a lifetime. Zake had put one behind Sanyu's back, and within a few minutes it had explored most parts of her body before it found its way inside her blouse to the chest. They were discussing millipedes and centipedes. Heaven argued that they were named millipedes because the space from one leg to another was equivalent to a millimeter, and that of a centipede was a centimeter. They laughed, calling him a liar, when Kelly pulled out a geometric ruler to measure that of a millipede. Unfortunately, it coiled the moment it felt some touch. Heaven added that millipedes, if angered, could sting or jump and enter one's nose. Sanyo stopped him from uttering his disgusting stories, but they just made it funny by threatening her that a millipede had entered her overgrown hair, which raised sensitivity and phobia for anything foreign on her body. Towards the end of the exercise, she felt something moving around her chest. She shouted millipede while jumping to fall into the arms of Heaven, who received her warmly. She rested there for a moment in front of everyone that some saw something strange between the two. She forgot the millipede once she landed in his open arms. Her eyes were communicating something else. She pulled out a grasshopper, threw it, and mercilessly pushed her away. He pulled out a grasshopper, threw it away, and mercilessly pushed her away. Kelly kept on mimicking her as she chased him around the whole house. During supper, Heaven picked up a quarrel against Sanyu. He grumbled that she was looking at him with devilish eyes, who also retaliated by calling him a glutton, dragging village lifestyle to the city. He added that she was too selfish for life, who deliberately swindled his shopping fund. She sarcastically said she did it intentionally until Nalongo raised her voice. She pulled out some money and compensated Heaven. There was no doubt the two were sworn enemies. Salongo complained about the two's puerile behavior, biting each other like puppies. He warned to pummel them if they repeated. After supper, Heaven collected the dishes to the kitchen, where Sanyu met him with insults. "You fool." "I had to," he replied. She wanted to know why he behaved that way, but he just took a glimpse at her and both smiled at parting. It was growing as strong as an ox. Chapter 4. Untamed Feelings. The vacation exposed Sanyu to neighbors outside the fence, hoping to meet paradise there, following the saying, "The grass is greener on the other side of the fence." She would move out to the shop or talk to Hoima, her only friend. Hoima was such a young exquisite girl in senior 2. She could at times visit Sanyu for a couple of hours and go. Kelly had picked interest in her without considering Zake's feelings. Being as active as Quicksilver, Kelly approached her at first sight in front of Zake. He said, "Wait, you must be Hoima. The gods discuss every time I visit them. I find them fascinating. I find them fantasizing about your death to have you, for they argue that no angel in paradise is as stunning as you." "Whoa, indeed, you are worth a discussion. Now I know why Sanyu always talks about you, saying you and I make perfect match. Once we unite, no man can separate." "Well, you are pretty with those spectacular looks accompanied by your kissable lips, but I do not care. You may look smart, but it's the clothes that make you appear elegant. If you want to prove me wrong, remove them and we see whether you will remain beautiful." Hoima looked at Kelly and wondered if he was sane. She just smiled and went to Sanyu's room. Zake almost boxed him for his unreasonable familiarity. He whispered that the girl was so beautiful and lacked a standard procedure to use to win her heart that powered whatever his mind produced. Zake lamented that Hoima was so soft, but that was her strength. She had hooked all the boys in the neighborhood, including him, but none had ever seen her zip. Zake added that he had spent 2 years irrigating her with his bucks, but never got a single hug. Kelly laughed louder, calling him a fool. He urged that he was going to hug her and even see her pant that same day. Zake argued it was impossible. He explained that one writer penned that nothing was impossible because the word itself said impossible, but Zake placed a bet of $50 and Kelly 60. While in the bedroom, Hoima asked whether the boy he met in the TV room was normal or simply obstinate. She responded Kelly was the most intelligent in their family, but was simply funny. The two found them watching Fast and Furious movies. Then Hoima asked Zake to identify a Rodacris. Kelly tried to guess but was ignored. He imagined losing $60 at once and thought again. He cracked as many jokes as possible to attract the girl's attention, but was stirring a spoonful of sugar in a lake. Towards the terminus of the movie, he attacked Sanyu's brief skirt. I wonder how people get the appetite to admire you with those mini skirts showing the knickers, moreover black ones. Usually people who put on black knickers rarely shower. Hoima was giggling. He added, "We may capitalize on Sanyu, yet Hoima is also putting on a black one. Oh Lord, it's black. The problem you girls do not want to wash. I don't know whether you guys shower." She promptly jumped out of the chair in great opposition, pulled the blouse up and exposed hers. It was white. $30 retrieved. He sloped to Africa, where he asked for another move from heaven. He asked him for a trick he would use to hug Hoima. He replied that it was a matter of telling her to stand up and hug her, period. He went there, feared, and came back. Heaven told him to repeat after him. He went, greeted her, asked her to stand up, and hugged her. Kelly also hugged her. Zake also came and hugged her, leaving the girl confused. When Heaven said to go back to his room, Sanyu blocked his locomotion and hurt his knees. Instead of saying sorry, she jeered, skipped him, and dashed to her bedroom, where she jealously hit the pillowcase, complaining that he never hugged her at any single time. She added that his touch was so romantic, as if the two had an affair. Hoima hurriedly knocked at the door to open. It took a while for her to open with fury. She went and confronted the boys for the continuous disturbance of her friend. She demanded an apology, otherwise she was to report them to Salongo. She pressed them to her fingernails till they apologized. Hoima tried to stop her, calling it a non-issue, but Sanyu insisted. Juni was growing rapidly, witnessing everything taking place. She had become a family parrot, and if found you in wrong, it was automatic. Parents would know. Nalongo could tip her for her information. This attracted hatred from her elders, thus nicknamed FBI, Family Bureau for Investigation. Heaven chose to forget about Sanyu and resorted to calling his best friend Maria. They would talk on the phone till sleep stole them. While in isolation, Sanyu one night before parents came back looked around when the rest were busy watching TV and sloped to Africa. Heaven was there sending messages to friends. She stood in front of the bed and called his name, who slowly turned and looked at her. Silence killed them. He pulled out his hand and gave it to her. She hesitated to pick it up for a while and later took it. She was dancing in the jaws then. He tightly held her hand for some time till they grew wet. Both were shaking. They were afraid. He slowly moved his hand to her shoulder, then to the neck, till his hands could no longer extend any further, since he was still in bed. He jumped out of it while hiding the waist part for he did not want her to notice the changes in the trouser size, which looked triangular. He promptly turned off the lights and stood behind her. He slowly hugged her from behind, while his head rested on his right shoulder, with the chin touching her neck. As soon as he lowered his hand to the waist, Johnny's voice was heard calling her. One of the twins was crying. She ran very fast, pretending she had a long call. The two's enmity deteriorated slowly as their confabulation gained roots. They could crack jokes, especially when parents were away. One would assist the other when it came to cooking. One night around 8 p.m., Sanyu was preparing supper and called Heaven for help. In the due course, she asked him whether he would be helping the wife when he got married, who answered it was of course. She continued peeling and showed him a peeled banana. He started thinking, stared at it for long, swallowed saliva and moved out. He knew what she meant and did not want to misbehave from the kitchen. Nonetheless, she escorted him with a word, loser. He giggled and warned her not to mock him. She continued kidding that Heaven was so artificial and too blind to steal a peep at food at his service. He also moved closer with positive charges, threatening her to cease calling him blind, otherwise he was to make a move. She continued and continued. He told her to repeat it once to see the fire in him, which she did. He stood for a while, looked around, and in no minute, Heaven moved towards Sanyu, elevated her head to look up, and leaned his forehead onto hers. Their eyes were filled with the flames of passion. Her lips shook and later whispered, "Coward." He went back with horse strength and boxed the wall as if it felt pain. Her voice echoed his name thrice until he appeared. He majestically walked towards and clasped his 4 fingers around her neck. The thumb raised the chin to the strategic position. Then he systematically curved to where she was. At this juncture, her eyes closed further in respect to the widened gap between her lips. The moment she felt his lips wandering, she promptly responded positively to the call of nature. It was as quick as time. He moved around as if he had run mad, his heart beating faster, sat down, then stood up immediately and ran upstairs. He knew he had committed the biggest sin. Sanyu sat speechlessly without doing anything for a couple of minutes and later followed him. At her sight, he knelt and started pleading to her not to report, but was silenced with another huge kiss. It was after this moment that Sanyu went back to her senses. She realized what she had done was wrong and ran back to cook. Heaven's eyes were closed in a reflection of what had happened and smiled a bit. He could not imagine that his first time to kiss a girl could be that way. Was it the first? No one knew. It was not sweet, neither was it bitter. It was neither hot nor cold. To him, A kiss was the most spectacular electronic breathtaking experience he wished to have every hour of his life. For the first time in his life, the boy missed supper, excusing himself that he did not have an appetite. Maybe he was feeling ashamed before Sanyu. Maybe he never wanted to dilute her amylase. Late in the night, he was hungry and tiptoed to the kitchen to fill his stomach. He chewed a piece of beef, rested, thought of what had happened, vertically nodded his head with a smile, and chewed again. It was so magnificent. To Sanyu, this was her second kiss. It was too short but sweet, though it was as unexpected as earthquake. She took hours seated on her bed, reasoning out things before concluding. She knew it was obnoxious to go intimate with her cousin. The following morning, she greeted him, and the day continued. Heaven cast as many romantic looks at her, but realized a cold shoulder. Chapter 5. Killing Me Softly. She acted so strangely as if the two never shared a secret. Heaven waited to see her at night, but never showed up. He wanted to ask her what the matter was, however, he was completely ignored. He was lost in obsession that he could not figure out the outcome of their actions. The more Sanyu distanced herself from him, the more feelings for her he generated, and the more he got hurt. Sanyu had met a pretty guy in the neighborhood. 3 was so patient with her puerile demeanor that he kept watching her grow. He always made sure she would be greeted every time she stepped out of the gate. 3 donated her million gifts to attract her heart to his side until the vacation elapsed without a promising answer. Sanyu was sitting on the fence thinking about 3. He was too gentle for life, spent much of his time stretching the growing curves of his dream. Spent much of his time sketching the growing curves of his dream girl without forgetting anything, including a mere pimple that had just blemished her monk-like forehead. He never missed a round scar on her left calf, which she had got when she escaped for a picnic with his former boyfriend to Lido Beach, where they never even swam because Heaven alerted her that the mother had arrived at home for some documents and wanted to see her. Little Sanyu mounted a motorcycle that flew her at home in a few minutes, however lost the epidermis to the hot exhaust pipe. Her alarm almost woke up Luelo Triangle Bush war spirits to rescue their young worshipper. Things were not moving on well between the two when Senior 4 results were released. She had performed better than Heaven. The following weeks were occupied by searching for new schools. Sanyu went back to her former school while Heaven got another one. Here, he chose to concentrate on reading, but as they lament a leopard cannot hide its spots, Heaven kept skirting his eyes around, beseeching for new flowers to pollinate. He could fly from one flower to another, testing their nectar, color, shape, and size, since he admired more of slim lasses. Unfortunately, he led a riot over the meagre of food served at the cafeteria in addition to its poor quality. Poor sanitation of the whole spot, poor hygiene of the cooks, worsened by the ammonium-like smell emanating from them. That night, he had been punished for dating a senior 3 girl who had been rumored to have an affair with the director of the school, who for ages had been notoriously hailed for his loose pants. Heaven never liked the girl, but wanted to send a message that all the girls belonged to boys, no one else, which was warmly received with a delivery of an ancient Roman Empire boomerang whip that tore his buttocks. There he appeared as a hero. The boys' freedom. The girls' golden metal swaggering with ecstasy, jeered by the crowd. Reaching the dining room, he was right away surrounded by cowards who always hid their tails between their hind legs, barking minus taking action about half-cooked meals. He was persuaded to test and called them to rally behind him towards the kitchen, where he picked a log of wood that was used to put all the cooks on their knees. Amidst clamors to punish them, he came back to his senses after seeing a swarm of teachers raiding them. Instead of disappearing and dispersing, they just attacked, and the combat kicked off. The whole school gathered, calling him savior as he tried to calm them down. Heaven never intended to hurt anyone, though threatened to do so, but he wanted the cooks to reform. During the fight, teachers beat him, although never fought back. One of the teachers who chased after students to their dormitory lost his 2 teeth on the spot. He had entered carrying a stick without standby backup. He was locked inside and hit like a cobra. It took hours for the school to settle, and in the early morning, Heaven's name was pinned among those to pick their suspension letters from the head teacher's office. Soon after his departure, an expulsion letter bearing his name was pinned. This turned the school upside down as the girls pestered for his return. They sang the whole night his name, promised to burn the school if his punishment was not called off. The following morning, girls starved themselves, never attended any lessons, which lured the boys to demand their girls. The simple issue worsened when the head teacher convened an emergency assembly, explaining that the institution had its own rules and could not tolerate any misdemeanor during his term. With due respect, students let him confabulate, and as he set to leave, each raised a poster with the words, "We want heaven back in 24 hours." They were so silent for a full hour, then sat down till dawn. This went viral that heaven watched the school solidarity and smiled. The following morning, it was the head teacher leading him to the assembly ground, from where he was pummeled before everyone, then taken for counseling. The counselor emphasized that he was simply a normal student who needed the A-level certificate only. Thus, there was no time to indulge in such unconstructive actions to gain cheap popularity. After all, he had come alone. Happily, he thanked the whole school for standing by his side in need. He was tasked to hug every girl from class 1 to 6, thanking them for their undying compassion towards him. It was such a wonderful time at school, and his name put a mark on everyone there during his era. He chose to concentrate on studies, only to be seen during assemblies and prayers. He had developed a theory of non-verbal communication, especially to those in authority. He could stare at a teacher beating up students and stopped there and then, going to the kitchen to find food delayed to be served. They would sound the bell promptly. He would just go to the sick bay, and the school nurses panicked to attend to ill students. The boy was a real heaven, for fellow students praised him like Jesus. He commanded more respect than some of the teachers. Heaven indeed enjoyed high school. Sanyu was busy narrating to friends Trixer and Enid about 3, a neighbor who craved for her day and night. He nearly swept her way, ready to wash her clothes and willing to wait for her till she got ready for him. It was such crazy jazz for the girls as she hesitated to talk about her relationship with a cousin. These girls were sexually growing and developing seriously to an extent of thinking and talking about boyfriends regardless of prep hours, shower time, during meals, church services, and entertainment. One evening there was water shortage around the area where students moved out to fetch. Sanyu and friends stormed the nearby town to do shopping. Some boys followed them and persuaded them to taste a few bottles of beer, which they did in excess. Sanyu slept off in no minute. Enid danced her waist off, while Trixer, there single-eyed, took the rest of the bottles herself. She could not expound how it happened, but the 3 boys almost tore her clothes. It had started slowly with soft touches, sweet screams. The boys generated more power that kissing her became inadequate. She tried to resist, calling for help from already dreaming and problemless excited Enid, but none could intervene. It was a matter of time that other girls landed into them. They had been searching for them for 2 solid hours. Gates had been closed and roll call was underway. Sanyu was lifted to school, Trixer in tears, and Enid happily miming. The following morning, the disciplinary committee sat. The girls were taken for medical checkup and found out that Trixer had been tampered with. Parents were called and the culprits were dismissed from school after hearing from the boys, who said they never unzipped their trousers and added that they were about to do so, but Trixer warned them that she had a chronic viral infection, so she started a joke with the bottles while screaming. It was full of confusion, but Trixer's parents chose to pour cold water on the issue and left the boys unpunished. Sanyu was taken to a sister school where she got no humble friends, though less interested in learning. Home days came with low moods, as Sanyu and Heaven had had long academic terms. Nalongo could confront one at a time whenever she got exasperated. They resorted to revising silently from their rooms such that they could improve their grades and clean their already blemished names. The fact that their grades were poor, they had as well a week, watched television only in the evening. They had as well tasted the wrath of advanced level. Sanyu cut off communication from 3, called Enid once a week, watched television only in the evening after revision. One time, Heaven had to call her friends. One time came when some mathematical. One time, Heaven had to call his friends once. Time came when some mathematical calculations required concerted effort. The two were forced to drop their pride to convene for solutions. Discussions continued in open after around the day. Discussions continued in open, often around the dining table, which inconvenienced other parties until Nalongo sent them upstairs. Things had changed. They looked as if nothing had ever happened between them. They chopped different numbers normally without diversions for some good time. One morning, one of the twins recklessly hit to dismantle Sanyo's calculator, and she feared to ask for a new one. They had to share heavens for the rest of the days. One had to wait for another to finish, then pick it. The tragedy came in coincidences when picking, as one's hand could land on top of the other. At first it was very fine, but one rainy morning coldness had covered the entire house. The moment Heaven's hand rested on Sanyo's as she picked a calculator, he felt its warmth. He clicked very fast the state of affairs as both panicked to withdraw. Revision continued without anyone attempting to touch the calculator again. The following day, Nani went upstairs for revision. Nani knew why it was like this, that even if one encountered a complex number, they could skip it. There was no single day Heaven called Sanyo's name, neither did he look into her eyes. Sanyo had also completely ignored him and never thought of anything else outside cousinhood. He would at times steal peeps at her growing hips, flat belly, bulging buttocks, swallow saliva and let go. He had admitted that Sanyo was his cousin, and it was typically wrong to think otherwise towards her. The two became friends again, shared their stories, joked around, then read their books. Their friendship grew stronger to an extent that Heaven learned how to calculate Sanyo's menstrual cycle. He would guess when she had cramps, see her talk till late hours, wake up her to read, and help her in housework. If there was anyone sweet on earth, it was one sweet cousin. Outside books, the two resumed talking about love. This was the biggest mistake they made, if at all it was. Heaven was so romantic, cunning and irresistible, versing, enticing, growing Sanyo with a nice body. Every day that passed, she grew prettier, getting ready for grabs. Time had come. Heaven had to go back a week earlier. That night, Sanyo went to jazz farewell from Africa, where they talked until the rest were completely asleep. She stood up and told him to go for a goodbye holiday hug. Nevertheless, he requested a handshake. She insisted that it hesitantly went slowly. He swallowed his breath, lowered his hands, letting his everyday imaginations take charge, thumbs in front of her belly, the rest of the fingers behind descending to the waist as she closed her eyes while widely opening her arms to engulf him with warmth. Reaching the waist, he was in a crossroads. One heart wanting to touch the lips. One heart wanting to touch the thighs. One heart wanting to touch the belly. The other screaming for buttocks, yet a voice in him saying it was enough. While still in dilemma, she tightly squeezed herself onto him to feel the heat, and he did the same, so hot and sweet. As their heads forward to face each other, their noses clashed, so cold. Cheeks at room temperature. Lights were immediately switched on. It was June. She was looking for Sanyu to fix her mosquito net. Heaven had charged to sparks when Sanyu left. She went swallowing saliva. Pubic hairless armpits splashing sweat. Her heart beating faster than someone waiting for pregnancy test results. Her little breasts pulsing as if they had been sucked by a baby. In bed, Heaven entered considering an excuse to submit for missing reporting at school the following morning, wanting to see her at least once before parting. He sat on the bed, cogitating why and how it came to happen. She had many queries lingering her mind, one being why among all cousins and people it was Heaven. 2. She was confused why she was able to resist other boys who even showed interest in her, but to be dragged down like a goat in the grass soaked by dew at dawn by Heaven's accidental touch. She later smiled and checked her nightwear, which had been wasted within seconds of the hug. It was such ambiguous that simple Sanyu could not crack this puzzle down. Heaven knew their relationship would be more fatal to him once discovered, being aware of losing his position at the mansion. He left before sunrise, that by the time Sanyu sniffed for his odor, he was miles away. The girl grew feeble, felt fever in her legs, that she sat on the floor and slept there. While at the dining table, Sarong realized the tears rolling down from the daughter's eyes and became inquisitive. Juni hurriedly broke it that Heaven had gone. If she did not intervene to explain that he had carried her calculator with him, she was done. Juni added that Heaven took his because Sanyu's had been broken by Nakato, the twin. Their argument grew hotter to the extent that Nalongo picked interest in the calculator saga. Juni clearly spread it that Sanyu woke up very early, calling Heaven, and dashed to Africa to find an empty room welcoming her. Regardless of the water in her explanation, it was hard to click what she exactly meant. Nalongo rubbished her stories and promised a brand new calculator for Sanyu. Chapter 6. New Dudes on Broke. The end of the year home day had knocked. More people were at the mansion. Kelly was back. He resumed his intentions to conquer Hoima. He had found Zake already in the driving seat, seeing her every after a couple of days. Giving her backs as usual, smiling like a madman at the rubbish pit, Stammering to say goodbye, he wanted her but was too shy to speak it loud. Sharp Kelly had no time to waste. He used Sanyu's cell phone to text her, and in no minute she was at the gate. He galloped to open with a wide spectacular smile. She was so surprised to find this dude here looking nicer than before. Tall like a wooden electric ball. Hoima's looks were incredibly charming with more flesh on her. Fatter than Sanyu and so gorgeous. It was no crime to judge. It was no crime to judge Zake every moment he went speechless before her, for her skinny sparkling eyes would threaten one to mute up. Putting aside her large curved hips, round buttocks with love handles, Hoima's face was still small, with a very soft voice that never matched her body. This attracted men far older than her and would finance whatever she demanded. Kelly led her inside while holding her hand, and when they reached, she hugged her welcome, which Zake could not bear anymore. He had been watching Kelly's moves from the window for a while, and when he held her tightly, a heavy blow that left his jaw bleeding was sufficient to cool Kelly's virility. The two wrestled for minutes amidst countless blows of rage from Zake. Kelly kept screaming for help from Hoima, who rushed for heaven from his room. Reaching, it was Zake yelling that Kelly had beaten his man. With his curiosity, he asked the head of FBI, June, to narrate how it started. He took a glance at Hoima and undermined that it was so shaming for such an amorphous chubby to be a center of the conflict to handsome brothers. He advised her to hug Zake as well and leave. He warned Kelly never to play with that organ, for it was such a dangerous weapon of mass destruction. He added that there was a naked madman in the streets who saw a very beautiful woman, half naked, walking with a friend. When they saw him, they started laughing at his swinging small man as the man kept dancing, drawing towards them. He suddenly jumped, grabbed her, tore her strings, and forced himself on her. By the time the rescue team came, it was done. The room was left laughing, Zake inquiring what happened to the woman, while Hoima and Kelly wanted to know what happened to the madman. He explained that the madman continued dancing around as if he was celebrating. The lady went crying, but whispered to the friend that it was sweet. This also forced Sanyu to quake with laughter. She had been watching from the doorway. She added that Heaven had duplicated her story and added some stuff, yet forgot to tell them about the crowd who congratulated the madman for instilling decency in the lady who had been dressing poorly since she came to the zone. Some were happy because their pockets had been drained for long by this woman. Thus, the madman served himself well without paying. Storytelling continued, one after the other, till nightfall. More fights were predictable, judging on the way Hoima was stealing pips at Heaven. The girl had irresistible beauty. This clash was not the first. A father and son were already in prison in the neighborhood because of her. The lad was the known boyfriend to Hoima, whom she could see daily, and the father was aware, but he went ahead to betray his son when he bought her a brand new BlackBerry cell phone. He could call her for outings until the boy stopped and found them in the car, where he hit the windscreen with an iron bar, which forced the father to slap him. The battle continued till the police dragged them into the cell, leaving this carefree girl out. This troubled Heaven so much, especially this same girl, tearing his cousins apart. He too wanted to hurt her heart to make things even. On her way out, he whispered for a date which she staged at her home. The following evening, Heaven was a citizen in her room. Being so fast and manipulative in nature, he seized her hand at the moment she brought him juice, pulled her to stand in front of the dressing mirror, and started enticing her with his lowered, deep voice. He stood behind her, describing the unique features that made her feel special. He added that the gods created one woman, Hoima, the rest were born, and gave her the unfading beauty that every man yearned to possess. He added she was the only sun in the galaxy, lighting the world with beauty and love. He continued that heavens were to cry fire flames if she resisted his godly touch, and showing off was only a characteristic of ugly girls. When she said no, he pecked her neck and looked into her eyes through the mirror, while his other hand was crawling from the waist to the breasts. The moment he noticed that her eyes were turning red, he pressed his already ignited body on her and remained silent for some good time. As she tried to move away, he called her name and set himself to see her say yes. This did not take long. As she opened her lips to speak, they were hijacked with a prolonged kiss. This is what she had been waiting for. They rushed to throw away clothes as if the world had faced Armageddon. He stripped her naked, tanned her very well, sprayed her, and left Mina sleeping with her, celebrating inside him that he had done it for his cousins. The moment he reached home, he almost fell at the sight of the two young handsome lads. He had heard about them from Salongo's side. Ivar had just completed senior 6, while Plato was in his second year at campus. They were so friendly, caring, loving, and hardworking. Ivar was good at calculations, which kept him in touch with Sanyu. Plato liked music and always trained the rest no dancers. They were one day dancing to the tunes of UB40's song called Reasons. Then he lifted Sanyu to the ceiling. Unfortunately, Plato slid, leaving the girl to land safely in the chest of Ivar, which made him a hero. All happened in the sight of Heaven, who was now feeling jealousy. He saw Ivar taking the girl's attention, yet had no way of expressing it. After all, there were no strings attached. Sanyu realized a change in Heaven's attitude, but continued hurting him by playing hide and seek with Ivar. He had many talents heaven could not match. He could crack jokes the whole day with ease. The boy was never serious. The moment he sat at the dining table, the rest would gather to kill him with questions. He told them about a woman who had a goat for an exhibition. However, she forgot to put on knickers. When she lifted the goat, its legs touched the skirt, making everything visible. She asked whether they were seeing it, and all happily replied yes. She then asked whether it was hairy. The answer was yes. She wanted to know whether it was fat, and the answer was yes. He did not complete the story. Kelly was on the floor dying with laughter. Sanyu laughed while falling on him. Heaven too was smiling. Suddenly June asked whether they were sniffing the chicken aroma from the kitchen. He replied it was his fat. They laughed again. There was a shadow outside. It was for a lady standing. Many guessed its owner, but she remained out until Iva mentioned that it was for a pig. They burst out again into laughter when she entered. It was Hoima pointing at heaven that he had a case to answer. She called Sanyu into her room for a girl talk. Heaven knew he was dead, for if she discovered what transpired, it would be a full battle to break out. However, telling Sanyu and Kelly would spark a real third world war. His heart beat faster when Sanyu eagerly stood up to receive the rumor bailed out by Iva, who jokingly pulled her hand, saying he had all the rights in the mansion and whoever wanted to do anything had to get permission from him. Heaven felt partially exonerated when he saw Hoima patching. June started it that Kelly and Zake had fought because of her wanting comments from Iva. He cracked more jokes there until lunch was served. He admired this girl as well. That dusk, Plato notified Sanyu to check on him at 10 p.m., for he had a secret to unveil. She eagerly waited, and by 9:50 p.m. she was on his neck. He insisted that he had said 10 p.m. He moved out to the balcony and stood there. She arrived on time and looked at the Anadonis anxiously. He intoned. It sounds weird, but a reality. I do not know whether someone has ever told you or not, but you are so beautiful. Your glittering eyes, your fantastic body shape. Oh, you got it all. I'm sorry to say you are, but I know you are my cousin, but our relationship is far distant. Sanyu, your father is not a blood brother of our father. It is rather our grandfathers that are brothers. Besides, in Ankole, cousins do marry each other, yet our mother is a Munyankole. That's no big deal. I'm sorry I have over-explained, but the point is you are 18 and I am 22. You know what I mean? Let's do something together on this home day. Sanyu felt confused. She had never expected it from Plato. He squeezed her tightly from the bars while slowly looking into her eyes. She just kept quiet and let him touch wherever he wanted. Plato continued romancing the log like Sanyo for minutes, kissed her with no response, called out her name still silent. Then he felt liquid pattering on his feet. She was painfully crying as if ancestral spirits had taken over. It was frightening to Plato, who called Iva to find a remedy for the state of affairs, unfortunately failed and woke up heaven. He had just reported from Hoima's home. He had gone there after tapping into Plato's plot with Sanyu at the balcony, although things backfired. He had apologized to Hoima for the disappointment of the previous night, which was accepted. She served him juice, and the two mimed Chris Brown's "I Should Have Kissed You" song, until they went cozy and kissed. Clothes were thrown away, and heaven picked up protection. He was ready to wash away his jealousy by sleeping with Hoima. As soon as she turned off the lights to join him, his clothes were missing. She then turned on the lights while laughing at him that mosaic laws were in charge as she went and sat in the TV room to watch the news. Poor Heaven wrapped himself in the bed sheets and slithered away like a snake in the mansion where he managed to sneak into his bed to sleep. He had lost twice. By the time Iva called him out, his heart was so low. He went to see the possessed. At his sight, Sanyu burst out into an astonishing cry, as if something that was possessing her had run away when he sensed heaven. She fell into his arms, crying endlessly for comfort. Immediately, the gates opened. Parents were back. The rest rushed downstairs, leaving the two up. On receiving the news about their lovely daughter, stairs were skipped to check on a wailing, wordless girl. Rumors that she was possessed circulated, and exorcism prayers kicked off. Heaven knew Plato had done something to her. Unfortunately, his voice attracted less attention at home. She was later carried to her room to sleep. Early morning, Heaven rushed to Hoima's home, wanting his clothes, but managed to rescue the trouser. She remained with the shirt, claiming it was to act as evidence one time. She added that Heaven was to dance to her tunes, see her whenever she wanted. For the first time, Hoima was bitter when she quarreled. "Who do you think you are? How do you strip me bare, romance me, make me ready, and run away? I swear you are going to pay for this unless you follow my rules. You know I'm still a minor. Imagine yourself in a prison like the other two fools. You pretend to be holy, yet full of evil. You are a complete ghost. Go home and come back in the evening. We sleep together." He knew he was swimming in a hot soup. He dashed to the marketplace, shopped, and went home. Nalango did not wait for Lubaga bells. She was in Sanyu's room with a heavy breakfast. It had been long for the two to have such a moment. She held the mother tightly, wanting her to stay at least once. She missed a mother-daughter talk. She missed her attention as well. They talked about many things, but never unveiled what had happened the previous night. In the nick of time, June was in the room reporting that Plato had left while looking at Sanyu. The way she shrugged her shoulders raised Nalongo's curiosity, who bribed June to tell her. She intoned that the dude was Sanyu's best friend. The duo used to mime together Western and Jamaican songs. She added that he was also training them in new dances and one day lifted Sanyu to the ceiling. Some relief was in Sanyu's heart on realizing June was innocent about the reality. It went unknown. Plato had heard that Nalong was interrogating Sanyu and thought she would spoil the secret. She would spill the secret. He therefore told Salongo that he had got a part-time job near his home. Surprisingly, Ivar was grin about everything. He continued with his daily jokes. This time, he was telling them a story about a drunkard who fell into a group of cannibals carrying a corpse singing congratulatory songs. Hailing the name of their chairman, Ivar said, the drunkard climbed a tree, waiting for them to pass. Unluckily, when they reached this tree, their chairman ordered them to rest and repeat after him while climbing the same tree. He sang as they repeated. We have brought it, they repeated. We have brought it. We are going to enjoy, they repeated. We are going to enjoy. He sang while climbing higher to sense something queer. The drunkard pulled the beards and screamed for help, but no one could intervene since they were repeating after him. He shouted it was not a joke, but his fellows were repeating the same. He cried the man was killing him, and colleagues repeated the same. He landed down like jackfruit upon his release and ran aimlessly. His fellows also followed him, leaving the corpse behind. Nalongo looked at Kelly with his stories and also laughed. The day was for storytelling. When it reached Salongo's turn, many wanted to leave. They knew he was simply developmental and inspirational. He told them about how he managed to walk from the village to Kampala, working day and night selling pancakes until he met Nalongo and they built a mansion. No one wanted to listen. Johnny confronted him that his stories were monotonous. Nalongo was tasked to tell how she got Salongo. She narrated that he struggled for 2 years to hear her yes, but Salongo dropped in with a different one that she accepted in 2 days because he was so handsome and irresistible. It was really fun as the argument between the two continued. Their stay at home that day was so important. Salongo told them to prepare for a beach party in the afternoon. Zake, through Sanyu, invited Hoima to join them. He had bought her a present and was to break it to her liked, and he was to break it that he liked her. He was not even aware of Kelly's plans for her, although none of them knew what heaven had done to her. This girl had mingled and engulfed the whole family into her palms. While there, Ivar took Sanyu to the end, holding her hand, telling her romantic stories, not even aware that Johnny was behind them. She never wanted to miss any bit of his jokes. This time, his words were focused on one person who only gave a faint smile as if she was missing something. They sat and swung their legs into the water, feeling its temperature amidst enjoying the cool breeze, with their eyes scattered to the horizon, seeing boats like full stops. Ivor sent June for his cell phone in the car to take selfies, yet he had it with him. When Sanyu inquired why he did it, his response was he wanted privacy with her. She knew what he was insinuating from his tales of the moon being created lonely, dark, and ever bored, are surrounded by dull stars, but when the sun came with its light, it shone brightly and brought life into the moon. He touched her waist while caressing her slowly. As he looked into her eyes to make her lips busy, she was looking very far, the mind deep in the sea. By the time Johnny came back, she found him shaking and calling Sanyu. Johnny said she was possessed again. It was crystal clear that Ivor clicked what Plato had done and why he had gone so fast, yet had liked the mansion so much. Zake, Kelly, and Heaven were busy with their intersection Hoima on the other side, splashing water on her. Heaven felt bored and left them playing. He went to the end where he perched thinking. Zake moved out to purchase her sweetheart ice cream, leaving greedy Kelly with her. He lured her to swim in the deep water where she drowned. He rescued her with a kiss of life. To his surprise, the girl said it was a nice move. She knew every trick the boy was doing and laughed at him. It was shaming. There Zake appeared with ice cream and a wrapped necklace. She hugged him with passion and later kissed him before he said he liked her. Zake felt lifted and started shaking. He was the happiest that day. She took them to play pool table, planning to sneak out. She played with Zake first, lost to him, gave the cue to Kelly, then looked for Heaven. She complained that the boys were too young for her, thus needed a mature guy, yet she was also still young. She bent to rest her breasts on his back while caressing his neck. She did whatever she thought would seduce a man to Heaven, who afterward asked whether she was done. He also requested for his shirt, but put a condition of the two to first sleep together because no man could see her bare body and goes away with it. She pleaded that she had manipulated guys, but Heaven was giving her hard time. He slowly pulled her, touched her shoulder, and said, "It was not coincidence, Hoima. I simply wanted to teach you a lesson. Why do you have to play boys like cards? Zaki likes you, and you know, but you keep playing with Kelly. Choose one person. If you want me, ask me. I won't refuse, but never put conditions. I'm not in love with you. You are too young for me. Just show me one part on me that is young. I also don't love you. By the way, I'm not in love with anyone, and I have never slept with any person. I'm from kissing Zake, but it doesn't mean I love him. I appreciated his efforts, that's all," she explained. Upon hearing this, his attitude for her changed, though was not sure of the cunning, spoilt younger girl's claims. Heaven stared at her for long and realized she needed his company. She later leaned onto him and touched his waist. They looked at each other and smiled. It was such a sweet day out. He advised her to go back to Zake, for he would search for her. As soon as she left, his phone buzzed. It was Iva using Sanyu's phone. She reached to find her vomiting. He rushed to find her vomiting. She was feeling disgusted by the guy's touches and pecks. It seems she never liked them. June welcomed him to exorcise demons like he did the other time. She whispered to Iva that Heaven's touch was miraculous. The moment he arrived at the scene, he warned Iva as if he knew what he had done. This made him believe Johnny's theory. He wiped Sanyu and blamed her in a low tone that it was not requisite. He added that it was high time she learned how to fight for her rights, and there was no need to be silent, for she would be hurt all the time. Sanyu also wondered why Heaven spoke things as if he was witnessing everything transpiring. He gave her a hand. They stood up and moved to meet the parents, for it was getting late. Behind, they sat next to each other, communicating through text messages. Sanyu asked how Heaven got to know about the brothers' actions. His answer was he judged from their behavior and her excitement towards them, but they forgot one notion, that the heart was somewhere, though it also didn't know. She smiled a bit, cleaned her ear with the fourth finger, and dropped it on Heaven's thigh as the journey continued. He clicked very fast and picked it, while still warm. Eyes looked happy based on the light from her cell phone. Her fingers began sweating, which forced him to touch onto her thighs. They were at first cool, but in no seconds they grew warmer than armpits. She trapped his hand and started tickling him to shout out loudly. Salong wanted to know the one crying like a mad grasshopper, as if he knew how it cried. People just laughed. He drove, inquiring from everyone whether they had enjoyed, and Iva continued fabricating stories that kept the journey vivacious. Chapter 7. Total Odiousness. There was a warm atmosphere at the domicile, as the picnic did not only benefit the children, but also the parents. They had enough time to renew their strained relationship. Sanyu and Heaven escorted Hoima to her tenement, slowly jazzing about relationships. Hoima asked Sanyu whether Heaven really had feelings, or he was simply a good-for-nothing idler, because she had talked to him but never showed interest. She wondered what had happened to Hoima, for she knew she belonged to Zake. They continued laughing as they reached her dwelling. She hugged Sanyu first and then tightly held Heaven while pinching him, whispering that it was not done. The two watched her enter then Sanyu started boxing Heaven, asking him why. She continued chasing after him on their way back and suddenly sat in the middle of the road. She broke into tears, hitting the ground, asking herself why. Heaven turned to pick her in terror, failing to square the puzzle out. She continued hitting him, lamenting, "You are so bad, Heaven. Why you? Where have you been all along? Tell me, why were you so far when I needed you? I missed you. Heaven, my heart is so low. Please, don't leave me this time around. She tightly clasped her arms around him with her head rested on his shoulder. He as well engulfed her to feel the reality behind her. Her waist was thrashing his hands to touch her round, soft hardys, which at the end of them were her curved hips. These could repulse the hands up to the waist, then to the back and down again. She was feeling this sweet touch, telling him not to stop, forgetting they were in the middle of the road. Footsteps were heard advancing towards them. Then the couple dispersed to their home for supper. Many were satisfied by this time. Parents were already in their room. The twins asleep. June fell on Iva's laps from where Sanyu picked her to bed. Zake and Kelly were busy watching a movie. Then the dining table was occupied by 3 youths. They were discussing the forthcoming Christmas picnic when Iva complained that there was a secret between Sanyu and Heaven. They were not disclosing, but was yet to discover. With all the guilt, Sanyu started confronting him in disguise that he had no right to think anyhow, for Heaven was not like them. Heaven saw her upset, leaving loose ends, and accepted that there was a secret. She called his name loudly, signaling him to stop, but he silenced her with his foot touching her legs down the table. He then turned his head to face Iva, who was eagerly waiting to confirm his instincts and explain that Iva was their age mate who needed to know their secret. He said they escorted Hoima, who told them about the crossroads she had encountered since she had feelings for brothers, Kelly and Zake, yet at the same time, her stepfather was often harassing her sexually. Sanyu called him again and still called her by elevating his foot to her calves, some toys tickling her thighs. Then continued that the secret was Hoima had missed her periods, wanting a solution from them. At 100 degrees centigrade, Iva was boiling with rage, wanting to tear the girl's stepfather into molecules. He was also confused about the two brothers' dilemma. He started contemplating on what to do amidst warning that it was a secret among them and Hoima never knew Iva was aware. His toys were now in the middle of the thighs, killing the girl with desires. She was swallowing saliva when he withdrew and went to sleep, leaving her and Iva behind. Iva apologized for wrongly suspecting the two. However, he got it right that they were mere friends. He admitted it was not proper to seduce her during the day, but just lost control. In his voice, "Sanyu, I saw you the first time you visited us and admired you, although you were still young. Now look at you, full of beauty. You look stunning me crazy. I cannot hide it any longer because I feel it inside me. That's why I was even complaining, thinking Heaven likes you, but he's more of a sissy than a man. I wish to make you the most orgasmic girl on earth, and if I were the president, I would have given you bags of money, but I'm simply a little lovely boy ready to do anything for you. Let me touch you today, please. I will be as happy as clam. He touched her hand without resistance. Then her waist with ease. He was the happiest. As he elevated the bra, the hand was seized. She said, "Hope you are the happiest, like you lamented. You are so handsome, charming, with a very nice body, which I admire. No girl can deny you. I am your cousin, and it cannot work, period. Never think about it again, for it is an abhorrence. What if father discovers? What shall we do? Mr. Adonis, with all the due respect, find another girlfriend, not me. I have someone called 3. When he comes back, I will introduce him to you. If you are so serious, it's fine. Let's go and tell the same words to my mother. If she accepts, you take me." He took a deep breath and said goodnight. During breakfast, Hoima showed up putting on Heaven's red shirt and sat right next to Zake, facing heaven. Juni was the first to notice its owner, then Sanyu checked to confirm it indeed was. Kelly and Iva nailed it in that it was the one that made Zake stand up gently, went to the kitchen and picked a frying pan that he threw to hit Heaven on the head. He landed down crying, wanting to explain. Zake picked it up to kill him, but Sanyu stood there demanding an explanation from Hoima, who said Heaven left it in her room. The sky had met land. As he went to bring another weapon, leaving Sanyu killing Heaven with slaps, Heaven sneaked into the bedroom and came back putting on an identical shirt. Confusion in the house as both shirts looked new. Heaven excused himself that he had never entered Hoima's room. Besides, the girl did it on purpose to see the one between Kelly and Zake who liked her more. It was obvious then. When Zake asked, she nodded in acceptance. He was cheered up with songs for fighting for his girlfriend. The two were persuaded to hug amidst warm applause. Heaven narrowly survived and wondered why Hoima did so, however, felt relieved as the two were now even. There was no way she could talk to Heaven again after the failure of the attempted humiliation. She was never sure of what exactly lingered in his head. By the time she wanted to see him, the bedroom was closed, and it would look imprudent for her to look for him, as Iva's query about why would Hoima fabricate a story about Heaven in front of her boyfriend still stood. She gave Zach a peck, brushed Kelly's hair with her fingers, then went to Sanyu's room, whom she found busier talking on the phone with 3. She slowly sloped to sneak into Heaven's room, who was revising. She removed his shirt and threw it on his face with venomous words escorting. "You think you will hide your spots forever? My dear, you are a leopard. You think you can hoodwink me as you do to everyone in this house. You are so good at pretending. I have witnessed it myself. However, I will get you one day." There he gazed, wanting to strangle her, but he imagined her screaming. The rapidity Zake would use to rescue her, and made up his mind to remain as speechless as a tomb. He was wondering why she had to do it endlessly. Yet the two had momentarily become friends. Her body did not perfectly match her age and reasoning. A lot was missing in her. The failure of all the methods used to squeeze a word from him signaled that he was angry, and revealed it was requisite to say sorry. Do you know what it means to spend a full night dreaming of a person who does not even care? The only thing he concentrates on is putting you in a friend zone as if you were his sister. When I woke up, my mind brought it, so I also do know why I put it on before coming. When I reached the gate, it looked nice, and obviously pride overwhelmed me without considering the likely consequences. Why do you have to remain mute? Who is paying you to treat me like trash? Come on, Heaven, it's hurting. Please stop it. I like you. Moving out crying would not have mattered a lot if Heaven had said a word. She closed herself in the bedroom and never ate anything the whole day. Boredom in the mansion lured Heaven to move out for soccer training, with the rest leaving Sanyu locked in her room, Iva watching music tours of Michael Jackson. About 60 minutes later, Sanyu came out dancing, swinging earphones, checking for the rest all over the house to find Iva alone. She shared one with him, and the couple started dancing slowly. Iva connected music to the thunderous sound system that none could hear anything from out. Madness around gave them time to feel each other's heat. Sweating more than those who had gone for soccer, for they found a soccer match in progress and came back. On their way, they found a deaf mute running out of the mansion holding an envelope, which he handed over to Zake, and continued running, nodding his head like a goat satisfied with heavy downpour. He had found Zake and Iva dancing and stood. He had found Sanyu and Iva dancing and stood for a while, watching their soft romantic moves around the sitting room. Everything was fine until Iva lost control and lifted Sanyu to clasp her legs around his waist. Then he put her onto the carpet and happily stole a peck from her without resistance. Her lips were dancing to the tunes of the music in the background, asking for more. He tossed his dice to fix his into hers. It was sweet when she also burst him, and he pulled her skirt up to make the undies visible. Sanyu turned him down, then the deaf mute ran away thinking he had been seen. She sat on him and said it was enough calling it an abomination. Iva replied, I enjoyed the abomination. Let's abominate again. They continued pulling each other when the rest entered. Johnny thought they were fighting and ran to separate them. Unfortunately, they knocked a glass that broke to cut her toy. The rest were wondering why the two had to fight, but no one could explain. Being critical, she asked Iva why he had Sanyo's lipstick on his chin when he bent to dress her injury. He wiped it out very fast before the rest saw it. Heaven just gazed at them and went for a shower. They were looking guilty. That night, she did not wait for her parents to settle. She immediately showed her plastered toy to Nalongo, who was very bitter about the mature people to fight before the young ones, for it wasn't exemplary at all. Supper was taken amidst silence, Heaven eating as if he was dying the following day. He seemed stressed. In the morning, the deaf-mute came to bump into their breakfast. This time, he never waited to be greeted. He right away started pointing at Iva, explaining how he found him on top of Sanyu sleeping together. Immediately, Salongo angrily stood up to crush them, but was interfered by Nalongo, who advised to first inquire from the rest. The FBI explained her story, which made it clear that the deaf-mute was in the house. Then Zake pulled out the envelope he had brought, carrying an invitation card for the chairman's daughter's introduction ceremony. The two tried to explain that they were simply dancing when they fell, but it could not match with the lipstick on his chin. Salongo pulled out 2 wires, locked them in the sitting room, whipped Iva first, then turned to Sanyu, who collapsed before the first whip landed onto her. He thought she was faking and added her. Nalongo pushed him away and shouted for help as the family doctor was called. It was such a bad morning at home when Salongo turned to batter the rest for moving out without permission. He was so pungent to the extent that he broke it to Iva that he had inherited his mother's vices, who could sleep with her siblings every time his father went abroad, who as well threw back that at least his mother never raped a housemaid. The fire was in the house when Salongo grabbed him by the neck and strangled him to unconsciousness. Panic was everywhere. This time the FBI did not want to capture anything after testing the wrath of her father. The twins were crying as if someone had beaten them. Sanyu and Kelly were holding their cheeks, wondering how the two got feelings for each other. Zake and Kelly were holding their cheeks, wondering how the two got feelings for each other. Yet they knew how tough Salong was. The doctor gave them treatment and advised them to rest. He blamed Salong for being so reckless to an extent of humbling such grown-ups who were already 18 years of age. He added that they just needed counseling, but not such an outdated punishment, and if anyone sued him, he would suffer a court penalty. Salong backed at the doctor that his role was done and as well never had a right to advise him on what to do in his house, as though inside him The heart was pumping with fear, regretting why he overreacted. In addition, the man in him was sending congratulatory messages upon acting like a man and even teaching a lesson to others not to blunder anyhow, regardless of their age. He had a sleepless night waking Nalong to go and check on them. He finally woke up early morning, checked on them himself, and left for work. By the time they woke up, Kelly and Zake were mimicking how Salongo behaved the previous night. It was fun, though shame upon the two. Iva did not wait for Ellie do you like whips again and left the mansion without taking breakfast. He apologized to Sanyo and tried to explain to Heaven that they never slept together as reported, and waved goodbye to Zake and Kelly, who were praising him that he was a genuine gladiator who single-handedly put an end to the great Roman Empire. Heaven took his time staring at uncomfortable Sanyu, who was in a deep pond of thoughts and humiliation. Putting the jealous aside, he knew this was the time she needed him most. He sat next to her, then said it was okay. He was there for her no matter what and was to take whatever she was to say. She looked at him for a while, then saw Iva in him, then remembered the previous night and ran to her bedroom crying. She had no idea how to clear her name before the parents whose attitude towards her had completely changed. Heaven counted 3 and broke into her room to be repulsed by an uproar to get lost. He stood staring at her, asking himself what he had done to her. Then she said, "I know what you are thinking, but save it to yourself. Forget about anything between us. See me as I see you. Greet me when you meet me. I will answer and will do the same. I need space and stop thinking about me anymore. From now, it's done forever. It was nice meeting you. Please leave. Out!" He felt worms oscillating within him, electricity passing through his legs, and moved out with red eyes to his bed. As usual, it was Hoima with cookies inside, serving out to friends. She gave to Sanyu, one to Kelly, June, and to the twins, who were seated in the sitting room, then insisted to look for Sanyu, whom June had warned about that she was not in the mood of seeing anyone. She unleashed every detail of the saga that made her friend Iva absent. On hearing Oima's voice echoing her name near her door, she opened a quarterway, peeped to take a glimpse of her, then intoned that "not then" and locked it. She stood speechless, then took the remainder to Heaven, who had chosen never to speak to her again. She looked like a fool before him, and lastly set to go, saying it made no sense to bend low waist to someone who could not even notice. As she made a second step to the doorway, her hand was seized and then pulled into his chest. He held her tightly without letting her say a word, who responded positively to the stimulus. He threw her to the bed and panicked to remove her gabs regardless of the open door. He jumped onto her, and the two's legs entangled while rolling into the bed, one down, then the other up. He hid his clothes under the mattress to leave no evidence. Her feet rested flat to the bed, creating the triangular shape that enabled him to get the support of his hands when descending to Capitol. He removed her knickers that shocked him into a very big disappointment. They had patches of a warm reddish liquid. She had not even realized that things were already worse since her calculations were behind by 2 days. Shame covered her when he moved out, washed, dried, ironed, and returned without saying a word. She looked at such a caring lad and liked him more. Days came and went. Boredom everywhere. The jester had gone. Salongo started missing more days without coming home. Rumor had it that he was snickering for a certain campus girl a stone's throw away from his home. He would do the shopping for her, take her out, and have fun. His expenditure was beyond normal that holes began to develop in his pockets. Even his contribution at home reduced because of this girl. Karen was Hoima's stepsister in her 3rd year, rare at home, usually spending most of her time at the hostel. She had met Salongo in the supermarket 6 months back, and the two began dating. He had rented her an apartment around town where they could often spend a couple of nights. He had no idea that Karen was related to Hoima and kept picking and dropping her home during the vacation. Hoima had heard that Karen had a loaded man willing to marry her after studies, but had never seen him. He could once in a while visit her, especially during weekends. But since it was vacation, Karen spent more time here. One evening, Heaven escorted Zake to see Hoima when they met Karen around. Heaven looked at such a pretty brown skinny girl and swallowed saliva. She was 4 years older than him, although looked a bit younger. He uncontrollably sat to serve evening tea, letting Zake, who was well known there, to slop into Hoima's room, where they sat to open the photo album. Heaven sat speechlessly at the dining table, skirting his eyes around while stealing peeps at Karen, who seemed busy typing her research work. Every time he tried to say a word, his throat would betray him without warning, as he would be choked as if he had hiccups. She noticed the boy was bored, then gave him her cell phone to watch comedy files from YouTube. He looked at her going back to sit and called the Son of God, Jesus, for rescue, for her body completely matured, ready for grabs. For her body had completely matured, ready for grabs. She knew the boy had fallen for her and kept moving up and down, smiling upon seeing Heaven's eyes monitoring her, then started asking him questions about school, age, and later about his girlfriend. Although he had no one, he pretended to have one, trying to prove his manhood without considering that this would lead to another deadly question that made him stammer. She wanted to know whether he had visited her privacy. She spoke for a while until he picked momentum and contributed that he could, and he contributed what he could. They were discussing business ideas she could implement after university. Heaven tried to explain about a dozen of them based on the amount of money available, among others. Included money lending, photography, restaurant, piggery, some of which he had read about from the famous Plan Z book that had changed many people's lives regardless of the amount of money one had. She liked his gentility and invited him the following evening to escort them. While at home, Zach, with all the excitement, was narrating the whole story to Kelly that Heaven had got a sugar campus girl who invited him to Hoima's home officially. The two started mocking Heaven, shying away before Karen, to an extent of failing to finish the cookies from her. They laughed at him for long that Sanyu managed to finally blend in and became part of the movie. That evening, Little Heaven put on his sneakers and headed to see Karen. To his surprise, he was taken to a 5-star hotel in the city from where they had evening tea with many spiced snacks that he got satisfied with his second chip. Heaven this dusk was so speechless that he never discussed anything apart from staring at her talk. She was so gorgeous. Heaven did not have words to explain her charming looks, but his eyes could tell how elegant she looked. It was indeed hard to tell the real intentions of Karen, neither did Heaven guess. The moment the two stood to leave, she saw him about to knock, since his concentration was admiring the work of engineers during the construction process of the hotel looked so marvelous. Karen pulled him towards her and seized him in her arms, then warned him to watch his movements. The two kept walking around with strange thoughts lingering in the other's mind. He was licking his lips, casting flashbacks at how she pulled him and the warmth of her golden chest, while she was in self-accusations, asking why she had to bring this handsome young man this side. Failure to figure out answers, she defended that being mere friends would work. He unveiled the idea of keeping rabbits for sale since they produced monthly, thus got a short payback period once kept on a large scale. She had never thought of such a project and asked how to market them. While he was there gambling with answers, her cell phone buzzed. It was her fiancé wanting to see her. She immediately dashed with her friend back home to prepare for a date. Heaven gave his hand to say cheerio while facing down, but taught a lesson he enjoyed. Karen grabbed the hand well and pulled him, then told him not to be shy with her. She stood an inch away and told him to do it. As he opened his arms to hug her, she drew back and repeated it. This forced the other Heaven out of the cage and took seconds mastering the distance between the two and jumped to glue himself onto her lips. It was as fast as chicken mating. that Karen, who thought was teaching an innocent boy how to hug, was caught unaware, and she pushed him away, saying she meant a hug, not a bus. She never meant a kiss. Besides, they were simply friends. She added that what he did was unforgivable because her lips were for only one man, her fiancé, and heaven had no right to think otherwise about her. She fumed like a fire extinguisher in the operation, forgetting she was addressing heaven, who easily turned the table with similar words, "Do it," and left. She stood confused, watching his back being swallowed into the horizon, feeling lost to a little boy, yet she had defeated men in this game. She expected an apology, which she never got, and realized how proud the boy was. It was then she believed he was a step in front of her and cogitated for an act of sweet revenge that would make him kneel before her. Humiliating handiclaps heard behind her. It was her father laughing at her, happy for his prophecy coming to pass. He had warned her never to take the younger boy out, for he had looked into his eyes and saw an incredible man, and his heart skipped. To him, Karen was to face emotional problems, if not losing her fiancé if she was not careful. This time, her father was celebrating that the boy's kiss was not only special but had a hidden meaning. Karen backed at him to mind his business and stop pretending that he knew about heart matters, for if he knew, her mother would not die. Amidst serious quarrel between the father and the daughter, her cell phone rang again. It was getting late for the date. Endless sobs in the house welcomed her with a gloomy face from Hoima. She had seen them kissing. When asked what had happened, she pretended it was about cramps. That evening, she went to meet her suitor, where they had dinner, first feeding the other. Then he pulled out a diamond necklace that made her neck colorful. Thereafter, he gave her a brand new golden watch. It was such a sweet evening between the two, where he promised endless love until night dried up. They later moved to an apartment for a night. At the same hour, little Hoima also promised to remove Heaven's heart with a dagger, calling him a womanizer. She chased after him around the house while sobbing until he moved upstairs, leaving the rest down. Up there he stood and seized her hand, asking what her problem was and why she accused him of cheating. The weeping, answerless Hoima just fell into his chest, asking him why he had to oscillate her sister. He then knew the problem was about kissing. Then he silenced her with a prolonged one. She glued herself on him like a housefly trapped by a chameleon's tongue, trying to find support from the wall. Unfortunately, it ended when Sanyo cried out Zake's name. Then the two fell. She had found them. It was war upstairs as he leaped to halt her from calling the rest, wanting to explain that it was accidental. Bitter she was on seeing his brother betrayed, she continued shouting as the two struggled, one pulling, the other pushing. Her eyes were burning with jealousy, asking how could he do such a thing? This time, her energy was deteriorating within his arms, breathing rapidly. She rose once, calling Zake's name loudly, then heaven released her. She descended a few stairs, then turned to see him nodding no with all the sympathy. He also slowly went where she was and gently rested his hand on her belly while calling her name softly, then hugged her, saying he was sorry. As he was withdrawing his head, their pointed noses clashed, and when they elevated their eyes to see clearly, their lips also accidentally clashed for about 30 seconds. He felt her there. He left her there to his room with words following that it was a sweet accident. The squeaky wheel got the grease. Confused, he sat and closed the door. Sanyu looked up and down to realize no one had seen them, then ran to the bedroom with extraordinary enthusiasm, where she felt unstable and joined the rest in the TV room. A few minutes later, Hoima moved down to the TV room, where she met innocent Zack asking in bits whether it was true that Heaven had kissed, then stopped for a moment, leaving her bursting with anxiety. She mentioned very fast that she was so sorry it was a mishap. The rest eagerly waited to listen for the whole story, then Sanyu signaled to her to mute, but could not understand. She stammered with guilt to elaborate, considering telling the truth, thinking Sanyu had spilled everything out. Then Sanyu stood to change a seat, passing by her, and whispered that she had not told him. Zaki asked again whether it was true that Heaven had kissed Karen. With ultimate relief, she replied that that was the reason why she was chasing after him. Kerry stole peeps at Sanyu and laughed. She was hearing this for the first time. She wanted to tear Heaven into pieces, burn them, and chew the remnants. Chapter 8 of Sweet Bitter Cousin. All came back to me. Months had passed. Another year had come. 3 had shown up again and warmly welcomed that holiday. Kelly had joined the same school with Zake. Heaven had stayed at school, while Sanyu spent there 1 week and went back. She did not have enough fun with 3. Hoima had slimmed a lot, but missed seeing Heaven that holiday. Likewise, Karen had finished studies, waiting for graduation. Things were so tedious that holiday to everyone, including June and the twins, who missed Heaven a lot. It passed uneasily, and another one knocked in. This became a turning point for many things between the two as they had their dialogue. Sanyu, come this way. Hug me before you say anything, you fool. Have your jazz. Hold me tightly. Heaven, it's an abomination, but since it has been long, bring it. However, make sure the full stops on your chest do not touch me. I am not in the mood for them. Sanyu, take away. I am simply making you feel what you missed, fake boy. Wait. Don't tell me you are becoming a sheep. Oh my God. Scattered beards on you. Give me another hug for the last holiday, then another one before I tell you. 3 came back, but before that, prepare your cheek properly. Slaps hard. That was for last year. How dare you kiss Karen? Do not come close to me, you wicked villager. Heaven, slap me again. 2. Never mention that name Karen again, for there is Ssemyalo. Before you shake your jackfruit like a bat, Ssemyalo is 1,000 miles away from any girl on earth so beautiful. Sanyu, share. No girl is better than me. By the way, tell me about that Chinese Ssemyalo. Heaven, she is not Chinese. She is Ssemyalo, a Ugandan born from USA to a Brazilian mother and Italian father. Sanyu, are you stupid? Is that a Ugandan or you are daydreaming? Come upstairs, I jazz you my stuff. Heaven, look at this pregnant mosquito. Don't you know stunning faces come from those countries? Empty-headed Form 6 girl. I mean, she is so pretty with American height. I will show you her pictures. Sanyu, you mean it's real? Let's go to Africa and I see that thief girl. Heaven, this time you will know that pork is not sauce. You are going to see the other angel like magnificent trouser-shaking eyes. Look at the needle-pointed nose and the legitimate waist. Sanyu, you always showed off with your flat belly. Look at that and surrender. I got my Ssemyalo. I cannot imagine for the first time I fell in love. Can you imagine that? Ooh! I'm in that completely and have never been before. Sanyu, I wonder how you run crazy with a girl without breasts. And if she has, they must be cast. These got no future, as if they were swept by a hurricane. Now tell me what you feel when she hugs you. No work, my dear. Oh, I had not seen the other side. What happened to her buttocks? Where did she sit when young to forget it? I swear, if you do not see her face, it's difficult to differentiate between behind and in front. Real loss. Heaven, I rather have sweet Ssemyalo because satisfaction comes by mere looking at her than finding someone where you have to first blindfold her or put a helmet to make love. My Ssemyalo got it all. Sanyu, not really. She is too tiny for life. Get someone with some flesh on her, but not that straw. If fried, I swear, dogs only eat ingredients and dump the pieces. Heaven, you have lost your senses. Look at you for real. Let me save it for vacation. Sanyu, what? Tell me. I'll tickle you till you tell me. Heaven, it's nothing much. After all, it makes no sense. I have someone, but... Sanyu, but what? Please, tell me. Heaven, you look prettier than ever. You have grown thin. That's the true definition of beauty. Sanyu, stop it before I slap you. People say I have lost weight and advise me to eat such that I can beef up. Heaven, you will lose your beauty. Have you ever seen a fat Miss Uganda? Sanyu, have you ever seen a tiny Miss Curvy? Heaven, you will win an old car and lose it overnight to a dubious minister. Anyway, I'm kidding. Those plastic hips look nice on you. Sanyu, I can't stop myself from beating you. These hips are mine. You touch properly and feel the natural curves your little Ssemyalo lacks. Why are you so shy nowadays? Touch even here. Let me show you. Heaven, I said I was kidding. Don't tickle me, please. I'm not ready to misbehave this season, for I confessed all my sins and promised not to repeat the abomination. Sanyu, stop fooling around me like the abomination. Heaven, no. Better hold tickling me, otherwise you won't like it if I tickle. Sanyu, you are joking. It's a tickling competition. Don't tickle above and below the belly. Hold it. You are breaking rules. Heaven, that's my hobby. Sanyu, thighs are not there. Heaven, good you mentioned it. I'm tickling space. Sanyu, I mean don't tickle thighs. Enough. Heaven, you are killing me. You are killing me with laughter, Heaven. Heaven, you even made me sweat. Sanyu, I missed you. It's not safe here. Someone may bump into us from here. Let's go upstairs. Heaven, walking like a duck treading on me as if you have no legs. Push the other side. Sanyu, finally, we have reached. I'm so tired. Come and sit here. Heaven, no way. Kick off the other jars. Sanyu, first come and sit here. Heaven, nowadays you are so bored as if you eat elephant grass. Sanyu, what do you mean? Heaven, you like animal things. Sanyu, Heaven, my dear. 3 came here and sat in the dining room. Then I served him cocktail juice. I made myself. He took it halfway and gave me a sip. He again took from where the boundaries of my lips ended and said he had kissed me. Don't you see? He is so obsessed. Heaven, indeed, your lips have boundaries. Can you hear what you are saying? Continue. Sanyu, don't mess with me, otherwise I will throw you out. He then looked at me, opened his purse for apes notes, and tipped me. He stood to leave, and I also tipped him with a peck on his chest. Their FBI agent came in asking him why he was at home with bitter warnings that Nalongo may be happy if he silenced her. She insisted until he gave her an ape. To make matters worse, this evil extorted for another ape from me. Can you imagine? She jumped away with 100,000 shillings on spot. May God bless June. Heaven, wow! When did you resume bringing boys here? Weren't you told to do so after Form 6? I also want a tip, or Salongo may wish to hear. Sanyu, look at this bed bag. I'm crying before you to feel pity for me. You are making fun out of it. Heaven, by the way, show me how it was. Sanyu, stay there. Stay safe. I fly juice here. Heaven, I have no time. Juice delivered. Sanyu, take sip, then gaze at me romantically. Not like that. The problem, you got devilish eyes. Good. Heaven, it is sweet. Take your sip. Why are you looking at me like that? Sanyu, you are more romantic than him. Take from where you see my lipstick if you want to get my tip. Heaven, hurry, I have no time. Sanyu, that's why I like your touch. Be slow. Yes, there I'm feeling you. Footsteps. Heaven, it must be June. Open your book, we calculate numbers. Sanyu, dy dx. Heaven. June sat on Heaven's lap and played with the calculator. She later felt bored and left to watch cartoons. The two resumed. Sanyu, that FBI agent killed my mood. You were about to peck me. Heaven, it's gone. Maybe next time. Sanyu, Nalongo quarreled with Muzei. Heaven, anti baby. Sanyu, Muzei got some girl from campus and mother heard that he was to be introduced soon. What Nalongo did was to drain the account. The battle was here when Mzee pestered for money from her, pretending it was to clear customs at Mutukula border. It was a real war. Heaven, what happened next? Sanyu, She refused to surrender the money, and the introduction was postponed. You joke with Nalongo. Heaven, I must have missed. Sanyu, look at this one. You think it was over? Mother went to their apartment and beat up the girl, and Mzee ran to the bathroom, then came back and seized her. He shouted at the girl to run and also followed. Heaven. Spear the jazz, baby. Sanyu, you enjoy written stuff. Mzee spent a full moon without stepping here. Neither did he appear at the apartment. It seems he has several homes. Heaven. What happened to the campus girl? Sanyu, look at this one. She filed a case against Nalongo and lost all the money she had confiscated to her. She must be rich and happy in hiding. Heaven. She is profiting from slaps. I hate such girls. They are responsible for the breakup of many families and the suffering of innocent people. I also blame my aunt. Did she have to put it far? Did she have to push it far? Do you know how many adultery cases she has managed to bear? Sanya, look, Heaven. It was too much with this girl. She had deceived him that she had an ectopic pregnancy, and he paid millions of money. At the same time, he was constructing a multi-million house in her village. Do you know that it's Nalongo who cleared up Kelly's school fees? Mzee was broke. Heaven, I wish to see that hell girl. Sanyu, Nalongo has her pictures, but she doesn't allow me to touch her phone. Heaven, how did you know about this? Sanyu, she told me but never showed me her pictures. It's lunchtime. Let's go and exploit talents. Hope you are no longer glutton. Chapter 9. Meant to be. Heaven. No holiday studies, yet it's ultimate term. I am going to be reading early morning and every second I get. Sanyu, I'm not used to winters. After all, we shall get blades to excel. You will wake me up, but when I fail to do so, do not insist, for even those who read most, as Kasoma, die. Heaven, we got to do our best. Maybe people may appreciate. You know it right that persistence outweighs resistance. Sanyu, started your boring quotes, so fake for life. Heaven, that's why you like me. Sanyu, who likes you? I have a hunk. 3. Maybe Samali. Tell me how you managed to get her. Heaven, don't talk about her. She may be attacked by hiccups. We had gone to consult the mathematics teacher about trigonometry when there I saw a bottle-shaped girl in front. I drew closer and took my time to see the modern classic backzone figure boys always talked about, but I had never paid attention. They had said everything on her was perfect apart from the chest that looked tiny. Yes, she was the one when I crossed to the other side of the teacher. He marked one by one. I made sure my book was marked after hers. It happened, but the girl stayed there waiting for the teacher. This is how I got to know that even the teacher was seeing the rest of us were seeing. He had seen it earlier. He asked why I was still there, and I answered I was waiting for Samali. Sanyu, didn't he beat you? Pierce it, Daddy. Heaven. Both looked surprised as if they had a hidden agenda. She excused herself that she had no business with me, but I insisted we were going to discuss integration together. The teacher felt uncomfortable and left us there arguing. I frankly told her I did not know her name since she was in science 2 class, but I admired being her friend, and if possible, we talked about us in vacation. She lifted me up and down with her eyes and jeered me. Yes, I felt belittled, but pretended with a peal of laughter. Sanyu, you are prolonging. Cut the long story short. Heaven. Alright. She already knew me as a college celebrity, but stepped on me like trash. It had already saturated in all the hostels that she had turned me down. Turned me down, girls calling her my name. She angrily attacked me to stop students from calling her Heaven, and I also ignored her in front of the classroom. This is how I got to know she was a daughter to the managing director. Boys started calling me Heavy Sam. Slowly, which rode to the head teacher's office. We were called to the disciplinary chambers, where I exonerated her by lifting the entire responsibility, for I never wanted her name blemished because of me. Sanyu, you liked popularity. So how did you fall in love? Heaven. Well, girls attacked her that she used her position to humiliate their freedom fighter. She chose to give a hand, and we did the punishment together. Sanyu, which punishment? Heaven. Mopping teachers' lavatories for a week. Just know one mistake I made changed everything. I was about to be expelled, but the deputy head teacher said students might strike again, or somebody would be demonized by fellows holding her responsible. I hated this girl for some time, but saw no gain in hatred. We began greeting slowly every time we coincided. I forgot about it, and the term said good night. Sanyu, I'm getting bored, but continue. Heaven. During that holiday, we were a few candidates who stayed there having personal revision. Her father could drop her in the morning and pick up her in the evening. She one day wanted a logarithm table from me, which she picked and found writings of Heavy Sam forever and added and ever. When I opened it, I saw it. She continued picking it every day until her friend whispered to me to stop ignoring her, for she was getting hurt. One evening I sent for her and I told her that the first time I was joking about her, but as time rolled, I began to think about her being my friend, for I knew it was impossible. She looked at me and left. The following day, she sent a cheat saying she was sorry she judged me wrongly. I did not understand, but when I asked her face to face, she was silent. There, as you know, I told her that I liked her and I didn't care about the results. We hugged and things started from there. Sanyu, how did you hug? Heaven, like people hug always. Sanyu, were you putting on clothes or naked? Heaven, come on, don't run insane. It was broad daylight in a classroom. Are you okay? As if you skipped taking your pills. Sanyu, stop mocking me, Heavy Sam. Wake me up for winter to revise. Let's go for supper. The two sat together and kept tickling each other while at the dining table. His hand rested between her thighs, as she also caressed his back slowly. At 3 a.m., he was in her room waking her up. He sat on her bed and looked at the entire body in a very short night dress and shorts and swallowed saliva. She opened her eyes and saw him. Their conversation resumed. Sanyu, I'm not coming. Go and read. I will join you tomorrow. Heaven. Let me cover your thighs. Sanyu, what's wrong with my thighs? Heaven. Nothing. I didn't know they look so nice. If I were not your cousin, I would have touched them at least once. Sanyu, you always touched them. Please leave. Muzei will find you. Heaven, I will say I had come to wake you up. Sanyu, now what? Heaven, abomination, yes? Sanyu, abomination, no. Stop it. Heaven, you have a girlfriend. No, please, no. Heaven, I'm naked inside. Heaven, you have to stop it. You have lost control. Heaven, just one simple kiss. Sanyu, don't enter, please. Don't enter my bed. They will find us. Where are you touching? Heaven, in the garden. Sanyu, to do what? There was power shock. Then he jumped to the floor. They ran to the study room for revision. At around 5 a.m., someone was peeping from a distance. It was Nalongo, but they never imagined anything. She was so happy to see them revising. It took some days and nights for the two to get used. They could once in a while kiss, then read. The morning was near. Breakfast served and revision kicked off. Heaven, Sanyu, I love you. Sanyu, are you crazy? You are my cousin. Do you want Salong to kill us? Do you know how we are treasured here? Forget it. It's an abomination. I have 3 and you got summary. No more rubbish between us. I also dash. But let's settle and read. Heaven, complete the statement. Sanyu, I also don't know what to do, but the thing is I don't love you and I'll never love you. I wonder how you started getting such queer thoughts from. Besides, you are not my match. Heaven, look Sanyu, I'm not mad, neither am I drunk. You may think this has come today, but it has been there. It is even in your eyes. I can see it, and we are both aware. I love you, and I want to withdraw it. Sanyu, I don't love you, and I'll never love you, kid. Ever since Heaven started entering Sanyu's room, his perspective for her changed as the art of imagination upgraded. He could see a perfect creation brought to his plate to devour. Thus saw no hump in decelerate his moves. Decelerating his moves. After this denial, things changed, starting from communication. Sanyu could feel shy in front of him, and it was very simple to realize that something was going on between the two. Every time Heaven tried to draw closer, he could be repulsed, and the holiday ended. Vacation was knocking. Things did not remain the same in Sanyu's heart. She was feeling strange about Heaven. Indeed, she was missing him so much. Unfortunately, his relationship with Samali had strengthened and no longer thought of her again. To her, all her friends were aware of Heaven's breathtaking touches, and many wished to see him at least once. Towards the end, she sent him a success card through a teacher that taught in both schools, who never delivered it until Heaven's last examinations. He opened it and lost words. There was a very lengthy letter from Sanyu that read, "Hiccup dear, how are you? From the bottom of my heart, whose pulse you took without permission, I write this to warn you to stop coming into my dreams all the time, for I can't stop thinking about you. My friends always tell me to abandon you, but it cannot happen, for I have tried 1,000 times and failed. That day you said it to me was the day I wanted to say it, but you did it first, and I felt cheated. When I turned you down, I went to my room and cried, for I saw you being hurt, yet I had the antidote. However, I left you to suffer. It haunted me beyond control, but please forgive me because I was hurt the more. The best moments were your entrance into my room. I could hear you from a distance, and my heart could skip with happiness. You are indeed my happiness. I say this to you that heaven, I love you. It's very true, and my love for you will never vanish. I assure you, no one can ever break our bond, for many have tried and failed. Please love me the way I do, and try hard to reply to my letter, honey. Yours in love, Sanyu. He was not even surprised. He was not only surprised, but also afraid as he shook as if earthquake was happening into his body. He read the letter 100 times and felt uncomfortable with it, for it looked as big as a house to him. He wanted to keep it such that they revised it together when home, but imagined it landing into her parents and even shivered, for this was real obscenity. He fought with the letter until he tore it into pieces and chewed them to leave no evidence. She waited for a reply but never received it, and her friends began to call her an obsessed fantasizer, and by the time she went home, her feelings had deteriorated to the minimum. Sweet Bitter Cousin, Chapter 10. Got you. There he appeared with all the guilt and fear, for he never knew how to manage things there. Nalongo was now working online from home, monitoring everything around, since the rest were still at school. The two tripled their tricks that even if one used a microscope, they never sensed what was going on. They greeted without looking at each other, passed by the other like ghosts, and made the house so silent. The light was ever in their eyes every time they coincided. Inside them, burning desires forced them to shy away with smiles. The flames of intimacy pushed them together to do similar things. One ate sparingly, waiting for the other to finish at the same time, and meet in the kitchen when taking back utensils, meant to collide for a second and steal a peep. A week later, she choked him from the TV room and later pulled his ears, accusing him of not replying to her. By this time, Nalongo's movements had been mastered, and it had been discovered that she only went to the TV room twice a day and once at night. She would nap every after lunch, after a shower, wake up at around 4 p.m. to welcome the twins from school, and then bathe evening sunshine. Heaven raised his head, elevated the eyes slowly, blinked, and looked at her with extreme heaviness. This washed away all the anger and lowered her head with relief. She then calmly asked him what happened while touching his chin. He lifted both hands to rest around her waist while opening his legs and lowered her to squat, putting her hands onto his laps. She looked at him with curling eyelids and gently explained that he received it after the examinations and thanked her a lot. As she set to stand up, he trapped her within his thighs and made scattered braids around her round head. She finally turned, sat, and forgot about anyone finding them. He continued making his hands busy, peeping to see her doze off, then he lowered one hand to the chest to jumpstart her. A time came when their days reduced, and they knew they would be caught very soon. Home day for the rest had come, and this happened when their madness was at its peak. It was very hard to control their bond, which had strengthened in the early days of the vacation. Dodging Nalongo would be simple, but the TV room was ever occupied by Zake and Kelly. The twins playing from the dining room, Johnny finding comfort with Sanyu. She was always chased by the boys since they never wanted her to tap into their stories and spent most of her time with her elder sister, who could at times chase her to go and play with the twins to spare time for heaven. This acted as a blessing in disguise, for it made parents rest assured that Sanyu was ever safe with John, which made it simple for her to cross to the boys' room. Often, the two could sit around the dining table and talk past midnight until the rest went to bed, leaving them seated until John dozed off. It became the routine for them. After all, there were no books to read. Sanyu one day complained that the boys had conquered the TV room and asked for permission to access the upstairs one, which Salong granted. Here she could call Heaven and June. There was the other movie called No Strings Attached that almost killed the two with burning feelings. She watched, casting her eyes at him as he replied by throwing a hand behind June to touch her back. The moment she raised hers to touch him, Nalongo broke into find June seated in the middle. Sanyu pretended as if she was yearning, and Heaven withdrew his hand to touch June's ponytail. Nalongo looked comfortable and left. The movie continued, turning the two on, which forced Sanyu to send June for juice downstairs, having promised her $5. Before she stepped out, the two's hands were already in touch, and by the time she reached down on their legs, they were colliding, and their lips met 1,000 times. The lips continued fighting as if they were mining oil from each other. He unbuttoned her as she buttoned up. She also fixed her fingers into his trousers from behind, mentioning it loudly that she loved him so much. Johnny crawled silently to the door, and if it wasn't her shadow to betray her, she would have caught them in flagrant delicto. They sat wanting to poison her as if what they were doing was legitimate. Sanyu licking her lips to the extent that June thought she had candy. She complained that Heaven was stinking, yet Sanyu's temperature was too high. Young, she looked with her curiosity and inquisitiveness, getting clues but unable to crush them. The excitement in Heaven's armpit, given his age, lured him to take a shower. Showering was his weakness, and he could skip days without visiting the room. Sanyu this time was joking with him from out, partially opening with threats of entering. She at once opened and ran, touching her mouth to the bedroom, then came back. He saw to her that he had to see her as well. After supper, the three remained at the dining table talking till late, when she went for a shower. He leaned his head on the table, leaving June bored, which repelled her to the TV room to join Zake and Kelly. He looked around and made sure no one was seeing, then alerted her that he was entering to revenge. There she stood wrapped in a towel and welcomed him with open arms. They there and then started kissing as she switched off the lights and dropped the towel. It was a matter of time that they had a quarrel between Zach and June, pushing her out. Then he ran very fast to find them. The two's love never dwindled. It was kept lively with paradise promises to each other, yet they knew they would never marry the other. Heaven promised to love her to death, and even if she got married, he would visit her and make love. The tricks could be modified every day that passed to avoid suspicions. There was the other one of sleeping early and wake up when the rest were asleep. One night, Heaven forgot to wake up and Sanyu waited for hours, yet his cell phone was in silence. She moved out to his room and dragged him out to the TV room. They spoke in low tones that her room was safer because June was easier to dodge than Kelly. They moved there and started romancing. He complained why she still had her knickers, and she told him to act as he pleased. In a minute, she was in Adam's suit, feeling her warm chest apples. He put her down and removed his boxer. Their hearts were beating faster, but ready to continue. He was sweating as her thighs kept shaking. He mentioned that he loved her and kissed her for minutes. Organized his target, then her hand seized him. She said she feared pregnancy. They thought about it and never continued. They agreed to romance without bedding, however much they wanted it. They feared it and its likely consequences. Quarrels between Nalongo and Salongo spread every night like bushfire. The counselor had done his part and left the rest to God. Nalongo had become a Pentecostal Christian as a result of her careless husband. She was attending most of the services staged by her pastors. She had been asked to carry the whole family there, which she did once in a while. On Friday, there was an overnight service. They went late, delayed by Salongo, who wanted to dodge. Sanyu and Heaven booked their seats outside, and on top of that sat behind. They drew their chairs together in the dark and started caressing each other. While the rest were in total cold, the couple was enjoying the warmth from each other. The pastor preached with the video cameras and flashlights following him to the tent where the two sat with their hands singing and stood where they were. He prayed from there for minutes, leaving some of the congregation possessed by demons down. They were lifted to the altar, and the two wondered why the pastor never realized what they were doing. When it came to praise and worship, it was total squeezing as they extended in the darkness where no one could see them. If asked what was preached that night, none could tell. Weeks passed, then Thierry resumed his Sanyu mission. Heaven had started working and spent much time talking to Samali on the phone. This reduced the minutes he gave Sanyu, who also decided to turn the attention to Thierry. However much each had someone, they continued loving secretly. Later, Sanyu felt used and sent Heaven a message that she never felt the same, and every time he touched her, she would feel like throwing up. Heaven tried to understand and left home, for he never had plans of avoiding her completely when near his reach. He could only visit them once a week and a few minutes to talk and leave. Thierry was free to come and see Sanyu whenever he wanted, and it was rumored that the two had slept together. Chapter 11. No wine in old bottle. A few months later, she joined the university and left home. There she lived an independent life, changing men like clothes, sleeping in bars and clubs. Sanyu changed completely that she never even wanted to see Heaven again, calling him local. During her second year, she got a man who bought her a brand new Toyota TX as her birthday present. It was from this moment that she dropped 3. In the same academic year, she got an old Italian man who used her from expensive hotels only. She never cared about his age but the color, white. In year 3, she had around a dozen of men sleeping with each in intervals. The more the money, the more the visitations. Among them were twins who knew she was mingling them, and one day she was poisoned after a serious bare fist fight where it ended with no winner. The duo connived to sweep the center of conflict, and if she did not take milk immediately before rush to the hospital, she would be among the winds-breaking trees then. Heaven's relationship with Ssemyalo continued smoothly until she joined Gulu University, leaving him in Kampala, where he landed on Karen again. This time, he was no longer innocent as he used to be in high school, for he had also made some girls face the ceiling. He whispered to her directly in the ear that she was his only crush, and if the gods knew it, they would have fixed everything in the right order. Kenny looked at this young man building castles on the sun and laughed at him, for she had already introduced someone waiting for the wedding. She explained that it was some collateral damage worth forgetting and closed a deal called the last dinner, in which they had to go out, eat, drink, part forever, and in case they unintentionally met, they were to act like strangers. They sat feasting slowly with a few words that went. Karen, so how have you been? Did you finally get a real girlfriend? Heaven, I heard her already. Karen, liar. The way you cowardly stole a peck from me depicted your innocence. Heaven, that was the best in my life. Karen, it was stupid, but I liked it. You indeed acted like a genuine high school boy. You were so naive and too short-sighted to see beyond your nose. You had food at your service and lost it anyhow. Heaven, I was simply blind, but now food is here and I am eating it. I swear I won't leave any remnants. Karen, still a fool. The food is gone, no longer yours, and you are meeting it for the last time, though you have no chance to eat it. Heaven, I am already satisfied. I will just wrap it and take it home. You have grown and developed, surely. You are a presentable lady, but good for parties. Karen, don't marry me, dear. Karen, Heaven, look, I used to admire you before, but I met Ssemyalo. After seeing God, I see no reason to rush for bronze. She was a pure and untouched girl. If you are a horse, she is a colt. She got no war bruises and knows what to do. Karen, shame upon you talking about girls before a woman. Have you ever encountered the sweetness of a grown-up woman and felt her touch? You are bragging with. Anyway, ignorance is bliss. Can you even walk a journey of 2 kilometers with an experienced goddess? Heaven, We jump mountains, you are bringing ant hills. We run miles, you lament kilometers. It's not about the speed. It's about the skill used to negotiate corners. You may not meet a stallion in your lifetime, but you deserve one at least once. He talked while touching her hand. By the time she cried to reply, he covered her lips with a serviette and wiped them. He stood behind and helped her stand. She had taken about dozens of wine in a couple of minutes and started to see her co-wife slapping her. It was drama when they reached her apartment. She stripped herself bare and seduced him to prove his words. Having looked at food again, started searching for a fork. He slept in the sitting room without tempering her. Early morning, she woke up wondering how he managed to avoid her. During breakfast, he stood up, lowered the music, removed her inner cloth, and took her to the veranda. He made her sit on his laps for some good time, then whispered that he never wanted it when drunk. There he turned her head and wholesomely kissed her. She also wanted to prove to him she knew it all and complimented, though he never allowed her to turn entirely. There she felt uncomfortable, fearing people would find them. However, explained that he wanted it that way. It was so sweet but short. When they entered, he made her stand on either side of the door, her legs making an inverted V. He then got a ribbon. He tied, touching one shoulder, passing in the middle of the breasts, then down, which he slowly pulled to leave her wild. There it took some minutes, then they went to the window where she had to stand with her hands while the legs touching the window. However, she failed and fell on him. He resumed right there on the floor. He erased his contacts from her phone and left. She lived to remember heaven and the last dinner. A month later, she realized conception and for sure doubted the father. Every time she thought of aborting, she remembered every second she had with heaven and prayed for light in whatever he did. It was 20 minutes that made her feel like a woman and accepted heaven was indeed a stallion. Things turned out ambiguous after nights, months when she gave birth to fraternal twins, a female who resembled her and a male who was a typical photocopy of heaven. Spies alerted her very fast that the co-wife had delivered twins which never made news, but the male resembling heaven who had no blood connection with the husband. Nalongo galloped to the hospital as if she was Karen's mother to find Hoima carrying one twin while the mother breastfeeding the other one. She was highly surprised to see Hoima and pulled her away for solemn interrogation. Poor Hoima was in the middle of laughing slaps at the utterance of her step-sisterhood, thinking she betrayed her by connecting Salong to Karen. By the time Hoima explained that she never knew Karen's husband, for she always hid his pictures and never attended the introduction, for her parents had taken her to the village on pretext that the city had spoiled her. Nalong understood very fast after a long explanation and went to meet Karen, locking Hoima outside. She confirmed by checking the toes that the male did not only resemble Heaven but was their family blood, and wondered why and how it came about that the female's toes never had any sign of their family. She almost strangled her, asking her what she had done to their family. Confused Karen was. Nurses were called to throw Mad Nalongo out. Chaos at the hospital in the evening when she came back dressed like Karen's grandmother. She showed her Heaven's photograph, inquiring whether she knew him. Silence darkened the room as Karen's cheeks shivered. Her intestines were quaking, wondering how Nalongo came to know about her top secret. Serious warning whispers were heard when Nalongo proposed to hide Heaven's photocopy and declare to Salongo that she had given birth to a female only. This is how Karen came to know Heaven was her husband's in-law, raised for 6 years, and Nalongo discovered Heaven never knew Karen was her co-wife because she had heard that he searched for her for years to murder her for snatching her auntie's husband, but never found. Nalong also knew that the moment Salong got to know that Heaven had slept with his third youngest and most beautiful woman, he would send him to his ancestral ground without falling ill. To protect her brother's son, Nalongo for the first time sided with her co-wife to raise the baby away from the mother, and both Salong and Heaven had to remain green. Panic was in the hospital as arrangements had to be made quickly such that no more person knew about it. Days later, Nalongo's informant was found dead, and the medical report defined it as suicide. A fortnight later, Salongo was back from China, where he made his business deals. This time, he had been selecting new fashions for men's shirts and also connecting to the trending ladies' dresses in Wuhan. The news of his daughter found him on the way and shopped less. However, it was like a party thrown at Karen's apartment celebrating this godly gift. Ecstasy was everywhere until Salongo landed on Hoima, who had to explain her relationship with Karen as he prayed to be swallowed by soil, for flames of shame were charring him. Chapter 12. Funeral X. The power of the devil had showed up in Entebbe, where Nalongo had lost a relative. Family members gathered that night and set off slowly with their usual jokes as if it was not a mourning moment. Heaven wondered why Nalongo looked at him with all the anger as if he was responsible for the death of Jorio's mother. And when he jokingly asked, she smiled with a changed mind, having thought of using Heaven's tragedy to separate her husband from Karen. Sanyu was as usual behind listening to music, greeting Heaven with excitement, for it had been long without seeing each other. The two had gone to different universities and never met for 3 solid years because whenever Heaven visited the mansion, she was away. Their lifestyles had completely changed, and it was obvious that the two were no longer compatible. They had already forgotten about their teenage relationship, which they called puerile. She never had time to talk privately since many other people were inside. Stories about how the deceased snatched a married man and the first wife bewitched her to death were dropped in, as others argued it was cervical cancer. Kelly diverted them to their neighbor who was found on the toilet dead. Laughter killed them when Zake catalyzed it, that he died while defecating, cursing the angel of death for being so rude and impatient. At least he would have left him to finish dropping his last, then flash water. Kelly added that the other angel was taught one thing, time management. At Kajansi, roasted chicken, beef, and fried grasshoppers were purchased, and the journey continued. As they discussed Kayeta, the village pantophagist. He was rumored to have eaten 11 plates full of rice and local liquor, then added 4 kilograms of pork fried by Nawambira. He was reported to have been Nalongo's first cat, and one day carried a can of liquor and jackfruit to her parents wanting to marry her. Nalongo threatened to stop the car, for Heaven's stories were disgusting, but cheered up by the rest not to pretend as if the two never had an affair before she went to the capital. It was past midnight when they reached. Heaven took the keys for her grandpa's room and locked himself there after greeting mourners. At the same time, Sanyu felt out of place since she underlooked most of the people and ran up to the grandpa to get her keys. He directed her and said whoever wanted from Kampala was to sleep there. She entered to find her old friend, and the two locked themselves inside. It had been long since they were together. Each told their filthy love stories with the two things in common. Both were then single and had just tested negative of all the notorious viral infections. The room had one bed with over 5 mattresses in the corner, but the two were talking from their grandpa's bed. They laid facing each other with lights off, then complained of coldness, which made them cuddle up for warmth. It was such a time that their hands started misbehaving to pull clothes off. He slowly kissed her as she complained that it was because of him that she became the best kisser that men feared. She confessed that she had never kissed anyone in her life like she kissed Heaven. She continued kissing him as well when he removed her small cloth. She spread her legs and the bed started shaking. It was very odd, and the voices of mourners outside could be heard. She complained that window curtains needed to be reorganized such that passers-by never saw inside. It was such an unforgivable act, but non-regrettable, for its piercing sweetness dragged him to lay another mattress down where he slept. The following morning, Heaven distanced himself from her, leaving admirers to gather around her, fetching whatever she demanded from shops. He looked at the rest of the boys and laughed inside him. No one could ever suspect them. Heaven took the reading against incest, on which the Reverend Father concentrated much divinely, wrapping a repentance message that went incognito to the two. They discussed it when they went to the store for drinks, asking themselves why after 3 years they could not deny each other, and worse still, their feelings were too strong to be broken. Each had met better people out there. Heaven had experienced the reality of a mature body from Karen and admitted that the older wine grew, the sweeter it became, for he felt like he had never felt before, and every second he spent with her was the sweetest second of his life. Sanyo had him and regretted that she knew one thing, counting minutes, one spent, and money. She had been with many men, but had never felt like heaven narrated. She forgot one thing, that making love becomes sweet when both parties are interested and ready to give in everything for the sake of enjoying. That is what happened when Karen met heaven. The two had an unfinished business, and at the same time Karen yearned for a touch from a man she felt at heart, and it was heaven. She also lived to wish for a second chance. When asked why he did not go back to her, Heaven's response was he never wanted to be the breaking point of her relationship with her loving husband, although he did not know him. Sanyo unveiled pregnancy news to Heaven following her co-wife's delivery to a baby girl. Nalongo felt the competition since the second wife had 6. Rage filled his veins, wanting clues about his aunt's co-wives to wipe them, saying his aunt was too special to have competitors. That is why he never liked Salongo. Burial ended unknowingly, for the two had many stories to tell. Late in the evening, they set off to the city, and the two parted ways. None communicated to the other afterward. Expectant Nalongo's endless quarrels with her husband drove her to spill the secret about Karen. They had fought over donating her a brand new Range Rover Sport after giving birth, but when Nalongo asked for one after delivery, Salongo promised her a 10-year family planning implant. She was so annoyed to the extent that she shouted on top of her voice that Karen's baby never belonged to him. Even though Salongo seemed to have given the issue less water when he nailed her that she was simply a jealous hag, he never took it lightly, for arrangements were made outside Karen's awareness to carry out a DNA test. Unfortunately, Nalongo's informant submitted this intrigue to her and alerted Karen, who, for the first time, boiled up a serious quarrel against Salongo for not trusting her. She even threw the car keys at him while crying that she needed one thing from him: trust. Salongo, after coddling her, never cancelled his plans and did it in broad daylight when Karen was formally included. Her heart was rebelling, wanting to run away from its chambers to the buttocks, for she knew trouble had come. It was obvious that Salongo was to chuck her after the results, then ran away fearing to face him. The doctor gleefully came out to break it to the parents, but when he looked around, the mother was nowhere to be seen. Salongo as well never waited for the results, for he cared for his third wife most. She was quested for from everywhere, but nowhere to be seen, which proved Nalongo's statement. He went to the mansion and confessed that Karen's baby was for another man, and added she had gone missing. He swore to look for the rightful father and kill him, then do the same to Karen. Hearty celebrations filled Nalongo to see her long-awaited threat leaving without toil. She continued comforting her only Salongo, claiming Karen was milk-spoiled and was too beautiful to be married. Besides, being faithful was a taboo seen by even a mere kid. Immediately, Salongo's cell phone was buzzing. It was the doctor reminding him of the results, but never listened, saying the baby was not his. He lamented that he had invested uncountable sums of money and loved her with all his heart, but paid with shame. He cried out and when vanished, the doctor said the results were positive. He never had this. One of his helpers, the assistant, called him and told him that the results were positive. Impossible was uttered by Nalongo, arguing the results were manipulated. Salongo jumped out of the bed to the hospital to see himself. He called Karen, whose number could not be reached, and resorted to shouting her name. He thought again that maybe she was so hungry with his false accusations. It was incredible to hear that the baby the rest thought to belong to heaven wasn't Nalongo. Nalongo herself was not at ease, for she had seen heaven in the boy. She thought maybe they just resembled, but still discontented. Chapter 13. The Sister's Test. Karen had gone and spent all the time in the bathroom cooling her body with water. She never shared with anyone, fearing blame from her father, who had already warned her about heaven. The rest were worried about her since they knew she acted this way whenever in trouble. She had a voice and felt like drowning, for it was for her man, but could not capture the exact words. When told she was needed, she remained crying, although never regretted meeting heaven. To her, the hours they had together were worth a sacrifice for her relationship. Judas finally stood outside the bedroom, apologizing for doubting her, for it was not his intention, but rather Nalongo's wicked mind who mocked him. He confessed that he had also believed it when she disappeared until the doctor scientifically confirmed. It was like the announcement of the Son of Man is coming back. No, it was like the announcement of cure for cancer to a cancer victim. She remained doubtful, thinking it was a trap set her to move out, for she knew the repercussions when seized by Judas. He had castrated an innocent neighbor whom he doubted for having an affair with her. She later gathered her strength and moved out in total amazement, for she never believed what she saw, amidst remembering Nalongo's positive concern about her, and admitted why he called her a serpent. She thought of disclosing the secret that they were twins and feared for it would bring more trouble, and as well not mentioning it would be Nalongo's plan B. Heaven's life had pretty changed, as his mind had more developmental ideas than love stuff. He had looked for jobs and failed, then set up his own manufacturing shoe center and shoe brushes using cow tail fur. It was not such an easy task, given many negative people around him pulling ropes, showing the impossibility side of the project. Many said the market was limited given the high degree of durability of the product. Others were less informed about brushes and had a big no. He required a financial push, which lured him to sell the idea to the big government officials, who often turned him down. For many months, his production was very low until he accidentally met Hoima at the university, who was in her first year. He had gone to meet the vice-chancellor, who had appreciated his project and was to connect him to the financial minister, since that access to the youth fund would be granted. With all the astonishment, Hoima called him talent with wondering looks. She flashed back to those days at the mansion, then Karen's babies and their questionable father, and burst into laughter, again calling him talent repeatedly. She later looked into his heavily misery-wiped face and felt sympathy. He had grown tiny and looked so broke. She doubted whether he knew about Karen's boy who resembled him. She was also confused, for the DNA results for Anena were positive to the parents. Words escaped from her little mouth to the stomach when he insisted on why she called him talent. There was a mental battle that required satisfactory explanation, otherwise secrets would be spilled in no time. She stammered out Karen's name, then saw his eagerness and washed immediately this away with a tight hug. Right, this time he felt her well. She had graduated to maturity. This hug changed the course of events. Words turned into whispers, reminding him of the old days when he called her young and used to push her away. Old stories came back while sloping to her hostel, where he unveiled his brush project. Hoima sent him a link about a grant for the young entrepreneurs, which chance he used to earn some money. She was also busy with the coursework, which he edited within minutes. Took tea and words galloped to the back. Crazy looks, smiles, signs, imaginations, swallowing saliva followed. Her thighs slowly became visible since she sat on the bed facing him. The chest pumped by the breasts' movements. No, the breasts were pumping the chest. No, it was the heart. No, she did it. No, yes, no. It was difficult to understand, especially when her light-skinned breasts were partially visible, sending direct signals to the man of talents. He saw no reason for touching her, for he knew he had slept with her elder sister, and chose to say goodbye. Let's be fair, at least for once. Stay for a minute, at least for a second, Hoima intoned when he reached the doorway. To him, he was trying to be fair, yet the opposite to her. He divided and subtracted, then saw no losses to the company, and bedsheets began suffering. Answerless questions such as, where have you been? Why didn't you tell me that you were golden? Why didn't you tell me you were a virgin? In which material were you made? Why didn't you tell me you are the best? Were hard. It was after the disappearance of the ghost of romance that Hoima remembered the rumor that Heaven had cohabitated with Karen, then regretted her first touch to be her sister's ex. All along, the girl had been wrongly judged by onlookers in the filthy image of players jumping from boys to men, leaving out the gist of the matter money. Besides, she never liked them. She also failed to forge out why Heaven was irresistible, yet he never craved for her like other men. He finally apologized for misunderstanding her and proposed the two forgot each other because there was no more reason for them to meet again. After all, she had requested for it once. With a crying heart, since her dignity had been shattered, wanting to consider a relationship with Hoima, Heaven hugged her goodbye. She changed once to forever, but he turned a deaf ear and moved out. No sooner had he vanished in thin air than Karen bumped in, complaining why her cell phone was off, yet the two had plotted to visit Ssemyalo. Hoima, have you seen heaven? Karen, God, heaven? What are you trying to insinuate? How dare you mention that name before me? Are you mocking me? It seems you have crossed lines. Hoima, hey, how crazy that name rides you. Karen, he is the past I do not want to talk about, neither do I wish to see again. Hoima, why? Karen, none of your business. Why are you so inquisitive? Are you a spy? Hoima, he has been here. Karen, what? Stop kidding me. Here? Come on, Hoima. No? Did you guys have sex? Hoima, are you a teacher to ask what you know? Yes. No. No big deal. I just met him from the VC's office. Then he came here for tea. It seems you guys have unfinished business. Call him. Karen angrily jeered twice, mentioning him as a fool deserving hell, casting her eyes at the dressing mirror to pick a sealed envelope. As soon as she opened it, door knocks were heard. It was heaven. Thunder struck her at his side. The envelope found its way to the ground. Hoima watching, time froze. Heaven took a deep breath, said hello, slowly picked it up and turned to leave. He acted strange, so strange as if the couple had had a solemn quarrel before, maybe a weaponless one. Karen, heaven, heaven mirrors. Heaven, don't. Karen, heaven, wait. Heaven, remember the promise? Do not want to breach the agreement. Fear, forget everything and run. Karen, to hell with the agreement. Where did we sign? Fear, face everything and remain. Heaven, now what? She did not know where to begin from. Neither did she know what to tell him. It was crystal clear to Hoima that the two had a gigantic secret, and creating space was fundamental. She started with a heavy slap, calling him an irresponsible fool. She continued slapping him till seized and began kicking him below the belt while crying. Confused, Heaven wanted to know the reason for her tears, but there was no room for explanation. Her actions explained loudly when she fell on his wide chest and beat his left nipple while the waist was engulfed by her arms. Graveyard noise hit the room when she raised the hands to check from the back as he lowered his down to the loins, then up to the back, then magically to the bra, which found its new residence at the doorway. The belt was making everything uncomfortable. The belt that was making everything uncomfortable was thrown out, making the pair of trousers respect the gravitational law. It was so fast but sweet, romantic, emotional, and full of love. Heaven, it was nice meeting you again, and thanks for the journey. I pray we walk it some other time. Karen, stay. Please don't leave me. A mere sight of you, my stress is eroded to the valley of biblical Dume dry bones. Your touch thrills me with happiness, and you make me complete. Besides, I have something to tell you. Heaven, are you out of your mind? You belong to someone. Leave me alone. Karen, I love you. Heaven, what? Karen, yes, I do. I don't fear to repeat it 1,000 times that I love you. Heaven. Heaven, Karen, let's be real. It cannot work between us, and you are aware of it. Maybe we can meet once in a while for dinner. Hoima was back, sure that the two had sorted themselves. They dropped him at his home of residence and continued with their journey, discussing him. Hoima was praising his lips that he was simply a perfect kisser, while Karen discouraging her that she was too young for him, who also bounced it back that she was too old for him. After all, she had a man. It was tit for tat, as she insisted that Hoima had Zake. It was crystal clear that none of them wanted to let go, and still none was sure about Heaven's feelings. Still none had proof he had slept with the other. Chapter 14. Shameless Dude. Days had passed. June was in college, looking prettier than before, although she still shared a room with Sanyu. Boredom paintings were visible in the mansion, wiped out by Heaven's occasional visits. This time, he had surfaced with make-up brushes, selling to households, charging exorbitant prices, earning madly. His endless stories kept the rest awake till midnight, when Nalong broke off, leaving Sanyu and June enjoying. Later, June dozed off, boasting the two's conversation. They promptly changed the topic, Sanyu lamenting the hills and mountains encountered in her relationships had done her no good. She was already satisfied and so open about sex. She added that there was some famous city lawyer from whom she got some good money, not because she loved him, but because he was good in bed and gave her the time she wanted. The two started counting the number of people each had slept with, excluding themselves, Sanyu reasoning that she never felt it. She beat him by a dozen, pushing him to exclaim whether she was still safe around the junction. She just pulled out her 2-day-old RCT test result slip that indicated negative, then mocked him against knowing his status, who tested the following morning. Nakato was growing tall, thin and stubborn. She liked being with Heaven, telling him riddles, reciting poems and ancient proverbs, some of which were forged, especially when she passed 5 of them right. He one day recited that he had a wife who walked while dancing, and Nakato got it right that it was a caterpillar, but he denied it and fixed a maggot. Consultations were made from the stakeholders to discover the right answer until he finally admitted. This is what made him favorite, for his interaction with every age group would put a smile on their faces. Late in the night, he pulled out his result slip, which pushed them into temptation. They talked while waiting for the rest to sleep, but were still awake in the TV room, which enticed her to call Heaven in the bedroom, where she pretended that something was itching her back. He scratched as told and ended up lifting her to find themselves on the ground. A single outcry was heard. Kelly and Johnny around to rescue Sanyu, whose right leg had got a simple fracture. Heaven, who had run to the nearby room, came last to massage the princess, with the exchange of bitter whispers, blaming his weak nature as he exhausted himself that has excused himself that he had stepped on bathing soap. Heaven suspected Kelly to know about it, ignoring June. The following day, he left. Lies were Sanyu's worsening character as she spent more days of the week away than home, skipping Heaven's wild incest. 2 months later, he escorted Salongo to a wedding ceremony in the village and left the place very late. Nalongo waited for them until sleep weakened her to nap in Sanyu's bedroom, who had also not reported. Unfortunately, Salongo branched to the second wife's place, leaving Heaven to head to the mansion where he first stormed Sanyu's room. As usual, he slipped himself into the blanket and began his uncouth actions. The feeling was so strange and thought maybe the glasses of wine taken were hanging over him. He continued to feel everything big and began sinning. At first, Nalongo thought it was Salongo, but wondered at drastic changes on him and started to touch around, which the boy sensed and moved out. She did not take it seriously and continued with sleep. That morning, confusion hit the mansion as Nalongo woke up to find Salongo taking breakfast, facing Heaven and Sanyu on the other side. She knew she had brought a devil at home, though not so sure whether it was Salongo or Heaven. No way she could ask, considering the curiosity that killed a cat, for if it was Salongo, the answer was obvious that her marriage would be spoiled in seconds. Besides, Heaven's image and future. For if it wasn't Salongo, the answer was obvious and her marriage would be spoiled in seconds. Besides, Heaven's image and future would be crippled for good. She just began to suspect a hidden affair between him and Sanyu, then secretly planted spies around the two's movements, wanting to trap him. It was so unbearable to cast eyes on a relative who did not only sleep with a co-wife, a daughter, and her. To Nalongo, Heaven never deserved life. Her attitude towards him completely changed. Hatred for him was visible in her eyes, and waited for him to make one mistake such that she could reveal the other side of her. Nalongo was never easy as expected. She had fought and won many battles, especially with co-wives. It was alleged that 3 of them had miscarriages more than once, and when consulted the medium, she was responsible. Many of her husband's concubines could run mad and others found dead. Heaven knew her very well, and this time round he spent a full year without visiting the mansion. Ssemyalo, the male twin, was now losing Heaven's looks, capturing the mother's. He was becoming chubby, walking, however, still stammering with words. He was so happy with his foster parents growing more rapidly than Anena, the female twin, despite missing breast milk. His changing image swallowed the doubts about the real father when Hoima suggested that maybe it was wrong to think Heaven fathered him. After all, the DNA results showed it clearly to Anena. Kereni cuddled up him with loving arms, seeing paradise in him, dreaming to be with him forever. She negotiated with Nalongo about it. However, it was a total boomerang as she threatened to tell the husband, and this time she was too bitter at mentioning Heaven's name, as if the two were sworn enemies. It was hard to understand why suddenly his beloved aunt loathed him a lot and focused on destroying him. Days passed. Heaven had won a grant of $50,000 from his Canadian friends to whom he had presented the brush project and funded it. He lived to appreciate Hoima, who connected him. They promised to add him more at the break-even stage for expansion. This left him loaded, growing a corruption curve, scratching the belly from the kilometer. He started enjoying life slowly, thinking of having a stable relationship. After all, his business was functioning properly. His mind stormed in Hoima, who was at campus then. They had slept together once and parted like shrines and bishops. His feelings for Hoima matured. At the time, she suspected him to be sleeping with Karen from her room when she landed on Karen's knickers, soaked and forgotten at departure. Her heart was badly broken. Feelings for Heaven lessened. Hatred for him elevated. All she dreamt of was never to see him again. That weekend, she was at Karen's home when her cell phone buzzed, displaying an unsaved number. On learning it was Heaven, she hung it up with rage. He called thrice without picking until Ken advised. He promised for a date. She gazed at Karen, wanting to strangle her for destroying her newly renovated relationship, and thought twice that she would be angered to hear that the two had slept together. Dilemma beat her pumpkin head and left everything to Karen, who took her to meet Heaven in the evening. She waited for a distance where Heaven never noticed her presence. His house was so amazing, with brand new modern furnishings, which left Hoima lost in valleys of wonders. His wide smile washed away the anger from her face as he knelt with an engagement ring, persuading her to be his fiancée. He added that from the day he dealt with her, his life never remained the same. The mind showed him one image, always dreamt of Hoima, and concluded that he was to settle with her. To hide tears, she hugged him up with a smile and wiped off the tears without his notice. Chapter 15. The Grotesque Encounter. Karen was nearing the doorway, hearing almost everything. He started caressing her slowly till the intersection of their lips. Hoima immediately bit his lower lip and kicked him below the belt to scream like the then a city mayor at his arrest by the police officers over political issues. She burst out, crying, calling him a womanizer, a really giggle, jumping from one woman to another. She continued slapping him to the chair, from where he called for Karen's rescue at her side. She had just dropped in to see things clearly on notice that he had already slept with Hoima. Her rescue was so surprising as she hit him with a blender, then started breaking utensils, quarreling that it was okay to play with her heart but not Hoima's. The two continued to torture him as he bled seriously, tied on the chair and undressed. They milked him amidst screams, then shaved his entire body with a razor blade and pieces of broken glasses. He apologized 1,000 times, gasping for help from nearby neighbors. However, the music inside had been tuned to the highest. On discovering he was unconscious, they panicked and drove away. Maths had rotated. Nalongo was expecting. She had longed for a last-born since the loss of the older twin, who died during infancy, followed by a couple of miscarriages. Since then, her life had been filled with tremor until this experience that put a smile on her face. It was a fateful morning when Heaven's neighbor saw the door open for some good hours. Since the previous night, at the sight of the pool of blood, she screamed once, vomited and fainted. Her alarm gathered the rest of the people to find Heaven's body cold. The veins had been badly cut and bled endlessly. Many proposed for his burial, as others called the police that threw his body to the hospital for post-mortem. Rumors circulated that he had been playing sugar mummies who knifed him down. While changing the television channels, Johnny landed on news about him and jumped to alert the rest that Heaven was dead. Marathons to the hospital mortuary raced to find him lying straight, facing up. It was unbelievable, but true. On hearing this, Salongo flew there with Karen to witness. It was outrightly unbelievable for Karen to see this and collapsed. Sanyu never accepted this, as she kept placing and pulling his body, calling his name to wake up. Wails filled the mansion as Nalongo's seemed crocodile-like tears, for she had developed grave hatred for him. Zake was in total shock, for he had just delivered an order for 1,000 brushes from him the previous morning. Hours later, Nakato and Johnny, who never left his body, continued to argue about what they had noticed. Nakato shouted that she had seen his thumb shake, to add on Johnny's earlier report that his chest had been expanding and contracting as if he was breathing. No one could believe this madness, for many called it childish. Others remarked that maybe the two were in illusions. Sanyu joined the lunatics when she shouted and hugged his body, saying he was a son of God who could not easily die. She panicked to call the ambulance, claiming she had witnessed his toys move. Amidst opposition, he was rushed to a sophisticated first-class private hospital, from where doctors closed themselves in the intensive care unit for almost a half a day. No one was allowed to enter, and no information about him was released to the family members. Nakato asked for the meaning of hypnosis, heard from the nurses whispering to each other, while June insisted that they said coma state, which gave Sanyu a sigh of relief, saying deep inside her that it was better to have a crippled one than a dead one. Hoima almost committed suicide on hearing the news that Heaven had passed away. She blamed Karen for crossing borders when she hit him like a border thief whose real mistake was simply rumored. Karen too never intended to see him breathe his last, but just wanted to teach him a very good, unforgettable lesson. After all, the two could not marry each other, for she was contented with Salongo. It was uncontrolled anger that drove her Bate to forget herself. Hoima wailed abnormally, as if the two had something in common. She flashbacked him asking for his hand, and then poured tears again. The state of affairs traumatized the two to storm a bar from where Salong picked them, calling a dog God. A week in the ICU, a big flashback shone in his mind to see his late father, grandfather, and at the same time being taken to the guillotine for incest amidst hymns from angels. It was a wonderful place to stay for dinners were order of day. The bearded man appeared and touched his head, telling him to confess his sins, for his father only demanded that. However, another one, putting on a golden gown, showed up with promises of turning him back to life if he accepted to save him. He immediately unchained his hands, withdrew him from the guillotine, and only required him to say yes. From a blow, he saw a younger boy chasing after grasshopper to a very high cliff and jumped to rescue him, crying out, "No!" His body was sweating rapidly that the nurses rushed to call the doctor. He was breathing. June was allowed to see him. She had been at the hospital from day one with all the hope that her cousin would at least once wake up. Sanyo had gone to attend to Nalongo, who had delivered a beautiful bouncing baby girl. She was so happy that he named her Gaia. It was such a thrilling moment around the hospital that this time Salongo was present. On capturing the news that Heaven was breathing, Sanyo jumped her mother to his sick bed, which left her doubtful of the two's relationship. She had questioned it several times, basing on their strong friendship of recent, and the mood Sanyo always had at his side. While still in the confusion, Salongo dropped in the story about the baby Gaia's toes, which he claimed to be a real photocopy of Heaven. Her heart bounced once, and a message was sent to the medulla oblongata months back to figure out events, only to be diverted with flowers from her co-wife, Karen, with a blue card carrying words in red, "I know the father." It was felt inside the bone marrows, depicted by the shaking legs, characterized by Salongo, insisting on the shape of the toys. She shouted out once that they resembled Heaven's late father, not Heaven. Promptly, another text message was delivered to her cell phone asking whether she would wish to share with her husband. Poor Nalongo trembled before the happy husband, dressing synthetic smiles one fading after the other. The most faithful woman known in the city at last blundered once when swayed by a mere butcher. She had spent almost a decade purchasing beef and liver from a nice-looking bachelor, Amot, whom she trusted and found perfect. She could place orders that would be delivered within an eye blink. Family members knew Amot very well and never suspected him of nurturing feelings for such a decent woman. It started slowly when he grew shy before her, making deliberate mistakes in measurements such that Nalongo could complain, which always ended with apologies. This was intended to create a personal relationship between the two, which did not happen as expected at first due to the untamable nature of Nalongo, who easily blasted him before the rest of his customers. Amot reached the extent of giving up, but the invisible arm driving him stepped in to give orders. He followed. He never saw his bosses, who seemed extremely loaded and sophisticated in the way they played their games. Poor Amot was always pressurized to storm the mansion with liver and wine when Nalongo was alone, and this occurred every time she was stressed. He acted as a stress reliever, and one evening he was tasked to drag her through wine, which stimulated her emotions, to crazily drag him to her bedroom for a shower. The shower became a shower for questions for quite some good time till she regained consciousness. Nalongo made a loud outcry, chased Amot out of the mansion, and continued to ask herself what had gone wrong in her mind. Rushed to the CCTV cameras operation room and erased the footage, then took emergency pills against pregnancy and HIV. Everything was okay till then when she received the message. She waited for Salongo's departure and stormed Karen's home, who looked green about the accusations. She warned Karen to halt manipulating her and added that even if Salongo divorced her, she would remain with the mansion and the multi-million businesses. It did not solve issues as speculated, but instead worsened them when Karen picked interest in the story. She had spies to follow her movements and find out exactly what she was up to. Nalongo called Amot several times, receiving negative answers, and rushed to the butchery where she found a classic boutique welcoming her. Another message asking her to calm down was received as soon as she reached home. Tormented she looked while scratching the head, figuring out who was trying to ruin her if not Karen. She perched on the chair side and took a couple of water glasses, memorizing Amot's steps towards her, which initially looked so normal. One little mistake was turning her reputation upside down, moreover, with a man she called a nobody. She never wanted to believe that maybe Amot was framing her, for no one else knew that the duo had slept together. In no time, her cell phone buzzed with an encrypted voice reminding her of the netted red panties she hid behind the shower handle, then dumped the following day. This left her heart stuck, mind in paralysis, and bitter water rolling her armpits. Chapter 16. The Little One's Love. Many of his wounds had healed, though still on the sickbed. Heaven spent much time with John discussing. The little one had dedicated herself to nurse him, praying to God for his intervention such that her cousin quickly recovered. Sanya often passed by to check on him for a few minutes, then proceeded to work. Things never remained static in Johnny's life. There was a promising, upcoming, talented, gorgeous lady in her, luring her to keep changing clothes, putting on tight ones, and the mirror became her assistant. In front, she would stand whispering only one name, Heaven, as she breathed deeply. She could then rush to him, smiling with meals, and made sure he was fed. Tender the girl was, focused she looked, determined she moved to tightly hug him, strangely ensuring he felt her buffalo heart beating on his chest. Heaven's memory clicked very well about how the younger girl hugged him of late. She used to passionately hug him and jump on him earlier on when visited with romantic pics he thought were childish. Currently, she would see off the nurses and engulf him while miming Shania Twain's songs one after the other. The two then sang together Ed Sheeran's song Perfect, and at the end, she kissed and ran away. He knew another inevitable global war had come, for the girl seemed miles deep into love with someone who never wanted to admit it. This was visible to the blind that the teenager was up to a big fish in the pond, well surrounded with no escape route. There she peeped from the shutters until he called her in. She looked guilty, for her bodily desires had betrayed the inner woman. Heaven hugged her for a while, then said it was fine. Happily she smiled, raised her head again, and rested it on him finally. She later intoned that her dream had come to pass. She had envied Sanyu every time she saw them together and prayed to at least once be with him. She added that she had one day seen them kissing and felt jealous, lifting her to poison one of the two, and if heaven had denied her, she would either kill both or commit suicide, leaving a note to her parents explaining the entire story. It was total darkness in the afternoon, as if there was an eclipse in heaven's eyes. He had thought his relationship with Sanyu was a complete secret, and besides, Juni's readiness to conquer him was a genuine nightmare. It was not as puerile as he initially considered, but solemn. The name of the game had now changed when the driver became the passenger. Crazily, he was driven through thorny forests, scratching his back without relief. He was never given a chance to explain himself, as he every time tried to mention a word, Johnny could just tickle him straight away, then kill him with amylase spread all over his lips. She was ever excited, dancing, singing, updating her social media platforms with his pictures, mentioning his name whenever she got a chance to do so. Breakfast, she would update about his improvement. Lunch, she would quote his words. Supper, she would wish him to be around. This ignited Sarongo's curiosity to take a background check about heaven, for the way his daughters cared for their cousin was beyond measure. He later made sure his room was bagged such that in case of loose strings, walls could talk. At his discharge, June helped him to his house, which she thoroughly cleaned, then led him to the bathroom for a shower. She had done this several times, however, this time it was strange, for his gold leaf had spent weeks asleep vibrated, which put smiles on the two's faces. Her eyes proposed for testing its strength. Unfortunately, he turned her down. She there and then lost temper and recklessly quarreled while scattering his clothes, calling him ungrateful, selfish, and heartless. He knew she was uncontrollable given her age, then bent down to rest with eyes watching her movements. He finally slid to ache his ankle, which called for her attention. He held her hand slowly as she also responded with closed eyes, making things happen in darkness amidst unbearable pain. She later ran away crying, calling him a monster, puffing fire like an ancient Asian dragon meant to cheer her. A coincidence occurred when Kelly landed onto Hoima at the hospital. Both, for the first time, had gone to check on heaven since his resurrection, as rumors circulated. Hoima wanted to personally confess and also reveal some news to him. It never happened as planned when Kelly showed up. He came with a new style, highly loaded, cruising a brand new Porsche car that froze Hoima's world. Kelly had one chance left to meet his dream girl in the absence of Zake. They talked for some good hours, for they had time. After all, universities had been closed due to COVID-19 pandemic. Temptation after temptation, and within 2 weeks, she was vomiting. The news went viral that Kelly had impregnated her aunt. It was a genuine abomination according to their culture because Hoima's stepsister was a wife to Salongo, Kelly's father. In other words, he had done it to his young mother. Zake jealously mocked him, calling him a superstar, Field Marshal, the conqueror of the ladies' empire. It was war when Salongo's ears trapped this. He was spitting fire flames, wanting to castrate Kelly upon blemishing the family name. Whatever he said was a total mockery, since an apple never fell far away from the tree. Karen had heard about Heaven's discharge and went to see him. She pleaded for forgiveness, that anger drove things leftwards. However, it was not her intention. She knelt waiting for his answer, but no response. He never even cast a glimpse at her, neither did he mention a word. He painfully did the housework in absence of June, who was already cursing the day she played in the jaws of a warthog because she had bled the whole night. Besides, he was in a fearful state, for if anyone came to know about it, he was to rot in prison, since the girl was a minor. In the evening, Karen was touched by the hand and led out of his house. She spent hours knocking on the door, wanting to hear his voice, such that she could have a basis for a second step, but all in vain. He sat inside confused about what to do, considering forgiving her. After all, she had apologized. In addition, they never intended to take his life. To him, the ancestors were punishing him for his habits, and even if it required death, he was okay with it. He never believed in seeing people hurt because of him, which pushed him open the door. Unluckily, she had gone. In the night, door knocks were heard. It was Hoima crying for help at Heaven's residence. She sat wiping tears before silent Heaven, thinking he would mind why she was crying. However much he aimed at forgiving them, the scars on his heart were still fresh, that a mere thought about them, the pain would resume. She called his name thrice, then apologized. She later broke it that he was to be a father, but still ignored, for he already knew she was carrying Kelly's child. She went ahead to explain that it would be shaming for sisters to have children from one man, and picked the other Kelly shortcut, although Salongo was extremely bitter with it. She cried that many had insulted her about Kelly as she fought to protect Heaven. He looked unmoved and locked himself in the bedroom, leaving her seated until she left at around midnight. That night, sleep was in exile, for he remembered her mentioning sisters having children from one man and got a headache. When he remembered the way Karen pleaded for forgiveness as if she was up to something, he lost temper and started hitting the wall for failure to square out such simple issues. Chapter 17. His untimely death. The following morning, Karen was back with Ssemyalo. Heaven's heart skipped a bit at the sight of the boy whom he there and then identified as his, although never knew the mother, for the for he called Karen aunt. Clever Mialo inquired whether the young man before him was the father, but no answers received as Karen burst out into tears because of Heaven's ill treatment. She hated his style of vengeance because it was more painful than 1,000 slaps. She had thought that bringing the boy would break his silence, but not at all. She ran away with Mialo crying, feeling humiliated by a heartless man. Mialo's secret deoxyribonucleic acid test turned negative to Salong, yet she had met only one man outside her relationship. It was difficult to believe that Karen conceived twice from different men on the same day. She recalled that sweetest morning with Heaven, then added Sarong in the afternoon and took a deep breath. Her happiness source was Mialo belonging to her dream husband, even though he was unaware of it besides. Their relationship had already weakened, if not broken. Tragedy hit the mansion the moment Sarongo's Secret Service disclosed to him that his favorite wife was pleading for forgiveness before Heaven. To worsen the state of affairs, Juni's voice had been heard emanating from his bedroom as if there was a terrible fight. He descended the stairs that dawn, fuming, folding fists with lines of grimace on his face, whispering Heaven's name. He moved out swiftly, leaving breakfast, which called for everyone's attention. Juni was sent to ask him what the matter was, but the lion-like roar received drove her back immediately. Sanyu noticed something strange with her movements and took her in the room for serious interrogation. She did not only feel pain, but also needed solemn medical attention. She deliberately refused to surrender the name of her lover under the umbrella of one love. But after long cogitation, Sanyu knew who it was. She picked a table knife from the dining table and galloped out, calling Heaven's name. By the time she reached there, terrible combat between Salongo and him had failed to end until she bumped into to put an end to Heaven's life. Salongo continued boxing him, lamenting it would have been someone else to sleep with his wife and daughter, not Heaven. The boy raised himself. It would have been better for someone else to sleep with his daughter and wife, not Heaven, the boy. He raised himself. Sanyu advised the father to turn him upwards as they wrestled down, which he did very well. Given the respect, fear, and healing wounds, Heaven easily gave up to be stabbed once he was seized on top. He mentioned that he deserved it and added that he was sorry. Blood puffed strangely, which made Sanyu more curious. She strived to pull the knife out, but discovered it was in the flesh of two people. She alarmed Salongo's name as June and Nalongo came in. She pulled out a gun, pushed Sanyu away, and fired 2 shots to completely send Heaven to the land of ghosts herself minus resurrection. The first bullet left his shoulder shattered, and the second one was diverted by John, who pushed Nalongo away, claiming Heaven was not a murderer, therefore deserved life. Neighbors gathered upon hearing gunshots to rush them to the hospital. The two were separated, as one was a casualty while the other was history, for whatever was mentioned about him was in the past tense. It was hard to concede that the knife passed through Heaven's skin to Salongo's heart miraculously. Tears, wails surrounded the hospital mourning the untimely death of a city tycoon whose life had been accidentally taken by his daughter. Upon gaining consciousness, Heaven was in the cab boot to an unknown destination. He had been rescued by unknown men from an angry mob wanting to tear him into pieces, blaming him for causing all the trouble. Sanyu was taken to the Central Police Station to make a statement, helped by family lawyers. These turned the case upside down, pointing the finger at the deceased. After all, he had gone forever. Nalongo was nowhere to be seen when she saw blood from Heaven. She was pretty sure that she, the center of the conflict, was no more, thus hid, waiting for his burial to end. Unfortunately, it was the other way round, because her husband was the one to bury. Sanyu was retained for hours, then transferred to the maximum prison, waiting for the court hearing. Heaven was later sailed to an unknown island, from where he received medication. He stayed with alien faces who were so confidential with information about their employer. He could get updates about the case from a local radio channel news once a week. With the time, he slowly recovered and went for swimming lectures from the island experts. There, he slowly got used to the people around, attained fishing skills, and at times caught fish alone for the family. Nalongo's threatening messages stopped with the death of the husband. She met Amot at the scientific burial, who confessed that he was impotent, and the time they had together was scientifically plotted, although his benefactor never knew. He also wondered how she conceived, yet everything was artificial. After a long talk, he broke it that Salongo had had him, wanting to divorce her and officially remarry. Unfortunately, he left without warning. This confirmed her doubt about sleeping with Heaven months ago. She spread her spies to look for him wherever he was. In the same manner, Zake, Salongo's heir, was determined to avenge his father's death, claiming it was Heaven responsible. He worked with Kelly, who had a connection with the Criminal Investigation Department of Police, to trace for his whereabouts, such that justice could prevail. Weeks later, Sanyu was released due to lack of concrete evidence and the absence of a key witness. The rapidity used in closing the file revealed there was some bribe somewhere. She was welcomed home by the rest of the family members, although she was never at ease. Her concentration was on what Heaven was thinking wherever he was. She had lost him completely and wondered how courageous she grew to that level. Sanyu had never even killed a mosquito. She was so tender, loving, and tolerant that no one imagined her reaction after temper loss. Her dream was to meet Heaven again and at least take a glance at him or say a word or two, regardless of what happened. She missed him as well. They had sworn to be friends forever, and nothing would separate them. Even if death came by, it would just make time unequal. While at the island, Heaven was told to prepare for a new journey. His sojourn had elapsed, and all the stress had vanished. There appeared the rumored beautiful, elegant, loaded lady, the governess in front of Heaven. Whispers that their eyes resembled were heard, linking her to be Heaven's sister. Others auntie, but silenced when Heaven asked who she was. She immediately ordered for their departure as tears filled her eyes. She had almost spent 2 decades without meeting her son, and to make matters worse, he could not recognize her. Heaven's mother, upon the misunderstanding between his grandfather and her, left to the island, from where she toiled from zero to heroin, accumulated threatening wealth from fishing, bought mansions in the city, but never tampered with his son's life, for it looked so normal previously, until then when Salongo was murdered. She had been monitoring his progress incognito for years. She later mentioned that he did not resemble his father as his elder sister did. She spoke until home, where he met familiar faces. He saw Maz, his former head boy during high school, and Helia, the girl who neighbored him at the university. Maz used to protect and guide him once in a while, and admired him so much. He never knew he was his elder brother. Helia just smiled at him, for he had one day taken a move towards her. She used to facilitate him until she left campus, and once in a while would take him for dinner after campus. He looked at the mother and smiled. He was extremely speechless, wondering why and how his siblings were planted around him without noticing. They were so happy to see him again, praising him like a hero. They were calling him Miraculous Heaven, the Immortal. His name was everywhere in the city because of his mysterious story at the mansion. Many people thought he was a god and concluded his story that he never died but went back to heaven alive. Some could pray to him as the god of love, and many confessed that his spirit worked for them. It was difficult to identify him at the moment due to his overgrown beard and hair. He chose to live a very silent, simple, prayerful life and dedicated himself to God. He was ever repenting his sins, for he knew it was not his making that he was still alive. It was incredible to hear that the 2 ladies he cared about only wanted to send him to hell. No matter the case it was, no one deserved death. Chapter 18. Tears Again. A decade later, Gaia, Nalongo's last-born, had grown into a very gorgeous girl with the looks of her grandmother. Heaven's mother. She never knew. It was a secret kept safe since it was known by one individual Nalongo. Heaven himself never knew he had a child with his aunt. Gaia grew up knowing Salongo the late as her father and the rest her siblings. Nalongo later gathered most of her late husband's children from their mothers, who went ahead to get new spouses. Gaia was in a girls' high school playing with Anena, who she knew was a stepsister. She was as well pretty with a dark skin complexion, though so bright in class. The two were inseparable, for they did almost everything together, although Anena was a bit older. During holidays, they could visit each other and share a bed, just like they did at school. Despite the similar age bracket, Gaia never connected with Hela, Hoima's daughter, and things worsened when it was discovered that she never belonged to Kelly. It was assumed that maybe Hela belonged to heaven. However, no specific proof was available to back up the hearsay. This worsened the two's relationship as Gaia continuously bullied Hela, blaming her assumed father to have led to the death of hers. This led Hela out of the mansion to her mother's place she loathed most because the stepfather never liked her. Poor Hela found comfort at Aunt Karen's home, where she could play with Anena in case Gaia never showed up. Ssemyalo had grown into a mature teenager, attending the same school with Hela. They had a lot in common, and if someone was so keen and put them together, they would identify the two were related. Unfortunately, Ssemyalo's foster parents never knew about Hela, given that Ssemyalo was 2 classes ahead. Their visitation days were different, thus parents and guardians never met. Unlike his father, Ssemyalo was a bit dull in class, with no interest in girls like his age mates. He was ever rude and fierce, yet handsome. Guess what? Girls admired his nature. Sanyu had had a scientific wedding with one of her father's close associates who had catered for her since his father's death. They had 2 boys and 1 girl, the firstborn. She had finally settled after all the husband had whatever she dreamt of. He had mature reasoning, a millionaire, respected her as a wife, and this was enough. The rest, such as being 15 years older, drinking to forget his abode, and others, were bearable. She later discovered where heaven was and resorted to sending him uncountable emails, waiting for his reply such that she could visit him. She made it clear that the husband was a real bird, ever flying, and when the children were at school, she could be much bored and only thought of one person, heaven. She confessed that no one could ever replace him from her heart. However, she tried to get better men. She knew it was wrong to launch rockets to a war veteran, a typical love legend, retired but not tired, the love trouble, but continued to scratch him, thinking one day she would see him again. One holiday, Hela was organizing her suitcase and forgot a photograph of a very handsome boy on her bed with Anena, which Anena hid. She showed it to Gaia, who admired the boy and wanted to know more about him. They surrounded Hela, who explained the boy was Ssemyalo, their assistant liturgy prefect. She added she picked his photograph after the church service but feared to face him. Unfortunately, Gaia turned it to see a telephone number written on it and insisted on knowing more. Little she was, Hela feared to utter it that they were best friends. Gaia locked herself in the bedroom and called the number thrice with no answer. She could call 5 times a day but was not picked, for Ssemyalo never answered calls from unknown people. She then sent a text message that it was Hera wanting attention from him. He finally picked and Gaia went speechless. At first, he was cool and sweet until he realized an alien voice. The lad was as pungent as fresh aloe vera to Gaia, who seemed belittled for the first time in her life. She grew up like a princess, cared for in whatever she did. Boys around her dwelling place competed to attract her attention, which made her not only proud but also arrogant. At this juncture, Ssemyalo had given her a level any girl of her caliber deserved. He warned her never to call him again, for he had no plot for cheap girls. The following day, she gathered Nakato and Anena to pace her for his location from Hela. She hesitated for a couple of minutes amidst torture from them, saved by Aunt Karen's intervention, who momentarily dispersed them when she sent her to the shop. Hera promptly called him, who calmly advised to give them the right direction. Within no time, the three, Anena, Nakato, and Gaia, were inside with insults, shouting his name. No sooner had they entered the house than the gate closed. Dogs kicked off barking, which lured them into the nearby bedroom. As she tried to find the escape route from the garage, Anena was glued at the doorway, pleading for help like a kitten. Nakato was immediately locked inside Ssemyalo's room when Gaia moved out to find rescue. It was crystal clear that one of the dogs, equivalent to a 2-month calf, jumped to roll her down. It tore her priceless garbs into rags and dragged her back to the main house, accompanied by threats of biting her. Nakato was not safe when she accidentally opened a can of snakes that hissed towards her movements. They wailed for help for hours without rescue until the alarm turned on to alert neighbors, who called the police. To everyone's bewilderment, there was no one in the house outside the three girls. They were driven to the police station, from where Nalongo picked them. There was no satisfactory explanation suiting their trespass, since Ssemyalo they claimed to have gone to confront was nowhere to be found. In addition, none of them was sure this was his dwelling. Hela was coughing laughter after scooping what had happened to the three monkeys. It was such a humiliation that the local newspaper wrote about it with an irritating headline, "Sisters craving for one boy dumped." A simple issue magnified to include Ssemyalo's foster parents, who chose to file a case against the girls basing on Nalongo's media accusations that the boy wanted to rape her daughters. To her surprise, the boy looked familiar when he appeared at the station to make a statement. She panicked to ring Karen, whose cell phone was off. Trouble climaxed when Ssemyalo claimed not to know Nalongo in open. Indeed, his foster parents and him never knew her, for Karen used to change him from one home to another. Juni called him a ghost sent by the devil to tear her family apart. Even though the boy had a couple of specific features on him like those of heaven, there was no evidence to prove right their allegation. After a serious quarrel, the two families disagreed to agree when the girls' side apologized. The file was closed late in the evening. However, Thomas's looks were visible in Gaia's eyes. To her, it was unfair to this boy to go untouched based on the things he had made them go through. At departure, she intentionally stepped on Ssemyalo's foot with a high heel and rapidly said to him, "Sorry," in front of everyone. He rested a heavy slap on her right cheek that threw her in arms of Nalongo. She made a single loud outcry like a doe being slaughtered, then collapsed. By the time she was rushed to the hospital, Nakat and Anena were feeling their jaws given the boomerang of their attempted attack on him. Ssemyalo was not only fierce by looks, but also rude, tough, and insensitive internally. The following day, Karen passed by, having watched the brutality of the boy on the local television channel. Down they perched to have issues sorted. She warned him against beating up women, for it was for cowards. Ssemyalo: "Did my father ever beat you?" Karen: "What are you talking about? What do you mean?" Ssemyalo: "When were you going to tell me the truth? Do you think I'm stupid?" Karen: Ssemyalo, wait. Let me explain. It's difficult to understand. Please, sit, I explain. Ssemyalo, who told you such things? Ssemyalo: Why do you care about me? Who are you? Aunt Karen: Are you my mother? Karen: Let me explain, my dear. Ssemyalo: I saw him. Karen: Ssemyalo, who did you see? Ssemyalo: Are you my mother? Karen: All right. Yes. Ssemyalo: Get lost. He for the first time shouted at her and melted to the ground. He waited for her to vanish and exploded into tears. He wailed the whole night, asking himself why him. He had moved to different foster families by his mother, whose financial muscle was stable enough to raise him. It was so absurd to be called a bastard in front of his mother. He had always imagined and wished her to be his mother. However, it seemed a fantasy. Now it had been revealed. He did not know why he never wanted to see her again. The boy was extremely perplexed to hear it from her mouth. He had heard Nalongo grumbling on the phone mentioning her name, and also looked at Anena's eyes. Her cell phone, the hand watch, and bangle resembled his. It was very simple to cogitate that Nalongo knew something, judging on the way she stared at him at first sight and the way she warned the daughters against him, calling him evil. Karen too never had any dose of sleep. She was mourning the whole night. She did not know what to tell the boy, neither did she know Heaven's whereabouts. She never planned to lie again that the father was Salongo, as Nalongo thought. Things turned tables in the morning when his bedroom was found empty. According to the law of the land, someone was to be declared lost after 48 hours. Days passed, Ssemyalo was missing. Different media houses made a fabulous effort to help find him, but all in vain. While reading newspapers, Heaven landed on this picture. The boy was just like him during his tragic nights. His heart skipped a beat and decided to keep the paper safe for reasons he never knew. He picked a couple of clothes and moved to the city. Nalongo was there operating her online business as usual. She was aging given the absence of the husband. They sat around the dining table in a pond of grief. He submitted an apology about whatever transpired, years ago and sought reconciliation. It was such a testing moment at the mansion because his name was the most hated even to the young ones who never had a chance to see him. Nalongo prepared 3 glasses of passion fruit. One was filled and the other 2 halfway. Directions were clear that the full one was to the visitor. Gaia instead added some juice to the other 2 glasses to create equilibrium and served the visitor. In appealing position, Nalongo celebrated witnessing heaven sipping. She immediately sat cheerfully and took her first sip. In no minute, Zake bumped in, asking why the son of the devil was there. He took the last sip of Nalongo's juice and asked heaven why he was there. He poured the remaining juice of heaven on him and immediately grabbed him by the neck. Gaia shouted at him not to kill a humble visitor, but was silenced by a voice from a doorway. It was June inside, surprised to see the man of impossibilities again. As soon as she mentioned the name Heaven, Gaia joined Zake to strangle him, claiming he was responsible for her father's death. Nalongo, don't waste your time, Zake. He is crossing the river soon. Zake, what do you mean? I can't let him go. Nakato, Hela and Anena also came in. They had gone shopping. At her glance, Gaia yelled at Hela to draw closer to see her ghost father buying the farm. It was chaos when Sanyu and Karen bumped in. Sanyu, can you stop it? Do you want to kill someone in front of everyone? Have you thought of what will happen to you? That guy does not die. He is heaven. Having flogged him for long, he lay facing up and lamented. Having seen you again, I can die now. I love you all. Tell that boy the truth. He did not complete the statement as he kicked off vomiting. Karen knelt, calling him not to go, claiming she had something to tell him. Little Hela followed course, calling him father. It was such a morning hour at the mansion. Shots of blame were turned to Nalongo, who astonished everyone that heaven deserved it. Her voice was lowering. Zake could not stand any longer. The ambulance rushed heaven to the hospital. No sooner had they reached than Sanyu's cell phone buzzed, recalling the ambulance to pick Nalongo, Zake, and Gaia. Chapter 19. The Reigning Evil. Hours later, wailing could not cease. Nalongo had passed on. He also kicked the bucket. Gaia was still under intensive care. The family had lost 2 most important people in one night. Hoima was around speechless, watching the daughter crying, and wondered how she got to know about the father. Heaven's family galloped to the hospital and flew him to Nairobi. Mialo was somewhere witnessing everything transpiring and slithered away. He had special instincts about heaven, although the two had never interacted. He believed that he was his father, or if not, heirs. He wondered why Karen was caring a lot. The head almost burst with thoughts. The CCTV camera's footage clearly showed Nalongo dragging the juice. How Gaia aimlessly ruined the mission to claim both Zake and Nalongo's lives when she exchanged the glasses. Calm had come. June remained in charge of the mansion, taking care of the family businesses since Kelly was already abroad. Boredom could suffocate her, especially when Gaia and Nakato were at school. Thus, the only option was to visit Sanyu over the weekend. She never dreamt of getting married, having witnessed what her mother experienced. To her, there was no faithful man. This did not halt them from submitting their applications. To mention but a few, Jerry, Hoima's man. Despite the fact that he was aware that the two were somehow related, he continued sending her priceless prizes and romantic messages. Upon realizing that Heaven was at Nairobi for treatment, Hoima right away boarded a bus to find him. She had seen her daughter crying for him and realized how important having a father was. She too missed him. However much she did not know what to tell Heaven, she swallowed a live red ant and approached Heaven's mother, who harshly repulsed her, calling her a murderer. She spent the whole night on the veranda and the whole day without eating. Late in the night, Heria, Heaven's sister, took her inside. They talked about him till morning. There, he looked at her sleeping during the day and remembered a girl calling him father. They had a lot to talk about. Following the dilemma caused, she had to ask him whether he still had any notion of humanity in his heart. He just smiled. The man had changed a lot. Calculated words he spoke. The cheerful face he wore, godly he had turned. He lured her into reciting a rosary first and later praised the Lord. Every moment she looked at him, her heart could be filled with joy. No one would expound what was hidden in him. The man was so unique. Heaven. Who is the mother of that girl? Hoima. You mean Hera? Heaven. I don't know. I mean that crazy pretty young girl with Heria's looks. Hoima. Come on. They do not resemble. She's mine. She's ours. Heaven. Yours? Hoima. You and I have a daughter. Cheers were in the room. Helia was so thrilled to hear of it. She immediately called the rest to monger the rumor. Hoima. Heaven. I'm going with you where you will go. Let's be together and raise Hela. If it necessitates being a second wife, I'll be, but don't leave us again. She burst out in tears. She had passed through a lot of hurdles with her girl. Jerry used to flog her in front of the neighbors, chasing away Hera to find her real father. She was simply with him because he was the last resort. Heaven gave her his hand. He never wanted to see people being hurt. There his phone chimed. It was Mars telling him about the gigantic house in the city on sale. They had been searching for one for months without getting it. Given that he was not around to survey it, Mars closed the deal and waited for him to sign papers. It was a few meters away from Sanyu's home and 2 miles away from Karen's apartment. When questioned why, of all places, he chose this, Mars excused himself of being ignorant about city neighbors. It was a lame explanation given Heaven's safety. He chose to take it up as Heria promised often check on him. Hoima could come in the morning, do housework, and pass by in the evening to prepare him supper. It was crystal clear that Hela was to learn about his presence. She spent days stalking heaven and mastered the days he never worked. She could come, peep, and fail to knock. The other day, she knocked and ran away. That Sunday after prayers, she found the gate open and entered right away to the sitting room from where she started watching talent show. Slowly, he entered to find a young girl comfortably enjoying the program. He served her juice as she knelt to greet him. He opened his arms for her to hug. The two conversed for some good time till dusk. Hela, is it true that you don't die? Heaven, I am human. I do. Who said? Hela, everyone in the city knows that you are immortal. Even Aunt Sanyu said it. I heard her with my ears. Heaven, ha ha ha. Young girl, what's your name? Hela. Hera Mirrors, I know you are Mr. Heaven, and my mother comes here every day to help you with the housework. Is it true that you are my dad? Heaven, who told you? Hera, the other girls at the mansion, they said you were a bad person. Heaven, what did your mother tell you? Hera, oh, I still want to live. She may kill me with slaps. I no longer ask her for whatever. For whenever I used to ask her, she would bark at me and sob. What did you do to her? He hugged her and they went shopping. She was so happy that evening, singing while dancing. Hoima wondered why Hera behaved this way and ignored. It became the order of the day. She used to time her when away and go there. Even when Heaven was not there, she could open and enter to spend the day alone. She later called her new friend Carol, Sanyu's daughter, inside to have fun. They continued to enjoy, and one evening Heaven found them. He did not need to inquire about Carol's mother. When he mentioned her name, both clapped at once, and Baka beat him that he was miraculous, that is why he was immortal. They codenamed him Immortal and visited him whenever they wanted. One Sunday, Sanyu stayed at home and noticed Carol missing. It took long minus coming back. Thus inquired and was told they had gone to meet Immortal. Other neighbors knew him apart from her. She was directed there to find them playing, although she could not see the face. The moment she called Mr. Immortal, time seemed frozen. He then turned to see the custodian of such a familiar voice. Sanyu and Heaven had met again. The girls kept playing, leaving the speechless old cousins seated looking at each other. Heaven, I'm sorry for everything. Sanyu, stop it. You aren't a bad person. If you were bad, you would be a ghost now. When kids mentioned Immortal, my heart jumped a bit, for I knew there is only one immortal person. You. How many lives do you have? In which material were you made? Heaven, the man of 7 lives. You look hot. How long have you spent here? How did these kids find you? Who cooks for you? She asked over 1,000 queries in no time. She was simply overwhelmed to see him again. Heaven outrightly knew trouble had befallen him. Silence again colonized them. It had been long. Kids were tired. He dropped them home. The other Sunday, he met Ssemyalo at church, and the two sat together. He pulled out the newspaper showing him missing and moved out. Ssemyalo followed, wanting to know why he was stalking him. He also had no bold answer. He kept moving. Ssemyalo followed him to the parking yard, asking many questions. He was so friendly to children, for he believed they were still innocent and God-fearing. He took him for a drive outside the city, from where they had a serious talk. Heaven: why were you missing? Ssemyalo: do you know my mother? Heaven: no. Ssemyalo: do you know Aunt Karen? Heaven: Karen? I know. Ssemyalo: she's my mother. She disowned me. She sent me to a foster home, yet has a very big house. On top of that, she refused to show me my real father. It seems he died. Heaven: no mother can disown her child unless she is in deep trouble. If your father is there, she will reveal him to you. Ssemyalo: I no longer need him. He has nothing to do with me. By the way, do you two know each other deeply? I saw her crying the other time you were at the hospital. She thought you were cold. Is it true that you do not die? I heard people saying that you resurrected twice. Why do people call you the God of love? Seriously, who are you? No one knows your parents. It seems you came from heaven. They say, is it true? He was simply smiling. He swallowed saliva and explained that Karen and him were simply acquaintances. It did not carry weight as the jazz continued. He dropped him. They had had a wonderful moment together. The following Sunday, he came with a motorbike, and the two went for a ride around the city. Heaven brought life to the lifeless people. He was always available to whoever needed his company. The following holiday, Ssemyalo submitted a request to his foster parents to let him spend it with Uncle Heaven. Impatiently, he waited to be picked, killing him with phone calls. Finally, he appeared with a brand new cell phone and a PlayStation. Ssemyalo was to enjoy his home days. He passed by Hoima's home and added Hela, then proceeded to Sanyu's to pick Carol. The chaos occurred that morning when Nakato, Anena, and Gaia went to take Carol and discovered she was at Imoto's house. They rushed there to bump into Ssemyalo, the wireless. He calmly explained that they were to take her if Sanyu or Imoto was around. Otherwise, she was going nowhere. To make matters worse, Carol was also feeling comfortable with Hera and hesitated to leave when ordered. The state of affairs accelerated to the worst when he locked them inside. He saw at the dining table staring He sat at the dining table, staring at Gaia and at the same time teasing Anena for resembling Aunt Karen. Chapter 20. Happy Together. Nakato called June to intervene. No sooner had she entered to confront Ssemyalo than their immortal arrived. They were thunderstruck to see Heaven again. The man was cool, simple, and gentle. He welcomed them with a genuine smile and served them warmly. Shame was on their faces as the person they wanted to send to hell was alive, spreading the gospel of love to kids. Carol was tickling his back on top of sending mockery signs to Gaia. Johnny glued her eyes on him from the time he set in till departure. Anena was ever cool, having no problem with Mr. Emoto, while Nakato was already telling him whatever he missed the years he was out of the city. It was only Gaia with vengeance threats against heaven. In addition, the rest had stayed with him and knew he was a good man with no intentions of harming anyone. They moved to the balcony with June discussing. June, did Hoima tell you that the girl is yours? Heaven, thought she was joking. June, is that your son? Heaven, Karen is. June, come on, Karen has no boy. Anina is her firstborn. He has been in different foster homes. Maybe he was told to call her mother. Heaven, he calls her aunt. John, maybe Karen knows his parents. He is so chaotic and social. Groom him into a fantabulous dude. Girls will suffer at his touch. By the way, you look perfect. She was bringing old stories back when Sanyu called. She had to rush home before she left. Things were normalizing with Heaven. The following day, Karen learned that her stallion was in the city. She intercepted him on the way to work and boarded. She stared at the man of records. Everything about him was marvelous. He drove as she was gazing at him and pressed the accelerator harder momentarily, then the brake immediately as he negotiated the corner. She was safe in his arms, breathing like a young mosquito that had survived a human slap. Her head was right next to his. The man was growing younger and adorable. Karen, how I wish you keep holding me like this. Yes, there. And you touch me like that. The moment I missed centuries ago is fully coming back to me. Heaven, do not tickle me, please. Oh, Heaven, people are seeing us. Heaven, Karen, are you okay? She had been lost in amazement, imagining herself with him. The woman was indeed obsessed with this young man. He knew her intentions, although he did not exactly predict the period and venue. However much she was growing older, her beauty and quality remained magical and magnetic. He would dip inside him, swallow gallons of saliva, wanting to park on the road and mimic the Amin style. He was their former president, rumored to have turned his car into a suit. It was making no sense. A lot had happened in their lives, thus needed no more games but peaceful coexistence. In the evening, they were joined by Hoima for dinner. It looked like a coincidence for Sanyu to bump in, but when June arrived, it was an obvious plot. He lost comfort immediately when surrounded by anxious vixens ready to tear him up. As he tried to excuse himself for a short call, June was instructed to escort him. This evening, there was no escape route. Down he sat and Sanyu started. Sanyu. So, Mr. Heaven Mirrors, I hear him immortal. You thought we are vessels for you to ease yourself and go. You bring us trouble and run away, leaving us tearing each other because your mom is a tycoon always available to rescue. Why didn't you reply my emails? Heaven, Sanyu. Shut up. Karen, talk. Karen, I have nothing to tell a careless father with a cocoa brain. So irresponsible. Are you a sperm donor or a father? You did not even mind about what you left behind. So selfish. What kind of a man are you? Removing pants knowing you are not going to urinate and you don't look back. Can you tell me the number of kids you have? Heaven, what do you mean? Karen, zip up. Am I speaking French? Hoima, your turn. I just want my daughter to be raised by his biological parents. The rest I'm keeping to myself, for I have nothing to reverse. Maybe June. June. Did you jump over Sanyu at a funeral? Are you marrying Hoima? Heaven. No. June. No, please. I can't do that. Karen. Huh? He even forgets the woman he sleeps with. You are so disgusting. Sanyu. Enough. I think we have said it all. They all stood up at once and welcomed the kids inside, carrying a gigantic cake amidst jubilation. It was his birthday. Heaven had put permanent markers and scars on them, just like they had done to him. Recklessness was useless. They realized he had transgressed a lot, but they had no right to judge him, for error was human and to forgive was divine. They had tested the wrath of vengeance against him and got it right that two wrongs never made a good. By the way, he was ever calm, simple, and never used force against any of them. They unanimously concurred to peacefully coexist with him. After all, he was harmless. An oath of no further intimate relationship with him was sworn, and the four ladies signed behind his back. He remained green about this. Sanyu's sons Muksa and Subi were around, making the ceremony colorful. The DJ of the day, Mialo, played the trending songs, making Nakato mime. The three husbands, Jelly, Danton, Kiria, for Hoima, Sanyu, and Karen respectively, finally showed up, and for the first time, Heaven was there to see them. While Subi was proving Hela with no strokes, the DJ was pushed in the middle to face off Gaia. There was only one option, dancing. By the time power went off, the two were no longer enemies. They kept talking in low tones. Warmth engulfed the small bash and turned into a gala as soon as Heaven's family arrived. The ladies shifted the attention to Mars. It was his first appearance. He looked more eye-catching than Heaven. Their mother singled out Gaia, and everyone was flabbergasted by her instincts when she called her granddaughter. The woman looked royal. Many had watched her on different television stations, winning prizes as female philanthropist. For a couple of years, husbands were as well lost in fragments of amusement given the size, elegance, and works of Helia. She had not only dressed to kill, but also looked darling. The saying, not all that glitters is gold, was nullified since her circular golden earrings, clutch bag, and pointed heels matched with her silvery dress to dazzle in the eyes and mind of men as she zigzag-trotted towards the reception. She was extremely decent. Dance at the funeral occurred when she hugged Heaven. Marvelous. The two looked, and thunderous claps lifted them to baffle those who knew them. Onlookers just mistook them to be an item. What a perfect couple, they exclaimed. They whispered to him to pick someone special from the car. Oh Lord, gravel in the shoe. the ancestor of brave somebody. He took a sign of the cross and bent clearly to scan what his eyes initially glimpsed. He wondered whether this was human or a foreign angel. He confirmed that night that the saying beauty is not born is wrong at her side. The lady was of her caliber. She was too sheen for life. Malaika Megan deserved her name. She was the most beautiful woman eyes had ever discerned. Everything on her was so fit. Firstly, her eyes were as white as snow, freezing whoever stared into them. Her dark eyelashes that curved outwards alone were sufficient to glue any man at her forever. Malaika's nose was not only sharp but also matched her pink attractive lips. Even though her smile was as scarce as money, when the wind blew to expose her straight and well-assembled dental, it was like a vacation to Kalangala Island, so special. No one would be condemned to assert that they had never beaten any aliment, for they were shining like silver. No man would comprehensively exhaust the astonishing features of this young lady. She had the other Rwandi's height with well-carved Kiganda butts. Her hips were simple for touch and the breasts looked like those of Balalo. Malaika's Gishu skin color complexion, which looked like that of a half-caste, made her a typical African Queen 001. The then mute Heaven gave his shaking hand to elevate Scarless Malaika from the car. The two aisled to the reception with confidence, sweeping attention wherever they passed. There was no more time to waste as Heria led them to cut the cake. As soon as she took a slice to feed him, June beat her hand to drop it. Chapter 21. The Pretty Woman. The state of Kwagamaya was created in a nick of time. No one could conceive the fact that a younger fresh lady with the best body shape had done it. Someone else would have done it, but not June. Heaven first released the mouth locks in an attempt to call June's name. His eyes almost escaped to seize the falling cake slice. They were opened to maximum, just like those of a wrestler Edge when his spear tactic failed to win his opponent. There was graveyard silence momentarily due to the DJ's French leave to the platform. He had a natural feeling towards Heaven and was right in front of him, ready to combat whoever was prepared to harm him. All the ladies, apart from Heaven's mother, promptly gathered around June in astonishment, wanting to find out what exactly had happened to her. She picked a blade, shouting, "How dare you, evil ghost, betray me?" Maz and Jerry quickly pulled her away, kicking the air with rage. She finally burst out into tears. Friends appeared to console her. It was difficult to understand, for she was too regretting. Maybe she never intended it. Sanyu as well had no idea about it when she nailed June that she had disgraced the entire family because of fighting for a cousin who was much older than her. She added that feeling for Heaven was nullified, thus he was free to hook up with anyone he chose. Hoima picked it in the other way round, that the agreement was a scrap of paper if it allowed him to freely live his life, yet he had spoiled theirs. Karen added that he was not allowed to see any woman, as if they were speaking in tongues before Mass because it threw confusion at him right from the start. Jerry clicked that it was heaven causing this fracas. He sneaked inside and punched him down to paint tomato sauce on his glittering necklace. This forced the handsome lad Ssemyalo to grab Jerry like a cock to be slaughtered on Christmas Eve and assembled him on the rectangular flat table from where Hera and Carol removed his shoes. By the time the rest intervened for rescue, his head had been whitened with icing sugar. Malaika never waited for an axe as she took to her heels. Helia followed, calling her back, but in vain. The moment Heaven lifted his left foot to follow, a heavy dinner plate on his head and a voice wishing him happy birthday was heard. It was Gaia. Ssemyalo picked up a white melamine tray to shatter her skull, his hand glued with a horse ramble that cursed is a man who beats up a woman. Mars was back to restore order. As expected, the police sirens were heard a stone's throw from the venue. Nakato had called them. After a long explanation, the law enforcers understood very fast and planted the two officers at Heaven's home to monitor until there was no more security threat. Malaika remained mute about the saga and advised Helia to forget it. She had been humiliated to the tooth. For real, this lady was a daughter to the capital city mayor, and Heaven's mom, through Helia, had planned the two to couple up. Even though he was not aware of this plot, he had admired Malaika, given her stunning beauty, perfect size, and elegance. She had been in the United Kingdom for tertiary studies, making her rare before the public. Unfortunately, her first appearance ended in extreme disappointment. The following morning, the local newspaper had the most selling headline of the month: Mayor's daughter fights for a cake. By the time the mayor woke up, to avert the saturation of this, the entire city was aware. His political opponents were already discussing the issue over different social media platforms, including televisions like TV7. They spoke as if they really knew her from top to bottom. One explained that Malaika was about to be deported when she snatched a donut from a security guard while at the university when the guy dozed off. Another one lamented that she looked like a prostitute who collects whatever she wants from men using her scarless body. As the first one was still adding that she was too beautiful to be a daughter to the mayor, insinuating that maybe his wife had an affair with another man. The show moderator cut them short when she defended that Malaika could never steal even a simple breath from her neighbor, and added that calling her a whore was the biggest insult to an executive woman like her because she had denied several tycoons locally and internationally for money had never been her challenge. Different social media platforms had already been used to mimic how June humiliated her. Heaven, upon getting details about who Malaika was, he galloped there for an apology. Speechlessly, he stood before her, overwhelmed by her threatening looks. He later coughed a few words that it was shocking to have their first encounter in such a manner. In the middle of his baseless apology, she walked away and ordered the security guard to escort him out. Chucked before laughed. He moved out, punishing the head with knocks, asking why June had to misbehave at this juncture. As known, consolation vibes were unleashed, telling him to be strong. After all, He no longer needed a woman in his life, for he had already seen enough. Malaika was not the most gorgeous, for pretty girls existed out there. She was not his match given his filthy past. Seconds later, the abandoned man was back to normal and set to work. Johnny was already awaiting him outside. A thunderous slap greeted him with tough questions why and how, among all women in the city, he chose Malaika, a girl notoriously known for selling human organs abroad. To him, this was crippled explanation, for it was none of their business. He gazed at her clearly and requested for the truth behind the previous night's chaos. She looked guilty and ran away. The birthday pictures were zoomed and Heaven's face appeared crystal clearly. He was on the front page of the following morning's newspaper with a headline, "Mayor's Girl Craves for Immortal Heaven." It went further to incite that Malaika had heard about the gifts of heaven and bribed his sister to front her at his birthday without his knowledge, yet he had a girlfriend at the same party. More was written about him, new to Malaika. Upon reading this, the city mayor called this senseless propaganda intended to tarnish him in the forthcoming elections. He added that his daughter could never fall in love with an idiot who had an affair with some of his family members. Besides, Malaika was dating the South Africa's first son, thus could not go for a fake son of a peasant. He saw over his dead body that his girl was not interested in the boy and only went to the party because of Helia, a member of Malaika Foundation. The uncle queried him that since his daughter was named Malaika, which meant an angel, yet angels were heavenly beings, didn't he think that the girl would wish to be with heaven mirrors? He lost temper, felt disgusted, jeered, and went away. For over a week, Malaika, Heaven, and June dominated the news. It was written that June had a secret affair with Heaven, her cousin. Thus, jealousy lifted her up to spoil the party because he had declared a new chick. Public opinion demanded Heaven's arrest, for he had become a societal misfit. Human rights activists, in association with the Ministry of Gender, kicked off a peaceful demonstration against acts like that of Heaven. Through the area member of parliament, a bill to curb such evils was drafted and sent to the floor of parliament. Heaven was in deep shit. After a full week of restless demonstration, the man was arrested. Efforts to bail him out failed on a number of occasions, since more cases against him were resurrected under the influence of the mayor, all intended to darken the already tarnished name of Heaven before Malaika and the general public. The rest of the family members were blaming June for her uncontrolled emotions, otherwise they would be at peace with everyone. They forced her to keep visiting him and also tell the public the truth. Upon anchoring the news of Heaven's imprisonment, the bulging family problems, Kelly had to come back to Uganda. Their mansion was under threat, yet the other family companies were at the verge of insolvency. Majority shareholders had withdrawn their shares at once. The bank was also ready to sell off the remaining family assets to retrieve their money. Things hardened when the land title for the mansion went missing. Issues were too tough for Kelly alone to handle. They needed Heaven out. The following week, June called a press conference in which she cleared the air about the man rotting in prison. She poured it that there was no intimate relationship between heaven and her. While at the party, she aimed at confronting Malaika, who destroyed her love life during the old high school days. It started when this pretty girl used her position as the head girl and reported whoever was coupling to the school administration. This never excluded June's boyfriend, Kiza, who was expelled. It did not only snatch away his education, but also ruined his entire life. Kiza had a scholarship with a certain non-government organization, which, among its conditionalities, encompassed a very good record of discipline. The indefinite suspension led to stroke to his mother and thus passed on. He also lost his mind and never consoled himself, as his siblings saw him as the only cause to their mother's death. He stayed there for days and was found floating on the nearby water pool. Since then, June never remained the same. What hurt June most was that Malaika never ever appeared for burial since she had gone abroad after ruining people's lives. Seeing her again with heaven was an indication that trouble was to befall him, which indeed came to pass, for the innocent man was in jail. Her handkerchief was wetted when elevated to wipe the face. Malaika was watching this live from home. Tears rolled her cheeks in front of her mother and father. She felt guilty. She ran aimlessly to her room for an hour and later sloped to prison. There, she asked to see heaven mirrors. Down they sat facing each other, not knowing where to start. She later inquired whether heaven had an affair with and also responsible for the death of some of his family members. He nodded in acceptance. She wanted to know how he felt. Poor man lamented that being in prison was too small a punishment he deserved because he never felt the same after those incidences. He dreamt of putting things right and once visited the mansion only to leave bodies down. The pretty one began blinking like a lying monkey and then closed her eyes. She realized that he had had days for ages. Helia then showed up and hugged them. Moving out, journalists had surrounded the whole place, asking whether June's words were truthful. Others confirmed it by her shy looks. Many were shouting at her to set heaven free. The alphabet had changed. It was then starting from Z to A, as the masses wanted heaven free. The following afternoon, the High Court declared him innocent. He moved out amidst jubilation. A couple of days later, the mansion was swept down by fire. Nothing remained standing. Kelly watched his father's property ceasing to exist and painfully hugged the young ones. There was nowhere to stay since they were not in good terms with other relatives. Heaven could not rescue anything at his arrival. He made a political statement before the press that he was to stand against the city mayor in the following general elections. He exposed over 10 companies that collapsed due to unrealistic policies passed and implemented during the reign of Mayor Saul. He talked about the nasty condition of the Central Police Station and the maximum prison in particular. Heaven played with the dynamics of the political framework of the city and made one of the best speeches men like Bismarck used to make. He was highly idealistic and proved he was a suitable candidate. The burning of the mansion became a blessing in disguise to him as many important persons started approaching him. Chapter 21, The Reunion. Chapter 22, The Reunion. The only solution was Heaven's apartment, which Kelly suggested that it would be a sojourn as he processed purchasing a new house for his sisters. Heaven welcomed them and added that whatever belonged to him was theirs altogether. It was a very big abode with enough rooms to accommodate over 20 people. Heaven obviously had his master bedroom. Juni also got hers. Ssemyalo shared with Kelly, while Nakato, Gaia, and Hela shared one of the rooms. There is one room that remained. It was for visitors in case they came. The following morning, Kelly took them for shopping, new clothes, and other home necessities. These girls almost drained his pocket, forgetting conditions were then tough. They were still as extravagant as kings of Egypt. Hela welcomed them. She looked at Miss Arrogance Gaia and learned the world was a small village. Who knew Gaia and Ssemyalo would ever share a roof? Life had perfect answers for all the queries humans had. The following morning, Malaika was at Heaven's home wanting to speak to John. At her sight, she almost vomited and immediately closed the door. Heaven was in the window witnessing the two's drama. As soon as he opened the door to call Malaika back, her car engine had started. She disappeared. She yearned to at least one day apologize to John for everything, though she recalled the expelled group during her term of office. She had no idea about the existence of a girl called June Zenaka. They were 2 classes below, yet the school had many students. Thus, if one was not stubborn, neither an academic giant nor a student's leader, it was easy to pass unnoticed. June was not ready to listen to any explanation from Malaika. Her goal was never to meet her again. Sanyu reported before setting off for work. She had brought them packed milk. Usual hugs were registered from Hela to June. Heaven missed as he still had clients on the phone in his bedroom. Sanyu just entered straight away, minus considering his privacy. He rushed to dress up professionally to avert any uncalled for consequences. She looked at him for a few seconds and greeted. She was happy to see him, revealed by a tight hug. Moreover, inside the room, door closed. His coughing signaled it was enough, and he held her by the hand to the sitting room. They had morning prayers, breakfast, and elders went away. Towards lunch, Hoima was available with cookies for kids only. She led Johnny to the balcony and the discussion about Jerry started. She had found out that he was chasing after her, depicted on the way he punched Heaven on his birthday. She added that her husband's gallery was dominated by Johnny's pictures, and as a concerned wife, scooping the right information from the right person was paramount. With all the pride, Johnny asked her what she wanted to do, who replied that it was simply a warning against what she was going into, for she knew how bad Jerry was. However, she never completed because June had already caught fire, shouting on top of her voice that it was the guy craving for her. She added that Jerry was not her type. Nonetheless, destroyed it all that even if she went for him, Hoima and him were not legally married. Therefore, she had all the rights to do whatever she wanted with him. It was warming at the balcony, and the kids had picked interest in the quarrel, which Hoima never allowed when she silenced her with a heavy slap. Right, she looked absent-minded for a good seconds and swallowed cans of saliva as her eyes turned hot red. She could not believe what Hoima had done. June had virgin cheeks. No one had ever slapped them. It sounded new to her, especially from her friend. Sadly, Hoima felt wanting to reverse it, but impossible. Slowly, she moved close to her, saying sorry but repulsed, and ran to her room. Mialo saw her moving while covering her mouth, only to coincide with Hoima at the door. The two knocked 1,000 times, no answer. Mialo pestered for an explanation from Hoima, who advised him to go and play. Gaia wondered when Mialo started caring for June. She had seen him aiding Nakato with his jumper the previous night. He was very free with Hela, so welcoming and loving. It seemed heaven had done him a great job. He was no longer the other outrageous, arrogant boy. His gentility was dragging female attention towards him. He had kicked off picking heaven's traits during his years. With due respect attached, Mialo bowed to Hoima and climbed to the balcony. While there, he realized that Hela was finishing his credit on a phone, therefore descended to pick it. There, he collided with Gaia, who was from wiping glasses. As soon as she turned to leave, the utensil towel fell down and Mialo slid upon stepping on it. She panicked to save him. Unfortunately, both fell at once, with heads facing each other. Wow, century scene. Hera bumped into them, jeering each other. She blamed him for aimless walking, while he confronted her carelessness. They continued biting one another until Kelly stepped in. He never compromised them when he used his belt to discipline wrongdoers. Door knocks were heard. It was heaven back. Hera jumped like a kitten to embrace him as Nakato and John moved out of their rooms. Gaia's gloomy face indicated something was not fine, which rode heaven's curiosity from Mialo, who pretended that everything was okay. Gaia excused herself that she had slept too long during the day, hence looked that way. The issue seemed simple, but to Heaven, when naked lies occurred, he knew things might turn the other way round unless checked earlier. Kelly also moved out. They jazzed for some minutes and later went to the balcony for a serious men talk. Kelly advised Heaven to get a handler because the children needed close supervision. He added that he could not afford purchasing a new house after clearing school fees for the siblings, to which Heaven comforted him again that his house was theirs. Johnny joined them with shiny eyes. She hugged Kelly, then Heaven, eyes pretended not to have seen her bums shaking. She looked more charming with makeup, as if she was going for a date. A voice echoed her name. It was Nakato Rede. They were going to visit Anena, and later Nakato had a plot with someone. It seemed she had started serious dating. No sooner had the girls vanished than a Porsche car parked outside. This time round, Kelly's trousers shook and whispered to Heaven that the one coming was abnormally trim. He inquired whether Heaven had pressed an order, otherwise Kelly was 200 times ready to take over. Sincerely, Malaika was so gorgeous. She grew more stunning every day that passed. She was welcomed inside, served evening coffee just about Johnny's case, to which Kelly promised to handle the issue with her. Thus, nothing to worry about. Kelly looked crazy, highly excited, moving up and down, proving right what rumor had, that Malaika was a witch. No man cast a glimpse at her and remained the same. She said sorry for the loss of their mansion and requested for a private talk with heaven. At the balcony they ascended. Chairs delivered. The evening breeze spoiled the flow of events when her gabs were blown up, leaving the thighs visible to greedy Kelly, who had just delivered crisps. Heaven simply closed the eyes and looked down. He felt highly embarrassed before him as the dialogue commenced. She had burning questions that required exact answers from him alone. She wanted to know how he managed to handle hot issues and nasty stuff said by people about him. 2. Why he was less moved by her like other men did. 3. Why he sent Helia to tell her his intentions of dating her. 4. Why he declared to run for mayorship position after the mansion incident. Lastly, she stammered again and again till he cleared his throat to any tone. He explained that temper control was his life homework since his childhood, though he always failed to make it. He added that life entailed peaceful coexistence with others, nothing else. She interrupted with esteem and self-actualization that drove others into politics, then added wealth and power. She was indirectly challenging him, who concentrated on loving and being loved. She again teased him with the issue of loving his family members. It looked like she had made background research about him before coming. He smiled and proposed to tackle the second question. His response surprised her when he uttered that he did not know it was necessary, for there was nothing wrong with her. Then answered the third one immediately by saying he had no intention of dating anyone. Besides, he had never seen her before. For mayorship, he mentioned that politics jargons worked that way. His words were calculated. Malaika lost the audacity of asking him again, but instead requested him not to involve in active politics. She put it right that she was not interested in a monster of his caliber. He had a hidden agenda about it. A complete dead end. In the night, Karen showed up, having left Anena with the girls. He used to call her Old Joyce. Their stories were ever childish. She joked around, having yet another kid with him just to see his response, but they had changed a lot. She stood from where she was, went and engulfed him from behind, then pecked him around the neck. Her fingers were exploring his packs slowly as he turned, casting his naturally romantic eyes at her. Seriousness and determination were painted onto Karen's eyes. She knew what she wanted. He tried to excuse himself, lamenting to let bygone be, but it was like shouting at a deaf mute. He then ran into his room and closed the door, leaving her knocking. She called him for some minutes, then mentioned that she was ready to tell him the father of Ssemyalo. Oh, caught this time. He opened, she entered and locked. She then pushed him to the bed as he tried to circumnavigate the bed. She changed him around as wild thoughts began to linger. into his head. He shouted She shouted no to himself thrice, turned and lifted her up to the wall as she cried his name loudly. She madly tore his shirt as he simply explored her thighs up to the waist. The following step made detected knickers absent. She immediately lowered her chin to kiss him prolongedly and mentioned that Ssemyalo was his son. He immediately released her and sat on the bed, stood up, went to the sitting room, then to the balcony, and finally sat outside the veranda. He neither did not know what to do, nor did he know what to say. His brain was too small to conceive such a complex secret. It clicked again when she condemned him of being an irresponsible father, then remembered June saying Karen never had a boy, for Anena was her firstborn. At the same time, he recalled her saying the boy resembled him. He stood for a glass of cool cocktail juice. She explained the miracle of having fraternal twins with different fathers at the same time, but heaven called her insane, wanting to have him, yet had a man. Only Hoima knew this paradox well. The rest saw it as drama. She left having told him the truth. It was up to him to believe or deny. Sanyo came looking for the girls. They had passed at hers and picked Carol, hoping they were at Karen's, but found the house closed. Then chose to straight away come here. Heaven narrated the entire story to her, which she named madness. Maybe Karen wanted him back. She wondered how it could happen and saw no way. She calmly changed the topic to something else, politics. Well, Sanyu excused herself that she was not good at politicking, but the decision he made was 100% right. She was the first person to support him. Right, he felt he was on the top of the world. She gave him comfort, freedom, and support this time round. They moved to the balcony and made her stand, arms raised straight, pointing sideways like Jack made Rose stand in the Titanic movie. She was too close to him. She turned and gave him a tight hug, calling him her world. It took around 9 minutes without letting go. He requested to talk about it. To him, these tight hugs would culminate into something else which would completely ruin them. He added that they had kids who needed nurturing in a better way, thus tying their feelings onto a strong nylon rope and starving them to death would make things better. Otherwise, kids would notice and emulate. She seemed to have understood and told him about their oath of no more dealing with him sexually, but could not tell why her emotions overlapped at his sight. Sanyu brought in Malaika story, thinking she was the reason for Heaven's changed attitude. She swore that that girl would never ever get married to Heaven, for her pretexts were as strong as a donkey. When asked why, she kept quiet. He unveiled it that there was nothing taking place between them, and none of the two was interested in the other, for they were from different planets. Amidst their talk, noise was at the door. The children had come back. Haga routine took place, then evening tea. Kelly had bought takeaway. He jazzed them about overseas, how he toured the tombs of Napoleon Bonaparte and Marie Antoinette. He narrated them the story of the first man Chintu and his wife Nambi, who gave birth to the entire universe. Myalo was there confused and feeling lonely. He gave Hela a gamepad and started Mortal Kombat, who were later joined by Kelly, then played PES 21. Carol never finished her match when the mom called her. They were leaving. Chapter 23. The Political Fever. Kelly had picked Heaven, the nomination form, without the knowledge of the mayor, who thought he was out of the race. To his surprise, Heaven Mirrors was nominated and campaigns started. Like any other country in Africa, political opponents use direct confrontation, malicious propaganda through their superb campaigning managers, bribing voters, to mention but a few. These never missed as well. The incumbent Mayor Sol filled the city streets with his posts as Dr. Musev Hose, the father to Hoima and Karen, was in the race too. He had some good money on him given the fact that he had 3 hospitals, one in the city while another in his home village, the third one up country. It was there in Gulu. Heaven, the youngest in the race, was still struggling with money to hire suffice public address systems. The drives of the candidates contesting moved night and day, as well as big convoys escorted the incumbent and doctor. Upon realizing that he may not match their financial muscle, Heaven resorted to door-to-door tactic. He could greet whoever he met and humble for their votes. At manifesto launch, Saul picked the microphone first and promised heaven on earth to the people of Kampala. He declared that there was no more city lockdown and curfew hours were to shift from 7 to 9 and from 6 to 5. He promised for the construction of the first flyover in the city, and then turned to his opponents. He said that Dr. Musevu Hose was too old to be the city mayor and Heaven Mirrors was too young to lead the capital city. He added that Kampala could be led by a man who spends most of his time in the village taking care of his animals and his hospitals. Thus, if entrusted with the city, he would mistreat the people as he did to cattle. He turned to heaven and said he had never seen a shameless man like him. From raping family members, he plotted for their death, then burnt down their mansion such that he could be near them to harass one by one. He added that Heaven Mirrors was the opposite of his name, therefore he nicknamed him Hell Glasses. Saul continued to warn Kampalans that if they voted for Heaven, he would rape their wives, defile their daughters, and cohabitate with their sisters. He moved forward to say that the boy had no experience in politics and deserved to be a councillor, not a capital city mayor. By the time his time elapsed, he had not asked for votes. Dr. Musev picked the microphone and started right away. His manifesto was clear. He promised if voted for safe and clean water, free garbage collection, renovation of broken down infrastructure, chasing borders and taxis out of the city and bringing buses to curb the traffic jam challenge were to be done immediately. He turned to the incumbent and said Saul was a murderer who poisoned most of his co-directors in the textile company he then owned. He added that he was responsible for the fire that hit the mansion previously. He advised him to denounce his sins and become poor. He turned to heaven and laughed. He said the young man was more of a joker who deserved to be part of the comedian world than a leader. He added that how could he be voted for, yet he could not even manage his own family. He continued that his children were scattered, leaving the outcomes of his happiness to other men, thus irresponsible. He asked for votes and took his seat. The masses putting on white capes started shouting that their man Saul was the best. They moved around singing, hailing his name. The moderator ordered for the calm. However, Saul's people could not listen. It was heaven's turn. As soon as he picked the microphone, the masses started calling him a rapist, chasing him away from the podium. Some group even started moving away. He had been nailed like the biblical Son of Man. Out of words he looked as Kelly whispered to him to give up. He looked the other side to see Saul happy, and Malaika, laughing as her lips tried to say that she wanted him. He then told Kelly to go down and shout, "Give up." He did it repeatedly, and the crowd picked it. They sang it as he finally mentioned the word never. It became a complete statement: never give up. He later greeted them in the name of the Lord. He said he wished to explain everything, but there was no time. He quoted the Bible when a prostitute was brought to Jesus for judgment and instead wrote down to mean, "Let the one who never sinned be the first to punish her." Silence stepped in. He said he was not ready to construct a bridge where there was no river, but was to serve them as they wished. He continued that he knew little about their problems because he was not them, but they knew better. Thus, he was to get them from them and solve them one by one. He asked for their votes and mentioned that he loved them all. He sloped down to receive a hug from John. Gaia, for the first time, was happy to hug him. Tears never halted rolling Hera's cheeks. Sanyu was watching live on television. She never wanted to keep close to him for known reasons. Karen and Hoima were campaigning for their father, which reduced Heaven's team. That night, the three were hosted on Television 7, owned by the incumbent. Questions were fired, requiring immediate response. The doctor was asked whether Heaven was his in-law and answered no, because Heaven was simply a kid's play toy helping them to grow. Saul was tasked to tell his previous achievements as capital mayor and responded that he had bought tents and plastic chairs to help his people with the functions. Then offered condolences to families who lost loved ones. The man added that he helped to arrest criminals like Heaven Mirrors for attempted murder and rape. Heaven was asked to talk about the allegations marked on him and responded that courts of law and prisons were not on vacation, and if he was allowed to contest, there was a lot to be desired in such rumors. Campaigns continued on different platforms. People began to like the way Heaven handled issues. They called it unique compared to his opponents. He gained momentum slowly as some city tycoons began funding his campaigns and offered boundless wireless internet to the city immediately and proved he was a man of action. Dr. Ssemyalo started giving out money to people, which Saul emulated and doubled the amount. The following week, Helia was abducted, and Heaven's mother was forced to declare her full support to Saul. This was intended to weaken Heaven. 2 days to the elections, he was arrested over allegations of inciting the public, deviating from the COVID-19 guidelines. This did not stop people from supporting him. They surrounded the courthouse the following morning, clamoring for his release. Unfortunately, he was denied bail on an account that his lawyers delayed to submit the bail papers. It was against such a background that Dr. Ssemyalo declared his withdrawal from the race and urged his supporters to vote for the younger star. Voting moved on well and counting commenced. Various cameras focused at different polling stations, recording each process. There was no room for rigging. Jubilation drive started immediately as, according to television 7 station, Heaven was leading by 60,000 votes, and trusted sources revealed that the returning officer had finished calculations and filled all the necessary forms, waiting to declare the winner. However, was forced to delay based on the order from above. She dismissed all the polling assistants and candidates' agents till the following morning. Unfortunately, it shocked the masses when fire caught the District Electoral Commission office before announcing the winner. That evening, Heaven Mirrors was granted bail and was moved throughout the city, people calling him mayor. He led them to the Electoral Commission offices and declared himself the new capital mayor. He advised Saul to hold childish politics, for the electorates never needed results, nothing else. He was ridden back to his home with warnings from commission that what he did was unlawful and was likely to be disqualified in the following by-elections. Regarding being her father, Malaika realized how bad Saul was and also came to test Heaven's strength. He never remained the same, as different companies appointed him as their ambassador, earning foreign currency. He signaled to his people that he was coming back and in full swing. He signed new contracts with big organizations, which elevated his status and income. Chapter 24. My Dream Girl. A month later, Kelly was invited for dinner by someone whose name was not discovered. Down he sat waiting for the host. 3 men in black suits arrived and inspected the whole venue, and then the lady in white suit with silvery shades foxtrotted towards him. She was so elegant. No more customers entered after her, and the rest inside were pressurized to wind up. Malaika saw it wise to befriend Kelly, a close friend to Mr. Heaven Mirrors and brother to June. She wanted to talk to either June or Heaven if possible. Kelly at first showed anger, migrating from the actions of her father, like using dubious means to take over his late father's property, burning the offices of the Electoral Commission and others, but remembered Heaven's quote of forgiveness as the best revenge. Besides, he as well enjoyed talking to her. To him, nearing Malaika was enough. For long, they talked about United Kingdom city of Liverpool and Chelsea. She later asked for the tricks of meeting Heaven without notice of journalists. Otherwise, if her father got to know, one of the two would lose life. He advised her to call him, but it seemed she wanted to face him. Their talks continued for days. Malaika would often be invited for dinner and take away. Weeks passed. Gaia also joined the company. She slowly captured the attention of Ssemyalo and later signed acquaintanceship with June. She gazed at Nakato, whose face looked familiar, but could not exactly recall where she saw her. With time, she could carry some edibles and drop them at Heaven's when he was away. Every free time she got, Heaven's dwelling became the answer, as children also began liking her. Rumor saturated from Hera that Malaika used to visit them during the day and left before June came back. Heaven was hearing this for the first time. He had no idea about what she wanted, and the following morning he attacked her with caution never to tamper with his family in any way. It was very rare to see Heaven in such a situation, but had tasted a lot from Malaika's family. Maybe because they had abducted Helia earlier. Oh no, it was about burning the Electoral Commission offices, right? No. Very many issues. Helia too never wanted to see Malaika again, although she still contacted Mars. They were running certain construction projects together, thus there was no way of avoiding each other. To Kelly, Heaven's reaction was a blessing in disguise, for this became his only opportunity to win her for himself. That evening, he met her at the hotel for dinner and proposed for a secret talk without guards, but Malaika insisted for security reasons. Kelly then boldly inquired why she so much pressed to talk to Heaven. However, she did not understand and asked for pardon, to which he finally asked whether she was interested in Heaven. She outright lost control and confronted him for being so perverse, to that extent thinking that Heaven had sent him to ask. She picked her bag and left. There he sat thinking of what to do. He ran after, asking for a moment, but guards never allowed him, as he sat thinking of what to do. He ran after, asking for a moment, but guards never allowed him, as was pushed away to settle his buttocks on the floor. Kelly continued calling her as she entered the car. She was also thinking of what to do. He kept chasing after the car for about 50 feet distance, and she ordered her chauffeur to stop. There, she lowered the mirror, seeing him unnerving to talk, and smiled. He bent on the door, gasping for oxygen while checking his pockets, which seemed empty according to Malaika's prediction. She gave him a handkerchief to cool issues with his sweat. He stammered that what he wanted to say had nothing to do with Heaven. When asked to say it, he nodded his head like a confused monitor lizard. He called her name again and said yes. When asked what yes was all about, he instead scratched the head. Malaika could not bear this nonsense anymore and drove away, leaving him by beating the head for failing him. Moreover, he had his handkerchief and wanted hers. Maybe she could think about it. He ran along the road, shouting while pecking her handkerchief. So happy. Traffic jam delayed them a bit. Her driver asked whether she surely didn't know what the young man wanted to say. She pretended not to. He smiled and mentioned ladies' tries. To him, if they knew how difficult it was for men to break it that they liked them, they would not have hesitated to accept. She laughed and the journey continued. There was some silence until a message popped on her cell phone. Kelly wanted to know whether she had arrived. He then thanked her for everything. He sent other 100 text messages praising her kindness, beauty, and calmness. In other words, he was trying to vibe her. The chauffeur smiled and intoned that Kelly liked her, who on the turn said she knew it earlier and added that maybe it was heaven setting him. This instead confused the driver, and as an old man realized that the girl liked heaven instead. They moved discussing about soccer till home. As the door was opened, the driver finally asked her whether she liked heaven. She denied it and wanted to know why everyone thought that way. Her explanation was clear that she had someone 1,000 times better than heaven, but the old man turned the statement that she had someone 1,000 miles away from her. She lost temper and went to her room to seal off the night. Her bed became a fighting ground. The bed sheets kicked. The pillow became a punching bag, trying to find out what was wrong with her. Malaika recalled heaven warning her to leave his family in peace. He had changed a lot. She saw the chauffeur gleefully saying she liked heaven and bit her lower lip. She called Mars instead for comfort, but his wife picked and gave the phone to Heria. Trouble occurred. Heria quarreled that she had no words for evil people. They had abducted her and threatened to kill her because of politics. She added that she thought they were decent people, but the other way round. Malaika tried to prove her innocence about what Heria was saying, but never listened to. The following morning, Gaia woke up for house work and found Ssemyalo eating bread without washing his face. She confronted him and snatched the rest of the slices from him, not until he washed his face and finished his housework. He grabbed her by the hand and pulled her next to him as she looked at him straight in the eyes. They were flashing with passion. Her chest was moving very fast in and out. Her black vest that partially covered the breasts threw a million thoughts into Ssemyalo's brain. He had no idea of seeing a pretty girl with a flat belly, matching her narrow waist with a perfect voluptuous figure in the house he resided. Slowly, he picked the bread slices from her and set to leave. She also captured his hand in terror, fearing his temper. He gently turned while his eyes were focusing on her sharply standing breasts like missiles, ready for launching. She saw him staring and realized something was wrong. She released the hand when error came in. What a scene! By 8 o'clock, breakfast was ready. Johnny carried it to heaven in his room. He had just finished showering, wiping himself with a towel, then he turned to see her standing in with a tray of black tea. He was still as bare as a statue and rushed to wrap himself before she fully glared. She smiled at him, feeling shy. As breakfast was lowered at the table, she then stood in front of the mirror and acted like Miss Universe. She looked at each other. They looked at each other and smiled. They laughed. He gave her a hand and hugged her tightly. He liked her so much because she was ever there for him in all conditions. He asked whether she intended to have someone, since her age and body yearned for service often. She repulsed the same question back to him, and both laughed again. She dropped in the Malaika issue of seeking attention from the two, such that they sorted the enmity between them and her family. He also told her that Kelly had picked much interest in Malaika and was plotting dates with her in his mind. To June, this was really news Sanyu needed to know. Surprise took her up because she expected Heaven to be chasing after Malaika, not Kelly. To Kelly's room, she moved with her hands resting on her waist, laughed, and asked him how he started dating their enemy. Kelly dismissed the question, calling it a baseless rumor, but June added that there was no smoke without fire. He thought June had come to pick a quarrel. However, when she seemed excited about it, he asked her whether she would be good enough for him. Happily, she sincerely replied that falling in love with Malaika was equivalent to picking a land title in his name, for the lady was so enterprising, not because of being beautiful, but the horse heart in her, accompanied by a high level of elegance, woman of class, business-oriented, and above all smart. June added that she never wished Malaika to engage with Heaven since he had a big family to take care of. In addition, the duo never matched as the media earlier alleged. She offered to help him out if, at all, Kelly was serious. Both checked, and she moved out singing while dancing. The morning was so sweet to her. Malaika was so irresistible a woman of the century, fellow women who knew and frankly admitted she was second to none. June was extremely thrilled to hear Kelly was in the race for her. Mentioning her name alone would have made Kelly wet his pants and throw him into forests of imagination, jumping logs and short grass without finding a way out. He always recalled the wind blowing her garments up and salivated. No one knew the ingredients hidden in her thighs because poor Kelly almost lost his mind. In consideration of the fact that Kelly was in for her, June decided to forgive her and went to persuade Heaven to do the same. She fronted an appointment with Helia, and the two negotiated about letting things go. After all, Malaika was a victim of circumstances. The menace arose when June talked of seconding Kelly for Malaika, a thing Helia refused. She had secretly planned her for Heaven, no one else. Sisters were making efforts to win their respective brothers one woman. To make matters worse, they were living under the same roof. June explained that it would be okay if Heaven was interested, but he was not in the race. Besides, Malaika as well warned him not to think otherwise about her. It was self-explanatory that the equation was solved wrongly. June added that Kelly showed interest when the two met the previous dusk and got Malaika's handkerchief. She went ahead to say that when a girl gave a guy trying to date her a white handkerchief, it was a blessing and an indicator that she was to accept the relationship to occur. Helia, who was partially convinced, had to call Heaven to confirm. He instead quarreled that he was mature enough to make his own marital choices. He added that no one had a right to even think about it. That evening, June was for the first time seen busy reorganizing the entire house, moving up and down, decorating the sitting room, and transferred Mialo's PlayStation to his room. She later went to the kitchen and made a mushroom dish, then mingled millet flour and added some green vegetables on the main meal. She ordered for 2 bottles of champagne and checked on the chronometer before she went for a shower. While still in the bedroom, she came out running crazily to open the door. There was no one there. Maybe her instincts signaled someone was knocking. As soon as she went back to wind up, a real knock was heard. She ran to open to see Hoima and shut it for seconds, then opened and went back, minus saying even a lame word. Hoima gave Hela her new night dress and slithered into Heaven's room, who was busy chairing an online meeting with his clients. She tickled him twice to pick his attention, but the man turned a deaf ear. She whispered to him whether he wished to know Miaro's father. He turned immediately to listen, however, Hoima flew away. He chased after her, calling to the sitting room, then out to find her gone. By the time he came back, Hera was waiting for him at the door and jumped onto him. He lifted her to his room and continued with the meeting. Happily, she went, having seen her mom and daddy crazily running. A couple of minutes later, Kelly and Mialo were back. They had gone to visit Karen and Anena. Gaia and Nakato moved out of their room upon hearing Kelly's voice. They indeed liked him. They were surprised to find the house cleaner than ever and more organized, and wondered who was responsible for this standard. While still there, knocks at the door were heard. While Johnny came out of her room, signaling to the rest to keep silent as she headed to the door, Kelly opened to set his eyes on Malaika. She had come without escorts. Kelly caught evening fever there and then. He looked amazed and got stuck in the doorway, for this was unbelievable. June rescued him when she pushed his shoulder and led the visitor inside. The girls, Gaia and Hela, ran to engulf her. She was their role model. Womuthi was in the house, for the family looked complete with her presence. She sat between the two girls, facing Kelly. They never wanted to miss a single eye blink of hers. Silent Kelly joined them. June served the feast as Nakato went to call Heaven, who sent an apology that he was to delay for 30 minutes. The dinner was served amidst different stories of excitement told. Later, the girls were tactfully assigned responsibilities. Mialo had noticed what was taking place and escaped to his room, leaving June, Kelly, and Malaika seated. She formally welcomed and introduced herself to Malaika. Kelly did the same, as she also followed the course. Johnny gestured to him to say something as she went to the balcony. He gathered as many words as possible in his head and later released a paragraph of 6 words that he wished to be her friend. She smiled with no answer until he repeated his wish. She replied that it was granted and went ahead to ask him whether he had another wish. The younger lad nodded vertically and went into paralysis. She looked at him and how much he liked her and smiled again. Oh, Kelly was in deep love with someone he had never told. They silently sat shy for some good time until June came back to serve wine. Ultimately, Heaven appeared for supper. The meeting had taken longer than the scheduled time. At the sight of Malaika, his heart beat faster. He knew something was not right. He felt strange, warm and slow in his movement to the dining table. This feeling had taken ages minor surfacing. When Malaika turned to see him, the wine glass slipped out of her hand and found its way to the ground. Everyone saw her panicking to pull out to the rug, to get the rug. She pretended to have got a series of hiccups and moved out for fresh air. Kelly followed her, eager to establish whether she was okay. He pulled out his handkerchief and dried her legs. The way he did it deserved a gift. He showed her high degree of gentility and skill. To Kelly, he was already in paradise, having touched the woman of his dreams. The two went back to continue with the jazz while emptying bottles of wine. They had some things in common, like living adventurous life, watching action movies, and wrestling. Heaven watched them happily, talking, and felt good. Kelly was enjoying himself for the first time since he came back. June sluggishly pushed the relationship issue. She asked Malaika about his love life and hesitated, then shifted it to Kelly, who stammered that he was at the moment single and searching, but soon to be double, given the wild, rare, beautiful flower in front of him. Wow. June was excited to hear direct shots fired before Malaika. She also lied that she was seeing someone, but not yet official. She never had anyone. Malaika finally catalyzed the jazz when she said she too had someone whom she loved much and was not willing to lose him, for he was good enough despite being the first son of South Africa. June asked how they met as Kelly searched to find her pictures on the guy's accounts and felt melting. Malaika answered that their first encounter was at the International African Students Convention in Tokyo, Japan, when she made a beautiful presentation about dictatorship among most African leaders. She added that the dude followed her and asked for her autograph. He followed her to England and continued to fly from United States of America to United Kingdom to see her. She thought people were enjoying her stories and added that her guy was going to visit her the following month and negotiate the dowry with her parents. Little Kelly felt melting when she made it clear that her guy was to take her to South Africa after their introduction ceremony, probably 2 months ahead. Later, Malaika pointed the question at Heaven, who smiled and took a sip. June whispered that Heaven was bad news as they eagerly waited to hear from him. He gave a short answer that he was satisfied. She wanted to know what exactly happened as she fully raised her lights and shone in his. Oh, so fascinating to see the magic of a complete being burnt by a younger charming lady. Kelly and June looked at her mocking Heaven. and laughed inside them, for they knew the other one was a war veteran who could not succumb to a simple battle. June intervened to protect Heaven, who they had well knew had hidden his skills for long, and where, if unleashed, Malaika would be below his fingernails. She said Heaven was excused, thus changed the question to Kelly. He also paid heed and wished them a good night. Malaika lifted her lips to call him, but instead the tongue miraculously glued itself down and never moved till he vanished from their eyes. 2-3 bottles were served, and Kelly was entrusted with the responsibility of seeing Malaika safe to her dwelling. There he escorted her to the car, opened the door like a gentleman, then called her name before she entered. She stood waiting for him to say something. Yes, he finally wished her good night. Chapter 25. The Resurrection of Sin. Days passed. There was strange treatment between Gaia and Ssemyalo. Truth be told, the other two were real siblings, although no one knew they shared a father. Even him belonging to Karen was still doubtable before the eyes of the rest, including Heaven himself. Their ways had completely changed. They could hardly fight like they used to do. They spoke through their eyes. Hera, Ssemyalo's bestie at home, got lost into the two's tricks. He blinked thrice and Gaia stood up, picked her cell phone, turned on music, fixed the earphones well, and moved to the balcony. A couple of minutes later, he joined her. However, it was difficult to sense anything because each was at the extreme and minding their own business. He was busy playing an online game while she was watching YouTube videos. Hera tiptoed in and found nothing taking place and wondered. She just forgot that the magic existed emotionally. Sensing the presence of the other was their satisfaction. When lost, he called Hera, who was standing behind him, to play, and she wondered how she sensed his presence. Hera's presence made things simpler, for it complicated their case for any investigator. When he scratched his head, Gaia strode her nose twice, then Ssemyalo closed the eyes for 3 seconds. At the opening, she opened hers widely once. Oh, that was their smile. All started the night Malaika visited them and stayed for long. While Gaia, Nakato, and Hera were in the kitchen washing dishes, Ssemyalo heard Nakato whispering that he was not related to them in any way, and the claim that his mother was Karen was wrong because he was in the same age with Anena, their stepsister, who was confirmed after the death of their father when Nalong ordered for the deoxyribonucleic acid test for all children alleged to belong to her late husband. It was obvious that the boy was being helped to stay with them. Having tapped into this, Ssemyalo ran to the balcony and sat in the corner for about an hour. Tears filled his eyes as thoughts wandered aimlessly to Sahara Desert. When Gaia had a phone call, she could not bear the kitchen noise that went to the balcony from where Ssemyalo was coiling. She moved and cowered before him, wanting to know what was bothering him. She helped him to stand and look into his tired eyes. Having realized that Gaia would find out he had been crying, he gave her a tight hug. Since she was feeling sorry for him, she also held him tightly. These teens were still young and never involved in any sexual relationship. They were so innocent. Ssemyalo felt different. So, his third leg was hardening inside the pants, while Gaia felt her heart pumping faster, her little breasts outwards. When he tried to release her, his hands moved downwards to the waist. It became interesting. He then pulled her right next to him, that his natural hand pulled her next to him, that his natural feelings passed slowly. The hand passed onto her thighs. She was afraid and released him immediately while asking what it was. She distanced herself from him, and the two agreed not to draw close to each other. He designed the codes he explained the following day, and these were to be their center of communication. By the time Hera got to suspect something, they were far away. She finally asked him whether there was a secret between the two, but Ssemyalo pretended not to know. She then asked him about the rumor that he was not Karen's son. The question was forwarded to Karen if found. Ssemyalo and Gaia continued to do the rest normally, despite having the codes. Gaia had grown into a very pretty girl, moving out, sweeping the main empire to fields of passion, strangling one by one. Little Ssemyalo had started treating Gaia in a special way. He asked for her company to the shopping mall in the city and spoiled her with gifts that feared to carry home and kept them with Anena. He monitored every step she took. The way she was walking, her wide smile and soft voice never left him the same. She had admired him years back when she landed on his picture and kept her feelings stagnant till then. Time came when their feelings overlapped just like for other teenagers. They tried as much as possible to control using their love codes, but ultimately lost in the kitchen when Ssemyalo went to wash the spoon that had fallen to the ground while scooping sugar during breakfast. He found her frying eggs and tickled her a little. She smiled and glared at him with heavy emotions. She then picked a slice and fed him. This was full declaration of love, as he also fed her using his lips slowly. The egg piece was gradually swallowed, and nothing was left apart from the lips. He had touched her shoulder initially, then lowered his hand to the other side of the ribs. His fingers were counting them in the elevation manner, and later moved next to the standing breast, ready to touch. Her heart was pumping very fast and felt like urinating. She then clasped her fingers onto his neck and slowly pulled him closer. She was enjoying his lips. He then accelerated to pass his second finger to the nipple, which was stiff and warm. Desires called him down and stretched her vest to the southwest and kissed it. She felt like blood being sucked out of her in a fascinating manner, then failed to contain her breath when, sound emanated from her. Heaven sensed it very fast and called Ssemyalo, who was so frightened and panicked, to withdraw. He excused himself that he was helping Gaia finish first. Heaven knew something had to be done before things worsened. His brain boiled, repenting countless times, knowing God was punishing him. That evening, he sent a doctor to take DNA samples for Ssemyalo and Hera. However, the man found and took Gaia's sample instead because Hera had escorted Nakato to see her guy. Unfortunately, Heaven was not informed about the vicissitudes made. When he called in the evening for inquiries, the news was told. Angrily, he barked at the doctor to go back and pick the right sample. In simple terms, 3 samples were taken. The following day, Sanyu called Nakato, June and Kelly at home. Her husband was on his sickbed. He had sent them for a secret meeting before he expired. The old man sent for the family lawyer and handed in their father's will. It portioned his wealth equally among all the children, with the exception of Gaia. The old man narrated that Judas realized that the girl had rare beauty unseen in his entire family and chose to take a DNA test for her. It was surprising because he never expected it, but he at the same time had not only seen with his eyes and instincts, but also experienced it in the dream. He added that he had no idea about Gaia's father because he had surrounded their mother with trusted spies who gave a positive report about who never gave a positive report about having an affair with another man. He handed in the details for their late father's bank accounts and the key for the self-deposit box. Upon fulfilling his friend's promise, he joined him. Tears flooded Ward 6 of the hospital. He had left Sanyo with 3 kids who were brought in immediately after he passed on. Preparations for his burial were conducted and the body was taken up country, 367 kilometers away from the capital. Gaia and Hera stayed home as the rest went. Since the other incident, Heaven never gave Ssemyalo a chance to near Gaia. Heria, Mars, and Malaika joined the mourners. Kelly could not miss a chance sitting in the same car with Malaika in the journey that was to take almost half a day. June sat with Heaven in front while Ssemyalo behind. About 20 kilometers away from the city, traffic jam was history. Malaika, who had been delayed by the jam, raced the car, wanting to overtake Heaven. She did so at the expense of Ssemyalo and June. They also swayed him to drive faster and overtake her. Right, he did. He never knew he had engineered the need for speed race again. She as well pressed the accelerator longer and reached him. He tried to advise her to reduce the speed but could not listen. She finally overtook while casting deadly eyes at him and smiled. Her issue was to steal a glimpse at him every second she got. He finally slowed down and left her to lead. Kelly this time had no excuse. All the time needed for him to convince a woman was at his disposal. He settled and mentioned it that he had traveled to different countries and seen very many beautiful girls, but had never seen one like her. Kelly continued that he had abandoned falling in love following the Hoima betrayal, but when he saw her, he realized that the Lord of David, Moses, and Daniel was the same for Goliath and Judas, thus the same God for both of them. She smiled a bit. In his time, Kelly stole a look at Malaika, sang her a song that she was one in a billion. In his kingdom, she was the queen, a pure angel, not a dummy. He was to show her love to Cloud9. He never finished. She packed, smiling, and moved out and hugged him tightly. His tricks were working smoothly. There, Heaven is parked in front, hoping something had happened. When they discovered it was romance, they pushed further. June scored in the air. His brother was in full control of the game. She explained to Heaven that getting the two closer was like to weaken his soul in the following by-elections. He smiled and gave her a high five. 30 minutes later, they reached and found the funeral underway. They greeted the parents of the deceased, finished the burial ceremony, took the lunch, and jazzed with each other. June pulled Kelly away to tell the magic he used to win Miss Charming. Heaven was jazzing with Mars about the DNA test he called for and was waiting for the results. He also told him about the weird habit that was cropping up between Guy and Mialo, then advised to take Mialo after confirming the results. While they were into their family issues, Malaika intervened, asking for the time they were to leave. Mars openly said that they wanted Heaven to marry her. She felt excited inside, though showed lines of grimace on her face and stared, boxing him to stop uttering nonsense. She apologized before Heaven that nothing was serious. Mars was joking. The man had his own challenges, thus gave her less attention. Besides, he saw no reason to pick interest in a woman Kelly liked. Good enough, she was also having good time with him. He finally intoned that Malaika had someone, but never completed the statement when she said it was a naked lie, but to back Kelly from advancing towards her. He, in a low tone, talked of the hug. She immediately mentioned that he had fallen into the trap. He always pretended not to recognize her presence and actions, but this time he commented. Happily she told Mars and both laughed at him. He warned her not to joke with Kelly, otherwise he was to strangle her if she mistreated him. Malaika laughed again, asking how and when it became his business. He felt provoked and raised his hand to seize hers, but was seized fast and firmly. It was Kelly, hoping Heaven wanted to slap his golden fish. She laughed and fell on him as he sloped on Heaven's right shoe. As he stepped on Heaven's right shoe, saying that her sweet guardian angel was there, a man of passion. She laughed and fell on him as she stepped on Heaven's right shoe, saying that her sweet guardian angel was always there, a man of passion and never pretended like others. Heaven wondered why she spoke such and nodded his head horizontally. It seemed he was feeling jealous, and to make matters worse, Malaika had realized it and continued provoking him. Going back was easy. Sanyu and her children never stayed in the village. They went back that dusk thinking of what to do later. The breadwinner had left, yet had many wives, and children were likely to fight for the deceased's wealth. The journey continued. Kelly continued explaining that he was feeling for Malaika and wished to be her guy. He added that he was not ready to let any man take her in his presence, for they had no idea how much love he felt for her. She looked at him for a while and asked if he was ready to compete without feeling jealous. Since he loved her a lot, Kelly said it was okay. She simply smiled and pressed the accelerator further. She stole a peep at him and smiled again. In the other car, June asked Heaven whether he ever thought of having a wife, for the children needed a mother figure since she was to leave soon and join Sanyu. He did not have an exact answer. He thought his sins were beyond forgiveness, thus needed not to have a woman and sit his curses, and never needed a woman to sit in his curses. She looked at him again and again, then mentioned that repentance was enough. Good, he always did so, thus required moving on. He gave her a handshake and thanked her a lot. Reaching home, someone was missing. The other Hera ran to hug the dad. Gaia engulfed the sister. Then Ssemyalo lastly. Heaven moved fast inside to see the difference between Gaia and Hera's hugs to Ssemyalo. Right, the hug was called proof of love, as the girl stood straight with hands up, leaving light thighs with no stretch marks visible, and let the boy fully access every front part of hers. She later lowered her arms to his shoulder, then engulfed the back, only to be interrupted by Hera, who pushed her away and hugged him, creating a vertical triangle with a base of about 1 foot. Having acknowledged his premonition, he boxed the wall thrice and puffed blood like a doe being slaughtered. While still in agony, looking for the first aid kit, the Ssemyalo Gaia hug surfaced outside his window between Kelly and Malaika. He almost pecked her, then led her inside by hand. Heaven was being killed softly with emotions. He slapped his cheeks twice to normalize, but could not square it out then. Increased the home theater volume and shouted at once to have some relief. When he went out of his room, they all saw him bleeding and scattered to help him. Kelly and June ran to the kitchen, asking themselves what had happened to him, while Malaika galloped to her car for the first aid kit. She found them washing the wounds and aimlessly pushed their hands away, pulled out a piece of cotton, soaked it into spirit, and began cleaning what had already been cleaned, while asking him how he felt. Heaven saw her yet to make a second mistake and withdrew his hand to Hela, claiming that he wanted to see whether she could dress it well. Everyone noticed Malaika's moves and wondered why she was behaving that way. Supper was later served. Nakato joined them. She had been dropped by Sanyu, who never entered for she was too tired. Heaven moved to the balcony from where Hela found him and asked about love codes. He was so bewildered, for it was his first time to hear of such. He tricked her to explain more, but instead forwarded the issue to its master Ssemyalo, whom she had speaking on the phone to a friend that he had invented the codes to be used at school when studies resumed. For the first time, Heaven admitted he was many steps behind the new generation. Teens. He wanted to share with someone. From nowhere, Malaika showed up and asked Hela to get her a cup of coffee. She whispered to him to stop pretending as he wanted her to hold the games she was playing, for they had played them years back and never wanted causing any fracas again. She boldly said it was him responsible and no one else was to blame. She spoke in parables that someone climbed the mango tree and shook them. However, a friend down ate them first with less effort. She concluded that was love and left. Chapter 26. The Painful Harvest. The following morning, Gaia and Myalo went to see Anena. They talked for a few seconds and sloped down the city. They continued moving to the valley where no one could find them. He picked a flower and gave it to her. She was so excited and promised to show him something. She touched her chin and he closed his eyes. She then stepped twice and he moved forward. When she cleared her voice, he hugged her slowly, then opened his eyes. He later looked into her eyes and intoned it that he loved her. She also picked his hand and wrote in the palm that she loved him more. They hugged again. Their lips started shaking. They were excited. He chose to seize them by fixing his inside hers. It was fascinating. Hands began to explore as they panicked to lie on the ground. She pulled out her scarf that became their temporary mattress. Thereafter, she removed her blouse and saw what he always yearned for, her boobs. They were moving to her heartbeat. So, he removed his shirt to expose his chest. Hair was beginning to grow. They were still young. He rushed to look for a perfect shot when her legs were widely open. They had all the sexual theories, but never had the practical one. As soon as he knocked at the door of paradise, he felt electricity passing through him from his lowest parts. He fell off the truck and looked for a handkerchief to wipe her thighs. He charged again and put in his best gear, but knocked off as the road was still narrow. Drama occurred as he tried to look for the best location of his legs so as to gather enough stamina to finish the mission. When he got the right target, his toys slid off the grass and lost focus. Sunshine had started shining in her due to his uncalled for delays. They had to romance again. This time, he visualized all the erotic videos he had secretly watched and stood up like a star, then lifted her up to grasp her legs around his waist. They kissed again. In no minute, they were down, ready to execute the mission. He spread her hands widely and lowered himself to the forbidden land. There, he slowly but steadily tried to fix himself into the narrow tunnel amidst screams of pain. He looked at her already red eyes and retreated. He did not want to hurt her any more. Besides, he too was feeling pain. They laid for a few minutes talking about the clouds and how the moon was divorced by the sun. She narrated that the two were married centuries back, but in the 20th century before Christ, the sun cheated and impregnated the earth to give birth to humans. When the moon learned of it, she divorced him and separated time. The moon went with the children, stars, and shone in the night only. The sun's responsibility was to provide them with enough light as food. Miale looked at her for seconds, then saw no reason for not kissing her again. They were in no time back in action. This time round, he was tough and rough. She screamed for help, called her mom, dad, and finally called him. By the time he responded, he was a former registered citizen in her world. She gazed at her for a while and kissed her face. Both had bathed in sweat. The entire clothes had been wetted. Looking round, she could not believe the stains of blood on the scarf. It was done. It had been a real battle between the two. Time had gone. Hera realized they were missing. She notified Nakato, who contacted June. She called Karen, who explained that the two had left after seeing Anena. Sanyu and Kelly were notified and came running. The police were immediately alerted but had to follow the protocol. They had to wait for 48 hours to declare the two missing. 120 minutes later, Gaia showed up, silenced Hera, who saw her and slithered to the bedroom for a shower. She almost cried from there when urinating, for it was burning her seriously. She finally came and all converged to engulf her, asking for where she had been, and the issue ended there. After testing the water depth, Mialo also came in. It was different. It was a different tale. He was almost killed when Kelly grabbed him by the neck and Karen slapped him twice. Sanyu and June never hesitated to lift him upside down and pummeled the boy seriously. Gaia also received a tough slap when she tried to stop Kelly from beating her boy. Hera shouted out loud. She could not bear Mialo suffer. Her mom muted her but resisted when she jumped onto Sanyu while crying. Heaven broke in, asking what the matter was. They kept quiet at once and looked at each other. He told the kids to sit on the dining table and took the elders inside. He unveiled the DNA results to them, which almost took their life. They read positive for all the three children. Confusion killed the room. Nakato grabbed him and pressed his eyes, blaming him for mounting over their late mother. Moreover, his aunt. He tried to explain that he had never slept with his aunt, but no one could listen. June alleged that maybe Heaven raped their mother, and that was why the former mayor called him a rapist. The menace was Nalong, who was not there to speak the truth. Sanyu realized how it happened and tried to momentarily bail Heaven out when she explained that she was his aunt, thus had almost the same DNA. For Hera, they already knew she was his, but when it came to Mialo, Hoima explained. She lamented that heaven was already in love with Karen by the time she moved in with his in-law, Judas the Salongo. However, Karen never told heaven that she had a husband, and at the same time, heaven never knew Karen was her auntie's co-wife. The coincidence occurred that day when Karen slept with Heaven in the morning and later with Salongo Judas in the afternoon to give birth to twins. She added that Nalongo looked at the boy, resembling Heaven, and advised to hide it. It came to be known when Salongo carried out a test for Anena and realized she was his. Then Karen knew Ssemyalo belonged to Heaven. Nakato felt bursting. She angrily moved out of his room and brought in all the children. They tried to stop her, but was already untamable. She shouted at them that they were all evil and cursed like their parents. She pointed at Ssemyalo, Hera, and Gaia, and mentioned that Heaven was their father. She added that Heaven raped their mom to give birth to Gaia, then cheated with Karen on their father to get Ssemyalo, and finally snatched Hoima from Keri to yield Hera. Gaia rejected the story, but tears in her eyes and silence of the rest depicted some water in Nakato's words. She looked at them and saw was living with monsters. No wonder they were living in isolation. She broke it that she had just had sex with Ssemyalo and immediately moved out running anyhow. Ssemyalo chased after her as Hera joined, calling him. The rest joined the race and saw them from a distance. She reached the bridge, climbed to the top, as Ssemyalo also followed. No sooner had he touched her hand than she released herself. Given her mass, Ssemyalo was pulled as well. She crashed to shatter her skull on the Tamaka Road as Ssemyalo landed on her. He never moved as the olecranon of her ulna stuck in his chest. Hera, who was also close, was hit by an overspeeding car when she attempted to cross the road. Innocent souls fell victims of their father's mistakes. Wailing all over, Hoima hurried to check on her daughter. She was already no more. Down the bridge, the masses had already converged as eyewitnesses claimed that the deceased were lovers who had misunderstandings. They added that it seemed the boy cheated and the girl decided to commit suicide. Unfortunately, the boy never survived when he tried to rescue her. Heaven had nothing to say. He remained mute from the time of the incidents to burial. Keri took charge of the funerals. The whole world came to know his uncouth actions, and most people judged him that he deserved the loss. Besides, it was good for the innocent offsprings, because they were to lead a life of regret. Since they had gone, there was no more evidence for his actions. Few people were at the funeral. The Reverend prayed for their souls and preached about repentance. He added that no one was perfect, and it were such life imperfections that made life of value. Otherwise, people would have always taken it for granted. Malaika forced herself to sit where Heaven was and tried to comfort him. Kelly joined them, and Heaven's mother this time was present. She did not know his son had crossed such uncrossable borders. She almost disowned him when mourners pointed at her as the mother of a satanic man. The Reverend blessed them with plenty and love. Chapter 27. Engulfed finally. Heaven Mirrors had lost almost everything. He no longer had children, neither did he have a wife. Nakato led the campaign against him and put it on her siblings, who were still collaborating with him as traitors. Like promised, Juni left him to Sanyu's abode, and Nakato followed. He only remained with Kelly, whose attitude towards him had as well turned minus when rumors circulated that he was a rapist. Malaika also stopped visiting them, and it was Kelly visiting her. There, he began conversing with Saul and his son Adolf. With time, Kelly got a job at 7 TV and was given a house. He officially left heaven painfully. They agreed that moving with him would create a negative impression about him, as he would in return be branded as a rapist too. He had to live a free and decent life without heaven. That evening, Malaika escorted him to pick his property. They talked a little as he helped them carry his belongings to Malaika's vehicle. He was contented and pleased that at least Kelly was living and moving with the most respectable lady in the city. Loneliness almost killed him. He would once in a while visit his mom and talk about a few things, then Maz, whose wife and children isolated him, for he had become a household talk. Helia was extremely disappointed with him, thus never wished to see him again. He resorted to black escort. This sight involved painting the face or putting on a black mask such that no one realized their partner. It was a corporate site meant to offer full sexual satisfaction to the rich. Players were to use penny names and not allowed to disclose themselves no matter what. He registered as hell and logged in. As soon as his masked photograph was uploaded, he received over 600 clients. It had been common for many to pay. However, this time around, ladies were ready to take him up. He also perused through for over 4 days, minus getting his match. The only one he landed on had no clients, yet the more clients one had, the better they were in bed. He contacted Coco X, who never replied for a period of 21 days. She said hi and went off for another week. Coco X looked at Hell's body structure and zoomed to the maximum until she got what she wanted. She smiled behind the mask and shouted, "Got you this time." As she changed her profile picture, making it more complex. They slowly started talking online about their likes and dislikes, sex life, age, and others, as long as they were within the designated limits. Whoever talked about what the site prohibited, the partner would not view or hear from them, for they would be fined and later suspended, or contract would be terminated. Months passed. The Electoral Commission quarters had been reinstated. and the by-election of the capital city mayor was re-announced. Still So picked the forms and no one else followed the course. For a full week, news circulated that So was coming unopposed, as all his opponents feared. Others blackmailed him that he had bribed them off. When it came to heaven, rumor circulated that his supporters abandoned him upon discovering that he was a rapist, including his family members. They added that he was not fit to be the mayor. Sanyu called him and moralized him when she said he was the only suitable candidate for Kampala City, no one else. She added that they were not ready to openly show their support to him but were behind him. When he passed in the city, the electorates were booing him, some calling him a puppy. Malaika had sent him a text message reading "coward." When he sat and stood up, he recalled their slogan, "Never give up." The following morning, forms were picked and returned in the evening amidst the angry city mob, which believed he was not fit. When asked about his lost support, he responded that his new supporters were the silent majority. That night, he went for Coco X and the two talked for a full hour before he slept. Time for the two to meet had come. They were picked and taken to a confidential place unknown to them. They were recorded to avoid inconvenience in case of any misunderstanding between the two. They greeted, took dinner, and sat staring at each other. Bear. He knew. He drew close to her for a tight hug. It seemed Coco X knew her partner basing on the way she was caressing his arms. He did not go further with her as his mind was far away. The following day was for the opening campaign. Soro's convoy passed around the city with his daughter in front and Kelly behind. He had forgotten about heaven, for it was obvious Saul was to win. This period, heaven feared to make opening campaigns, suspecting a big shame. He reached a message that inspired him to rise, and despite the fact that he was down, it read that he was a strong man. He received a message that inspired him to rise, and despite the fact that he was down, it read that he was a strong man who had defeated many women, yet the same women had defeated many strong men. It continued that he had defied death more than once. Then what of elections he had previously won? He recalled that the same people who voted for him were still available. He slowly picked his suit, threw it on, and went to address the press. He said, "Good morning, Kampala in particular, and Uganda. My world, my everything. Here I am, your prodigal son. You voted for me a few months back as your mayor previously, having realized my capability. I was voted on merit. Do you think the demagogue you saw in me vanished in thin air? Not really. Here I am to serve you. I passed through a lot, overcame all challenges, lost almost everything in life, and got nothing on me but you, decent people of Kampala. I have transgressed just like any other person, but I have never raped anyone. I have neither stolen from anyone nor hurt anyone intentionally. Whoever I mistreated, it was not my aim. I am very sorry. I declare a newborn heaven mirrors as the new Kampala mayor. Trust me with your votes, and I serve with all my heart, energy, and mind. In my term of office, vendors will be no more in the city because the marketplaces shall be established at every entry point of the city. Adequate power supply shall be availed at a subsidized fee to enhance production. This shall be done through using my position as a mayor to lobby fund from abroad. In addition, more investment in the city in the form of factories from both local and international investors shall start, as I will remind them, for they are already available and aware. I will use 75% of my salary to finance youth development groups so as to promote and sustain entrepreneurship in Mother Kampala. Vote for me. Vote Heaven Mirrors. May God bless you. One love. His speech being live, people felt moved again and started converging. Hoima's father was the first strong man to openly support Heaven, as he said Heaven deserved. Supporters, though not as many as they were at first, slowly gave him attention. He then received another message that was him and was good to go. When he asked if what was alleged about him affected him, he simply sent a message to the electorates. Dear voter, if it is true that whatever is said about you is right, then all you hear about me is right. If not fully right, vote for me. If you have never wronged anyone, good, you are perfect. I am a human being who makes errors, and I am here to serve fellow human beings. Thank you. That night, he went to meet Coco X. She had dressed to kill as usual. This time around, he had settled and looked at this beautiful creature of God. The woman had a perfect skin. He sat her on a stool and started romancing her toys. He took his time as usual and moved slowly to the ankle, then reached her hairless, spotless calves. He then caressed her as he crawled to her magnificent wonder thighs. He brought them together and used his second finger to tour all over them as the other hand started from the waist up to the chest where it got confused from. It did not exactly know where to go. One hand touched at the right breast while the other jumped to the left one. By this time, she was perishing with passion. She felt ready to have him, but the dude felt she deserved more. He then moved his chin to her neck while the left continued caressing the thighs. She stared, releasing soft sounds as he reached her inner garment. Coco X could not bear his sluggish ways. She removed all the clothes on her systematically and exposed a birthmark on her shoulder. Hell finally stole a kiss from Coco X and withdrew immediately, for her quick response almost wounded his lips when she forgot to hide the teeth. He gave her yet another one and finally lowered his waist to rest between her thighs, although only one part touched her this juncture. The rest were up in the air except the limbs that were finding stamina from the mattress. He tried his way into the slippery fruit, although she seemed still sealed. He then changed the status from stallion to missionary. As soon as he touched her birthmark to gather enough stamina for breaking in, she pushed him away, leaving questions lingering into his head. He roughly held her and she began screaming. The site administration warned him to stop before guards intervened despite being ready. They advised them to pay for premium. This included unmasking, unlimited talk, and if possible, the two would move out or establish a relationship outside the site proximity. This came as a result of the exclusive intimacy detected between the two because for the time they had been in business, such an act had never surfaced. When he relaxed, Coco X reconsidered her unfairness and decided to give in. She clasped her arms around him while at the doorway. He tried to unclasp himself from her, but he strongly resisted until they found themselves on the floor. He looked at her, spread her like a goat skin, then raised her waist 2 inches above the floor using his left hand, while the right one was up, standing for stability. Her eyes were closed, face shrunk, feeling the first penetration, then a sigh of relief burst. He lifted her up and rode her craze across the Red Sea. They walked through the vast Sahara Desert, sailed on the Atlantic Ocean, and rested in the Amazon forest. Then he threw her to the bed. She had been in paradise for a full hour. She hugged him tightly, rested on his chest, and he regained. He slowly descended from her neck to the chest, kissed her pure spectacular nipples as his beards reached her belly. The journey continued from the Cape of Good Hope to South Africa. From there, it was sailing across the Indian up to Mount Everest. Across the Indian Ocean up to Mount Everest. They had toured the world together in just 2 hours. She leaned on him until sleep stole her. He later took his time and inspected her tiny birthmark, then wondered why she was so much concerned about it. When he tried to unmask her, it made an alarm and guards knocked at the door. He was fined and suspended for 2 months. The following day was for the City Square campaign. This was the last one to the elections. Saul and family used the North Wing, with a fantastic band, sweeping the streets with his supporters. It was extremely fascinating that even his haters joined him to the center. Musicians of the era were paid to perform at the City Square, leaving heaven almost alone. He trekked to the platform from where he found Saul already campaigning. He stood on his side, skirting eyes all over the place. A message landed on his phone saying, "I am winning with you. Never give up." He immediately looked at Kelly, who was already on Saul's side, but saw him with no phone. He called the number twice, but no answer. Saul edited Heaven's manifesto with the help of Kelly and added a few things. He then directly attacked Heaven, calling him evil, who sacrificed his illegitimate children for the sake of winning elections. He added that Heaven's family abandoned him because of his unbelievable character. Thus, nominating him was a weakness of the Electoral Commission. Saul continued that voting for such a coward without a wife would be total madness of the highest order. The microphone was his. Heaven spoke amidst opposition. He saw that it would be easier to go back in the mother's womb than winning the mayoral elections. While still looking bizarre, his eyes landed onto Malaika and his mind moved. He cast flashbacks about the previous night and saw a masked woman like her and refused to accept. He stepped forward with widely opened eyes and shouted as he rested on his knees. He had seen the birthmark on her shoulder. People thought he had run battle. The yelling crowd stopped to see him down, scratching his head. He knew he had slept with Malaika, a girlfriend to his best friend Kelly. He recalled that he was masked, thus she never recognized him. Promptly, a text message told him to stand up and win. Popped. He finally gathered his bones and looked at Malaika again, who secretly showed him a card with written words, "Never give up, honey," and read them on a microphone. He looked at the crowds and said that he was not giving up. He asked for only one term and was known to stand for the same position again. Heaven said he would have left the race if there was another new person contesting, but Saul coming back was selfish. He asked them that how would a person know that someone was good in bed without sleeping with them? He added that he deserved their votes at least for once. Saul's music sound system covered the ears of everyone. Musicians continued with their live performance till late in the night. The following morning, Heaven's eagerness to find out the source of the inspirational text messages reached peak when he called 100 times, but there was no answer. He contacted his family members, who proved green about it. Another message read that they had already won the elections and the jubilation champagne bottle was at the doorway. Reaching out, it was there. He moved out first, only to catch a glimpse of a car light dimming away. Chapter 28, The New Normal. Friday brought voting, and by 5 p.m., counting had kicked off. Due to fear of outcomes, Heaven's contacts were off. There was no way he could be accessed by anyone. At 9:45 p.m., Saul and supporters were still at the Electoral Commission waiting for the final announcement. Different media houses had revealed that the race was still tight and Saul was beating Heaven by 155 votes, and votes from 2 polling stations were remaining. There, the returning officer read the results. Fire was everywhere in the city. The masses moved out of their houses with banners carrying words "Silent Majority" as the strike kicked off at the Electoral Commission headquarters, opposing the declaration. He had won. 30 minutes later, noise that emanated from the streets woke Heaven up. He moved out to investigate what the matter was, but never got it right as the crowds confronted him, calling him a cowardly loser. They immediately carried him away, calling him mayor. It was indeed incredible to him. People had turned out in large numbers and voted for him. So was already in a coma. He had collapsed immediately. Many people had hated him more than heaven, thus chose otherwise. Congratulatory songs were played all over the city. The tragedy came when the happy masses met angry mob striking. Blows were exchanged as the new mayor was badly hurt. News reporters were all over the hospital asking him how he made it. His answer was simple, that the power of God was undoubtedly superior. He thanked all the people who had voted for him and believed he was the right choice for Kampala. He concluded with, "Never give up." While they are getting first aid, he saw a slim lady from a distance typing. Then a text message popped on his phone. "We won together." He there and then ran out to stop her, calling her Coco X. When she turned to see him, she fell down and screamed like a kitten. He hurried to meet her. However, the electorates surrounded him, wanting to know whether he was okay. The care, attention heaven got was a clear indication that leaders enjoyed life. He was to receive $10,000 a month, housing allowance of $2,000, a vehicle allowance of $66,000, free medication and fuel. News about his phenomenal triumph saturated the entire nation. Those who had abandoned him were the first to show up at his home. It had been quite long time without seeing some faces. Julio and Flo, right from their ancestral home, had come. They had brought him fresh bananas, yams, and a 6-kilogram coke. It was absurd that their mighty grandpa had rotten edges back in the ground. His mother was present in front of the cameras, telling the world that the new mayor of the city was her son. His bestie forever, Sanyu, was the happiest. Carol, her daughter, was moving with him wherever he went. June, his all-time defender, was welcoming visitors. Maz and family finally showed up while Helia remained home. She claimed she was taking care of her sick baby. Hoima's father, who was to be the deputy mayor and personal advisor to the new mayor, was already mimicking how he was going to address the council and media in the absence of heaven. Nakato never showed up. She had gone to see her boyfriend, and for 2 days she had been out of sight. Other very important people who were leaders of the new party in the country quickly approached him with their party membership card, wanting him on their side. From nowhere, Kelly and Malaika were at his door. They had brought him some wine. This time, he was so suspicious about this young lady. She never walked normally. He wished to look at her knees. Unfortunately, the dress she put on was comfortably covering them. He wished his son Ssemyalo was alive. He would have sent him to execute the mission. Heaven finally broke down into tears. He was feeling guilt about the loss of his innocent daughters who never had a chance to be loved by their father. Onuluka's thought it was tears of joy. Malaika quickly got him a handkerchief. This was the only opportunity to prove his instincts. He included her fingers when receiving it and swiftly turned her hand to see the elbow. It was bandaged. People there made a simple request at that juncture that he should marry her. He pretended not to have heard and took a glass of wine. Meals were served, nice music played, and later the day closed. The following day, Kelly was back with his property upon recovery. So fired him, claiming that he was Heaven's spy, thus responsible for his failure. As usual, Heaven welcomed him with a brotherly hug. He missed him a lot. He asked him how he managed to win the man in no time. According to Kelly, Saul had bribed Heaven's agents and tampered with their declaration forms upon adding ticked ballot papers in his favor. In addition, the returning officer was a close associate of Saul, and the two had been together for ages. While still asking, Malaika intervened with a suicide note from Nakato. It had been found in the room of Adolf, Malaika's only brother. The two had eloped for some days, but later Adolf's room was found open, which generated the curiosity of the workers to check inside. To his surprise, Kelly never knew Adolf had been dating his sister all along. The note read, "By the time you receive this, it will be late. I cannot live in the city whose mayor is a rapist. This man is so cunning. He does not only lure women into sexual traps, but also deceived the whole city to vote for him. He had satanic powers. That is why he is irresistible. Nearing him corrupts you and loses focus. He drags hell wherever he goes. He knew he was going to be mayor and sacrificed my parents, my elder brother Zake, and finally his own children. Avoid him because the more you near him, the more he brainwashes you. It is because of his political success that my love Adolf checked me. I love you, honey, and I will be waiting for you in heaven." Trouble had come. Adolf too was missing. They moved to every corner of the city searching for them, but could not find. They had left a copy of 7 TV stations intended to tarnish. They had left a copy to 7 TV stations intended to tarnish his name. Pictures of missing persons were pinned all over the city. Announcements made, but the couple was nowhere to be seen. Saul, for the first time, teamed with Heaven momentarily to bring his son back. Swamps were searched, forests fully checked, trenches cleaned, bushes cleared, but all in vain. It was collective effort between the two rival families to scatter to different parts of the country, requesting for their members. Even though Nakato of late loathed Heaven, she used to like him so much. He recalled the island he told them about and sailed there alone. He moved slowly, having noticed someone following him to the first light forest with very narrow paths that ended at intersection. Someone was screaming at the sight of a monitor lizard. She ran to the end of the route and finally called for help from Heaven, who was in hiding, watching her cry. He threw a lot of wood in front and she wetted her pants. For the first time, the mayor laughed at someone when he suddenly emerged. She quickly jumped onto him, crying like a puppy, and rested in his arms. She looked at her again and admitted Malaika was so beauteous. Everything on her was perfect. They moved slowly throughout the forest searching. She complained that he had lost direction to places where no man could stay. Heaven reminded her of the 2 words on the card she showed him during campaigns and continued moving. He had very many questions to ask, but knew her tricks. Thus, because he feared to lose, he kept his patience. She stole peeps at him numerous times, but he remained unmoved. She then pretended to have hurt her leg and sat down screaming. The man instead kept moving. He never wanted to hurt Kelly again. She tiptoed to meet him, and the duo trekked up to the swamp. Chapter 29. The One I Know. They were carried at the back to the nearby trading center. It was not a search, but a typical adventure. In this time, there was only one latrine, a bar selling local liquor, an inn with only 3 rooms. Fish were readily available in all sizes at the lowest price known. Evening had come. There was nowhere to go. The rooms had been occupied. They gathered firewood and lit fire outside the inn, waiting for the fishermen to vacate late in the night to go fishing. They were invited to join the drunkards for company as time rolled. It started as joke and ended up enjoying their jazz. One drunkard narrated that the former president went to Kabale district, famous for growing vegetables, and wanted to mean that people of Kabale were vegetable growers, but said, "People of Kabale, you are vegetables." Another one said that the same President Idi Amin went to England and gave a speech. He wanted to mean that before he addressed the Queen, let him first put on his spectacles. But he said, "Before I undress the Queen, let me first put on my testicles." Malaika was dying with laughter. She was already leaning on heaven for warmth. He was also comfortable with her. Another one added that Amin, when leaving that day, was happy and promised the Queen, "When you come to Uganda, I will sleep on you." Yet wanted to mean he was to sleep in the upper room and the Queen down. They moved to the former city mayor, who, when asked about his relationship with the singer Desire, he said, "Those are my private parts," instead of privacy. Another one brought in the womanizer, new city mayor. She said she admired him because he was good in bed. She added that people had refused to vote for him and moved door to door, sleeping with women, girls, and even the old women. She added that she had dumped him before she left the city, not knowing he would become the king of Kampala. She immediately started crying, and when asked to tell them his name, he mentioned Obama bin Laden. It was getting late. One of the fishermen left the room. Malaika took it. She slept for about 30 minutes and came out shouting. A big rat with a long tail had run on her feet. She feared going back, as the drunkards advised Heaven to join her before other men did so because she was so beautiful. The two sloped inside with a candle. He requested for more candles and created a difference. The chilly room was gaining some warmth systematically. It was not fancy at all. No ceiling, very tiny, no electricity, a simple shaky bed with a very old mattress. It was hard to imagine that a full city mayor was with a daughter of the former mayor were in the same room. They bathed using a 5-liter can, then a towel. Malaika was very silent, looking so tired with heavy eyes. Both wanted to speak, however, no one wanted to start. He entered the bed first, covered himself with the bed sheet in order to provide her with privacy to change. She slowly slipped inside with cold feet. He took a deep breath and uncovered the hid head. She lay facing upwards, breathing like a monk that had been chased from a rice plantation. She fixed her hand inside and began scratching her right thigh as he slowly lowered his to the left thigh. These hands technically shortened the distance between the two to the extent that any slight movement from one of the two would automatically bring them together. When she had nothing to scratch any longer, she let it land down to find his already there waiting for a signal. Silence continued to stimulate their feelings to the maximum. Their bodies were sweating in the cold middle of the night, in the cold middle of the night. The howling wind, which blew off one of the candles, made her shake a bit while turning to face him. Her thighs were already wet. Heaven, upon looking into her eyes, he never hesitated to touch her gorgeous body. Where he touched was ready. The most surprising thing was she complimented his movements as if the two had been together before. Due to the fact that she was extremely ready years ago, she just fixed him in the center and soccer kicked off ultimately. After 40 minutes, first round elapsed as the players went for second half immediately. Since there was no home and away, they played for 2 consecutive hours until the final whistle. She at once said, "I love you," though Heaven never replied. He consoled her that she was as good as the woman he was in love with. Her name was Coco X. Malaika requested for details about the woman he was talking about, but Heaven said she had a mark on her shoulder. She stole a peep at him and smiled. He had given her total satisfaction. The two had a dialogue. Malaika: "How did you meet Coco X?" Heaven: "That's none of your business." Malaika: "You said she had a mark. Where?" Heaven: "I said birthmark on her left shoulder. By the way, you have it." Malaika: "Mayor, you are simply obsessed with a woman. Mine is on the right one. Do you like me?" Heaven: "Not really. I am here regretting what I am going to tell Kelly for screwing his girlfriend." Malaika: "He's not my guy. We are simply friends, nothing else." Heaven: "Just like we are nothing else. Just like we are nothing else, right?" Malaika, come on. Something else between us. I'm in love with you. And you know, we sleep together. But Kelly has never seen where I once urinated. Heaven. Friends who hug and kiss in public deceive others. Friends who hug and kiss in public deceive others. Malaika, stop it. You are so jealous. And you pretend not to love me. Treat me like trash. Don't touch me, Heaven. She was sobbing. She had almost everything for him, but had been ignored. She started beating him up as he tried to target her lips. The moment he seized her limbs, he kissed her in style. What followed was another story. He liked her a lot, though was still confused. Heaven, tell me about these bandages. Be frank. Malaika, first tell me that you love me. Heaven, I don't hate you. Malaika, okay. Look, you were alone and needed someone to give you a shoulder. You could not let me intervene given that I was from the other side. And you also believed in the relationship between Kelly and I. Good, you did it. We won together. Heaven. So your Coco X, Malaika, my sister. They laughed, falling on each other. It was clocking 6 a.m. Sleep took them for around 4 hours when they woke up and continued with the hunt. The couple got another boat, took to the oars, and sailed further to another small island. People knew him this side. He had been with them years back. True, they had seen the strange couple 3 days back, but never stayed for long upon learning that the entire city was looking for them. Malaika requested Heaven to first cancel the search, such that she could go back for an emergency pill. He advised it would take her 4 days to reach the city. He asked how sure she was that there was conception. She looked at him building lame excuses and gleefully pulled out a pill. She knew where she was going and the person she was to deal with, a sharpshooter. She asked him for the last time whether it was fine to take the pill. With all the disappointment, he simply hugged her and whispered in her ear that, I love you. She heard him loose and pulled out a positive pregnancy test. Heaven was confused, for it was impossible to show results in just 6 hours. She laughed, saying it was for Coco X. It was unbelievable that he was going to have a baby with Malaika. She broke it that she was to marry him amidst all circumstances. They continued moving, joined by the island dwellers who had seen the two. They crossed yet another island, this time Heaven taking maximum care of her. He never even missed holding her hand. He looked at and whispered that he loved her, as she also responded. They continued to another village of the witches. Most people feared to penetrate according to the rumors heard. It was alleged that in this Cook village, a husband cheated on the wife and was bewitched. He found the private parts that did the cheating on his face. It was on this village that schoolboys stole mangoes from an old woman and abused her after catching them red-handed. They perished of stomachache, were buried and found digging in a in her garden 4 months later. Upon hearing this, Malaika retreated for fear of the consequences. With a few brave, heaven continued moving from one house to another. The fact was, Kochi village was scary. The children, upon seeing people, would run into hiding. It was very quiet, and the few people there rarely talked to strangers. The first woman they met was a seer. She said heaven was called the cursed and hated, but was the best mayor the city had ever had. She added that she would have told him about his road to presidency, but he would grow more proud. People around him were amazed. They at first thought the seer was faking, but when she mentioned that they were looking for an eloped stupid couple, they began to believe heaven was the new mayor. He moved forward and asked for the whereabouts of the stupid couple. She narrated that they had abused an old woman, and the spell cast on them required them to pay with their lives. She gave heaven a stick that was to direct him to the old woman's heart. Slowly they moved, following the stick up to there. They found them on a dry pole, standing facing each other with glued facing each other, glued together with their hands without any string. They had abused the woman when asked where they were going. They could not speak. Their lips had dried and fingernails had started falling off. When the old witch saw heaven, she was so happy and called him president. She hugged her and took the stick from him, saying it wasn't her elder sister to give in her family stick. The stupid couple was to die soon. She tasked him to kiss her old filthy pipe-smoking lips to let them go. He gathered his courage and lowered his thin lips to meet the stinking witch's lips. Immediately, a voice behind him stopped. Immediately, a voice behind stopped him. It was the seer. She was bitter at her elder sister trying to bewitch the mayor with her love potion. Kissing in their land was life-love contract, and after doing so, the two were to stay together till death. The seer touched Nakato and Adolf and were set free. They were told to run before they were trapped again. The old witch sent them lightning that the seer diverted to hit the nearby tree. They continued running while looking behind. She had sent a dark cloud to swallow them. A few minutes to the following village, Nakato hit a stone and fell down. She was left behind crying. It was upon Heaven's choice to let his cousin die. He saw no reason for leaving her behind. By the time he reached, the darker cloud was carrying her away. He shouted, chasing after it, but there was nothing to be done. Like they say, a stinking man catches a straw. Heaven removed his rosary and threw it to the cloud. They remained to see nothing coming out. It had not worked. Later, someone came out staggering and fell at the border of the village. It was the seer gasping for oxygen. Few minutes after, Nakato came out crawling. The old witch had been defeated. It rained for the first time in 10 years. Chapter 30. You and I. Back they sailed to the city. People had been waiting for them on the streets. Heaven had started his heroic journey. Malaika tightly hugged Kelly and whispered to him that it had worked. It was interesting to see the old rival Saul shaking hands with Heaven Mirrors, the mayor. They had passed through a burning furnace. Adolf and Nakato confessed that it was out of anger that they chose to demonize Heaven, having calculated that this would lead to his impeachment. Heaven was happy that he was exonerated before the public. Besides, Nakato realized that hatred yielded nothing but pain. So promised to throw up a party on which Mayor Heaven Mirrors was to be the cardinal guest. He stood between his son and daughter for a family picture as they sat to their dwelling. Sanyu wanted to know the material from which heaven was made. He never looked at revenge. On the other hand, she held Nakato and went home. June stayed with Heaven and Kelly. They had a lot to talk about. A week later, rumors circulated that wireless internet with no password was at the entry point of the city. It would have been everywhere, but because of the need to curb the traffic jam challenge, it was organized that way. The construction of the 9 market centers at major roads leaving the city was underway. Through his deputy, he won a contract with a Chinese company of Wuhan to construct 2 flyovers. Payment was to be through road toll. Mr. Mirrors surprised his haters when he established new and also financed old circles that started offering loans with no interest using his salary. This increased the city dwellers' population. Business boomed due to increased income levels. This enhanced quick growth and development of the city. He established a law firm that offered free legal services to those in need. This also inspected all the unlawful acts of the ruling government meant to bring justice and fair governance to the people of Uganda. This law firm investigated on the burning of the mansion, fire at the Electoral Commission headquarters, and many other crimes against humanity committed by the so-called untouchables. During his term of office, Mayor Heaven introduced a progressive taxation system meant to create fairness to all people working in the city. Every last Sunday of the month was offered for general sanitation of the city. Him inclusive, the public would wear gumboots and gloves and do the cleaning voluntarily before they went for prayers. His overwhelming achievements gave people a second thought. Different cities started calling him to show them how things were supposed to be done. Just like a rumor had it from the island that he was to stand for president, pressure from different districts forced him to declare his interest in the big seat. One morning, Malaika, June, and Kelly stormed his office, given his short stay at home. At their sight, his heart beat very fast. He knew Kelly was aware of what he had done to his girlfriend. He started before they spoke that he was very sorry and did not know how to explain to him. They burst out into a prolonged laughter, leaving him flabbergasted. Johnny finally suggested that how was it if he proposed to Malaika? Suggested how it was if he proposed to Malaika. While still stammering, Kelly stamped it that this time around he was 10 miles behind them. He added that upon learning that he was single and needed someone, Malaika was planted for him to uproot but failed due to his close attachment to the past. They therefore used the Kelly decoy to make him jealous to prove that he was pretending as usual. This came to pass on their way to bury the late Sanyu's husband, when they hugged and he packed to see what was not happening. He added that the Coco X encounter was their plan and finally the island tour that revealed the truth hidden in his mind. While still asking for the number of people aware of it, the door opened. His mother, Maz, Heria, Sanyu, Hoima, Keren, So, Adruf, Nakato, and Anena entered and replied, "All of us." He stood up and moved in front of the office table and hugged Malaika. At that juncture, Adolf proposed to Nakato. With his knees down, Adolf promised to marry her the following month. Mayor Heaven Mirrors finally answered the public's prayer when he declared that he was to stand for presidents in the following general elections. The mayor's life galloped into the sky in no time. He was always up and down in meetings. Upon his declaration of joining the presidential race in the forthcoming elections, numerous national leaders saw it of value to cling on book and pen. Every opposition political party yearned to sign him. However, it was rumored that the party in power used to create swayed opposition. It was therefore obvious that the formation of a new political party with no strings attached would yield immensely. There, with the help of his in-law, So and Dr. Musevu Hose moved in the National Registration Service Bureau to secure the party name, which came to be known as United Forces for Democracy. It was so attractive to people that in the first month of its operation, the party had 1,100,073 members. Their target was to hit 4 million members before the general elections. It was arranged that Musevu was to stand for the city mayorship, while So was to contest as the member of parliament for Kampala Central. Many party cadres were to stand for various positions meant to create a firm foundation for the party. 3 months later, Malaika and Heria were busy organizing for the wedding. She chose to wear a black gown as a representation of togetherness, according to their party set up. Malaika was missing his husband, who was often caught up by endless clients, bloggers, and advisors. He had not seen his wife for about 4 months. With the help of Heria, his office was stormed and forced to go for a picnic with his dearest Parama. In order to avoid journalists who were always outside his office, Heria's vehicle was used instead. 2 men on a black motorbike immediately followed them, carrying a bag that looked peculiar. They drove away from the city discussing family issues. Their wedding was remaining with a fortnight to shake the nation like thunder. Malaika reminded him of the old days. He used to shy away from her, and the duo laughed. He also brought in the bitter words her father used to spit, that the two would never be together. The discussion continued as Malaika asked how Heaven managed to convince June and Sanyu not to sue her father upon discovery that So was responsible for the Chadi mansion. However, he replied that So promised to buy them a new mansion at the minister's village in Ntinda. Dragging a family member to courts of law would yield nothing but shame to them. Yet, their family had rolled into one of the strongest families in the country. Kelly finally got a girlfriend, Brainy Bath, who was Malaika's best friend during their university days. Brain had been working as a personal secretary for the former mayor, Saul. Thus, it was easy for Malaika to connect her to Kelly. Happily, the couple lived, having purchased a brand new house opposite Heaven's home. They had not yet kicked off staying together, but were in some deep love. June was as well seeing someone, Joel, who turned out to be their political party's general secretary. She was still staying with Sanyu, who had made up her mind not to marry again, despite many suitors that knocked her door always. She was contented with her work at Heaven's office. Besides, she saw him daily. Heaven and Sanyu were simply inseparable. Basing on Heaven's poor driving skills and low level of concentration, Malaika requested to drive instead. They exchanged seats and the journey continued. With all the excitement, he started tickling her. She almost knocked down pedestrians when she turned to kiss him. From nowhere, an overspeeding motorbike with two guys, one holding a machine gun, shot at the driver's side thrice.